Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Ran a Sanctuary Cafe? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The bell above the door jingled softly as the first rays of morning sunlight slipped through the windows, painting the wooden floors in warm, golden hues. It was quiet, peaceful, like the world hadn't quite woken up yet. Izuku Midoriya wiped the last bit of foam off the countertop, then straightened with a tired but content sigh. His apron was already dusted with flour and coffee stains, curls a little messy, freckles catching the soft light. He adjusted the open sign on the door before turning back into the heart of the cafe. The Greenlit cafe. It had taken him over a year to bring it to life. A quiet dream born not from ambition but necessity. A place for everyone. Heroes, villains, outcasts, nobodies. People who had nowhere else to go, just like him. As long as they respected the rules, they were welcome. No fighting. No discrimination. No destroying property. Simple rules. The kind he wished the world had followed a long time ago. He stepped behind the counter and flipped on the espresso machine, listening to its low hum. It was still early. School had just started for most people, meaning he had a good hour before the rush. If there even was a rush today. Izuku, he muttered to himself, checking the stock of milk. You forgot to pick up more oat milk again. He scribbled it down on the corner of a napkin and stuck it under a magnet on the fridge. His handwriting was still a little shaky, old habits from flinching too much as a kid, but it was getting better. The scar above his collarbone itched slightly. He reached up absent-mindedly, tracing it with 2 fingers before catching himself. No more hiding. Not here. This cafe was his. A safe space. And scars were just a reminder that he was still standing. The bell above the door chimed again. He looked up, expecting a delivery person or maybe someone who had gotten lost looking for the train station. Instead, a familiar explosion-headed teen stomped in, looking thoroughly irritated. Kaken, Izuku greeted, wiping his hands on a towel. You're here early. Shut it, nerd, Katsuki grumbled, sliding into a stool at the counter like he owned the place. He dropped his school bag next to him with a thud. Class was cancelled. Some villain trouble. Figured I'd stop by before your loser cafe got packed. Izuku smiled, genuinely this time. You want your usual? He started working on a cinnamon-spiced cold brew, the kind Katsuki pretended he didn't like but always finished down to the last drop. The silence between them was easy now, comfortable. It hadn't always been. There were still things they hadn't said, and maybe never would. But somehow, in the quiet hum of the Greenlit cafe, that felt okay. Did you sleep last night? Katsuki asked suddenly, not meeting his eyes. Izuku paused, then shrugged. A few hours. You know how it is. Yeah, well, the blonde muttered. You look tired. Izuku laughed softly. Love you too, Kaken. He passed over the drink just as another customer walked in, an older woman with a limp and a hero's badge tucked into her coat pocket. She gave a tired smile and took a corner seat, nodding her thanks. Izuku's heart swelled just a little. This was why he opened the cafe. To serve people who had nowhere else to go. To give them what he had needed when he was a scared, quirkless kid hiding bruises with long sleeves and excuses. And slowly, it was working. Katsuki took a slow sip of his drink, trying to look unimpressed, but Izuku caught the way his shoulders relaxed just slightly. That cinnamon-spiced cold brew was his comfort drink, and they both knew it. I don't know how you do this, he muttered, glancing around at the calm, cozy interior of the cafe. The shelves were lined with mismatched mugs and books. A cat-shaped cookie jar sat near the register. There were potted plants in the windows that Izuku talked to when he was bored. Running this place every single day. You're still just a dumb 15-year-old. Izuku smiled faintly as he wiped a spot off the counter. Yeah, but I'm a dumb 15-year-old who makes a mean hazelnut latte. That's not something to brag about. Then why do you keep coming back? Katsuki didn't answer. He just took another sip and glared at nothing in particular. The cafe door opened again. This time it was a man in his 20s, face shadowed under a hoodie. His eyes darted around calculating, sharp. Izuku didn't recognize him, but something about the way he moved was familiar. Villain maybe. Or just someone who had learned to survive by watching every exit. Izuku offered a soft, polite smile. Welcome in. Sit wherever you like. The man looked surprised for a second, like he hadn't expected to be welcomed anywhere, but nodded and took a seat in the far corner. He kept his hands on the table the whole time. Didn't take off his hoodie. Kaken leaned in just a little, voice low. You gonna kick him out? No, Izuku said gently. He hasn't broken any rules. Kaken made a face but didn't argue. That was one thing he'd learned quickly about the cafe. Izuku had rules and not even Kaken got to bend them. Villain, hero, nobody in between, it didn't matter. Everyone got the same chance. Izuku made the man a tea without being asked. He walked it over carefully, placing it in front of him with a soft, here. On the house. The man stared down at it, then up at him. You don't know what I've done, kid. Izuku's voice didn't waver. Maybe not. But you're not doing it here. There was a long, tense pause. Then a tiny, barely there nod. Izuku walked back to the counter, heart pounding just a little. Not in fear, he was used to people like that. No, it was something else. That old ache. The one that whispered, this is what you needed. A place where someone saw you and didn't flinch. You're seriously something else, Deku, Kaken muttered, shaking his head. It's not normal how much you trust people. I don't trust everyone, Izuku said quietly. I just remember what it felt like to be treated like a villain before I ever did anything wrong. Kaken went still. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The hum of the espresso machine, the clink of a spoon, the soft crackle of music from the radio in the back, it all filled the space between them. Then Kaken said, gruffly, you're not a villain. Never were. Izuku's eyes widened a bit. His chest ached in that complicated way it always did when Kaken said something real. Thanks, Kaken. Yeah, whatever. The bell rang again, letting in a burst of spring air, and with it, two schoolgirls in flashy uniforms, giggling about something on their phones. They took seats near the front, their laughter light and bubbly. One of them ordered a strawberry smoothie. The other asked if the cafe had gluten-free options. Izuku was already moving to help, putting on his best gentle smile. But behind him, he heard Kaken mutter, told you it was gonna get packed. Izuku shot him a teasing glance. You planning to help out or just hog the counter? Kaken scoffed. Hell no. I'm not some waiter. You could wipe tables. Do I look like your employee? Izuku grinned. A little. Despite the grumbling, Kaken ended up grabbing a rag and swiping lazily at a few empty tables, complaining the whole time, of course, but Izuku didn't miss the way he glanced toward the register when he thought no one was looking. Protective. Like he was keeping an eye on things. By noon, the cafe was full. A pro-hero with his hood pulled low was reading a paperback novel in the corner. A group of construction workers took their lunch break near the windows. The hoodie-wearing man stayed quiet and still, occasionally sipping his tea. And Izuku. Izuku felt tired. Yeah. His back ached a little. But his heart? His heart was full. Because this was his dream. Not All Might's dream. Not a hero dream. A place where people could breathe. The place where people could be. The Greenlit cafe had a rhythm to it. It wasn't loud or busy like some downtown coffee chains. It didn't blast hero-themed playlists or advertise specialty drinks named after pro-heroes. No billboards. No mascots. Just a chalkboard out front, a handwritten menu, and warm light that spilled through the windows like sunlight through leaves. Izuku liked it that way. The cafe started to fill up around 8 a.m. every weekday. Office workers on their way to the train. Parents after school drop-offs. Tired heroes coming off night shifts who just needed something hot and sweet to carry them home. The regulars knew him by name now, and some even brought him little things: extra napkins, books for the shelf, a bag of lemons from their backyard tree. He was always polite. Always kind. Always watching just a little. The first rush died down around 9:30, and Izuku finally got to sit for a moment. He tucked himself behind the counter, sipping a lukewarm matcha latte and scribbling down ideas for new pastries in a little green notebook. Kaken says cinnamon is good. Maybe a cinnamon matcha roll? Or something with yuzu glaze. Try testing tomorrow. He yawned into the notebook and blinked at the smudged ink. You look like you're running on fumes, kid. Izuku jumped slightly and looked up to see Genji, a gruff old man who used to be a rescue hero before retirement. He stopped by every other morning, ordered black coffee and a plain muffin, and always left a tip that was exactly 130 yen. Never more. Never less. I'm good, Genji-san, Izuku replied with a small smile. Just thinking through some new recipes. Genji grunted and picked up his muffin. Don't overdo it. Burnout ain't pretty. I'll try. The old man gave a low chuckle. You always say that. Izuku watched him settle into his usual seat by the window. He pulled out a crossword puzzle and circled his mug with both hands like it was something sacred. Moments like that made it all worth it. By mid-morning, Izuku was back behind the counter, restocking syrup bottles and rinsing out the milk pitchers. The radio played softly in the background, an old pop song he recognized from when his mom used to hum it while washing dishes. He smiled to himself and hummed along, moving automatically, hands in rhythm. The bell rang again. This time it was a younger customer, maybe university age. Bright red hair, long scar across one eye, wearing a faded denim jacket and fingerless gloves. He walked up to the counter with a hesitant smile. Hey, he said, voice casual but unsure. So, this place. Really lets anyone in? Izuku nodded. As long as you follow the rules. No fighting, no hate, no property damage, the guy quoted, pointing at the sign taped to the counter. Kinda wild. Most places freak if you even look like you might have a record. Well, Izuku said softly, everyone deserves a second chance. Or a first one. That got a pause. Then, slowly, the redhead's shoulders eased a bit. I'll just take a coffee. Black. Coming right up. He made it quick and smooth, then slid it across with a soft, here you go. The guy blinked down at it, like he wasn't sure it was real. Then he took a sip and his whole expression changed. Not dramatically, but softer. Like something in him was thawing a little. Thanks, man. Izuku smiled again. You're welcome. The rest of the day came in waves. A pair of exhausted UA support course students came in around noon, arms full of gadgets and notebooks. Izuku made them energy drinks and let them charge their laptops at the corner table. A DLV guy brought a huge box of beans and nearly dropped it on his foot. Izuku helped him carry it inside and gave him a free bagel as thanks. Kaken stopped by again around 3, grumbling about a training exercise that left him soaked and singed, and snagged a chocolate scone before disappearing into the back to dry off. Don't burn the place down while I'm gone. Izuku called after him. Shut up, nerd. It was the most affectionate yelling Izuku had ever heard. Around 4:30, things slowed again. Izuku stood by the front window, wiping down the glass as the sky started to dim. The city outside moved on without him. People hurrying, kids laughing, distant sirens wailing, bikes zipping past. He didn't miss being part of that rush. This cafe was his little pocket of stillness. He turned back toward the interior, toward the shelves of books and quiet music and half-finished drinks. The Greenlit cafe wasn't flashy, but it was home. And here, that was enough. It was raining by the time the first customer arrived. Not the gentle kind of rain that made you want to curl up with a book, but the heavy, cold kind that soaked you through before you even noticed. The kind that turned the streets to mirrors and left the sky a dull, bruised gray. Izuku had opened early that morning. He always did on rainy days. There was something comforting about the warm hum of the espresso machine and the soft clink of mugs against wood when the world outside felt soaked and tired. He'd even lit a cinnamon candle and set out a basket of mini muffins by the register, with a sign reading "On the House" in his neat, slightly shaky handwriting. The bell jingled at 7:15 a.m. Izuku glanced up and froze for a second. The boy who stepped in wasn't soaked like most people rushing out of the rain. No umbrella, no hood, just so calm in a way that made him seem carved from the fog outside. His hair was a dusty violet, eyes half-lidded and unreadable. A school uniform hung loosely on his frame, but it didn't match any of the local middle or high schools. He took 2 slow steps in, looked around, then stopped just inside the door. "Are you open?" he asked, voice low and gravelly, almost too mature for his age. Izuku blinked back into motion. "Yeah. Come in." The boy stepped fully inside. His shoes squeaked faintly on the floor, but he didn't seem to care. He moved with that same calm, not lazy, just deliberate. Like he had no energy to waste on pretending. Izuku offered a smile. "Take any seat you like. Want something warm?" The boy hesitated for a second longer before answering. "Do you have chamomile?" "I do." "I'll take that." Izuku nodded and got to work. It didn't take long to steep the tea, but he moved with extra care, warming the mug just slightly, adding a touch of honey without asking. He'd learned to read people fast. This one didn't look like he wanted to talk. Still, when he set the tea down at the table, he said gently, "Bad morning?" The boy stared down at the steam rising from the mug. "But it's just a morning." "Sometimes those are the worst kind," Izuku said, not expecting a reply. He didn't get one. The boy stayed for nearly an hour. He didn't speak again. Just sipped his tea slowly, gaze half-turned toward the window like he wasn't really seeing it. A few other customers came and went, one sleepy barista from a rival cafe, an old woman walking her tiny dog, but the boy didn't look at any of them. Eventually, Izuku brought over a plate with a single mini muffin on it. The boy glanced at it, then at him. "It's free," Izuku offered with a shrug. "Rainy day special." Another pause. Then the boy reached for it, slowly. He took one bite. He didn't say thank you. He didn't have to. At 8:32 a.m., the boy stood up and pulled his hood back over his head. The tea mug was empty. The plate had only crumbs left on it. "Come back anytime," Izuku said as the door opened behind him. "You're welcome here." The boy paused. "Hitoshi." Izuku blinked. "Huh. My name," the boy said without turning. "It's Hitoshi." And then he was gone. Just like the rain. The rain had stopped. It left behind that clean, wet smell that clung to sidewalks and drifted in through the open cafe windows. The sun peeked out from behind thick clouds like it was still unsure if it was allowed to shine. Izuku hummed softly as he wiped down the counter, sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He was dressed in an oversized forest green sweater and black apron, hair still a little messy from waking up late. A tray of almond croissants cooled on the rack behind him, and the coffee pot hissed quietly on its final brew of the morning rush. The cafe wasn't full, but it wasn't empty either. An elderly woman read a novel by the window. A tired-looking salaryman snored softly over a half-finished lot. And at a corner table, almost hidden in shadow, Hitoshi Shinso was back. He hadn't said much when he walked in, just nodded at Izuku and sat in the same seat as before. No tea today. This time he ordered a mocha with extra whipped cream and looked genuinely surprised when Izuku gave it to him without blinking. "You remembered?" Izuku grinned. "I'm good at remembering." Hitoshi huffed, almost a laugh. And now, he just watched. It happened around 10:17 a.m. The bell above the door jingled too hard like it had been shoved. A tall man walked in, loud footsteps, cigarette still smoking between his teeth. Mid-30s, maybe, with jagged scars across his face and a scowl that could shatter glass. His coat was ripped. His boots were muddy. And worst of all, he looked angry before anyone said a word. Izuku's eyes tracked him calmly. "Morning," he offered, polite as ever. "Can I get you something?" The man sneered. "A refund." Izuku tilted his head. "I'm sorry, I don't think." "I was here last week," the man interrupted, voice rising. "You remember me, right? That no villain sign you didn't have? You let those freaks sit here next to me like nothing." A few heads turned. Izuku didn't flinch. "Everyone's welcome, sir. That's one of our rules." The man stepped closer to the counter. "I don't care about your stupid rules," he growled. "You call this a safe space? You're just some punk kid with a martyr complex, playing nice with monsters." The whole cafe went quiet. Even the sleepy salaryman stirred. Hitoshi's eyes narrowed slightly from across the room. Izuku stayed still, hands folded on the counter. "I'm going to have to ask you to leave," he said softly but with no hesitation. "This cafe is a place of peace. You're breaking that. The man slammed his hand on the counter. And what if I don't, huh? What if I smash this whole place up? And then crash. He flipped one of the tables. Not by accident. Wood splintered. A mug shattered. The elderly woman flinched in fear. Izuku's expression didn't change. No smile. No soft voice. Just dead calm. I warned you. The next second happened fast. Too fast for anyone to process. Izuku stepped out from behind the counter in one clean motion, ducked low, swept the man's legs from under him, and flipped him with fluid, practiced precision. Before the man could react, Izuku had his arm twisted behind his back, knee pressed lightly into his shoulder blade just enough to keep him still. I said leave, Izuku said, voice cold. I asked nicely. The man froze, stunned. You don't get to threaten people here. Not my customers. Not this place. Izuku didn't shout. He didn't even breathe hard. Just held the man still gently, but firmly as he reached into his pocket and dialed the local patrol line. Yes, Greenlit Cafe. I have a violent guest who needs to be picked up. Table smashed, no injuries. Yes, I'm fine. He hung up and carefully helped the man to his feet, keeping a watchful eye on him. Sit down, Izuku instructed. Wait quietly. To his surprise, the man complied. By the time the patrol heroes arrived to escort him away, the cafe had settled into a tense silence. Customers whispered among themselves. One offered to cover the cost of the broken table, while another inquired if Izuku needed assistance with the cleanup. He shook his head. It's okay. I've got it. As he crouched to gather the shattered pieces, another pair of hands joined him. He recognized the purple sleeves and fingerless gloves. That was unexpected, Hitoshi remarked, tossing the wood into the trash bin. Izuku let out a soft breath. I didn't want anyone getting hurt. You didn't hesitate. I couldn't. A moment of silence passed between them, heavy with understanding. Then Hitoshi stood up, brushing his hands off. I get it now. Izuku blinked. Get what? Why people keep coming back? He paused at the counter on his way out, pulling up his hood. See you tomorrow, midoriya. This time, Izuku smiled again just a little. See you, Shinso. The sun streamed through the cafe windows in thick golden ribbons, painting the floor in warm lines. It was one of those rare mornings where everything just clicked. The espresso machine hummed contentedly, and the scent of cinnamon buns lingered in the air. Izuku moved behind the counter with practiced ease, pouring steamed milk into a ceramic mug, watching the white swirl cloud through the coffee like ink in water. He loved mornings like this. Usually. But today, something sat heavy in his chest. He didn't know why. Not really. Maybe it was the dream fuzzy around the edges but bitter in tone. Maybe it was the silence that followed it, the kind that felt too much like the old apartment when no one was talking but danger still crept just outside the door. Whatever it was, it tugged at him. Distant but present. Like a memory breathing down his neck. The bell above the door chimed, snapping him back. Morning, came the familiar voice. Still half-draped in his hoodie, hair messy like he rolled out of bed and came straight here, which, to be fair, he probably did. He glanced around, hands in his pockets, and made his way toward the corner seat without waiting for permission. I saved your muffin, Izuku said quietly, pulling it from behind the counter. Shinso raised an eyebrow. You always do? Izuku shrugged. You always show up. That earned a small huff. Not quite a laugh, but close enough. As he handed over the muffin, Izuku's hand jerked just slightly. The warm ceramic of the mug nearly slipped from his fingers. He caught it, but his breath caught too. He blinked. Focus. Shinso noticed. You good? Izuku forced a quick smile. Just clumsy today. Shinso didn't reply. Just gave him a look. One of those quiet, unblinking stares like he was piecing something together but wasn't sure if it was his business to ask. It wasn't. And Izuku didn't offer anything more. A few minutes passed. Izuku returned to the counter, rearranging sugar packets with more focus than necessary. The cafe buzzed gently with small conversations. Peaceful. Ordinary. But he felt off. Like he'd left a window open in his mind and cold air was seeping in. Behind him, Shinso broke the silence again. You seem different today. Izuku didn't look up. Do I? Yeah. Quieter. And you're already quiet. Izuku gave a small smile without teeth. Bad dream? That made him pause, but just for a second. Nothing important, he said lightly. It happens. Shinso studied him for a moment, then leaned back in his chair and reached for the muffin. All right. That was it. No pressure. No lecture. No digging. Just all right. Izuku didn't realize how much he appreciated that until the tension in his shoulders loosened ever so slightly. The rest of the morning moved gently. Shinso stayed longer than usual, sipping tea and watching the world go by. Izuku returned to cleaning, checking the register, and moving about with the calm rhythm he'd built for himself. No one raised their voice. No one broke anything. No one questioned why Izuku flinched when he thought no one saw. And for now, that was enough. The afternoon crowd came and went. Office workers. Students. A local DLVY driver who always asked for whatever strongest and never clarified if he meant coffee or tea. A pair of pro heroes even stopped in low-key ones Izuku didn't recognize, but they followed the rules and left a generous tip. By late afternoon, the sunlight was starting to fade, washing the cafe in warm orange tones. Izuku was wiping down a table when the door slammed open with a loud bang. The bell above it nearly flew off the hinge. Yo nerd. You alive in here or what? Izuku didn't even look up. Hi, Kaken. Bakugo stomped in like he owned the place. His UA uniform jacket was hanging off one shoulder, his hair more explosive than usual, and he looked like he'd run the whole way over. He paused near the door, squinting around. Why is it so quiet in here today? It's always quiet in here. Yeah, but today it's like funeral quiet. Izuku finally looked up, raising an eyebrow. Do you want a coffee or a cookie or something? I want an answer, Deku. Bakugo strode to the counter. You look like you haven't slept. That's not new. I'm serious. Izuku sighed and poured him a cup of the house blend without being asked. He knew Bakugo wouldn't touch anything sugary, but he always accepted black coffee scalding, no cream, no sugar. Brutal, just like him. I didn't sleep great. That's all, Izuku said. It happens. Bakugo narrowed his eyes. Dream stuff again? Izuku's hand froze on the coffee pot just for a second. Bakugo noticed. You gotta stop bottling it up, man, he muttered. You think I didn't know you have nightmares about the sludge villain? Or after that rooftop? That rooftop being the moment All Might told Izuku he couldn't be a hero. Hard to forget. Izuku pushed the coffee toward him. I'm not bottling anything up. I just don't want to talk about it right now. Bakugo didn't argue. He just stared at him, tension crackling around him like static electricity. Then, in a rare display of restraint, he sat down. Fine. But I'm hanging out here today, he said, like it was some kind of punishment. You clearly SCK at taking breaks, and you look like you're gonna collapse. Izuku blinked. Staying? You have training. Done already. He kicked his feet up on a nearby stool. Besides, I know when something's off with you. You get all robotic when you're stressed. I do not. You didn't even argue when I kicked the door open. Izuku opened his mouth. Closed it again. Point taken, he muttered. Bakugo sipped his coffee and scowled. Needs more bitterness. It's literally black. It doesn't get more bitter. Exactly. They sat in companionable silence after that, Bakugo scrolling through something on his phone while Izuku returned to wiping down the already clean counter. But even without words, there was comfort in having someone there. Someone who knew not the full story maybe, but enough. Someone who didn't expect him to smile when he didn't feel like it. The bell jingled again, and Shinso slipped inside hood up, hands deep in his pockets. He blinked when he saw Bakugo. Bakugo glanced over. Purple. You again. Explodey, Shinso said flatly, then moved past him to his usual table. Izuku watched this exchange with a faint smirk. You two met already? Briefly, Shinso muttered, dropping into his seat. He threatened to blow up my backpack. Bakugo scoffed. You looked sketchy. I am sketchy. Izuku chuckled quietly, the first real smile he'd managed all day. And for a while, the cafe settled into a different kind of quiet, not the eerie stillness of earlier, but the soft, steady kind. Like a storm had passed, and calm was slowly creeping in. He was still tired, still a little haunted. But with Kaken guarding the front like a grumpy watchdog and Shinso brooding peacefully in the corner, the weight on Izuku's chest felt just a little bit lighter. It had been a calm kind of afternoon. The sunlight spilled across the wooden floors in lazy strips, and the quiet hum of soft music blended perfectly with the clink of dishes being washed behind the counter. Izuku had just finished wiping down the espresso machine, lost in the steady rhythm of his little cafe world. Slam. The door banged open, the bell above it rattling as if it were trying to flee. Guys! This is the place I saw on that cozy cafe thread. Isn't it cute? A blur of pink hair and boundless energy practically exploded into the room. Izuku's hands froze mid-motion as 4 loud teenagers piled in after her. One with jagged red hair, another with lazy black eyes and elbow tape, a blonde with a smile that screamed, "Trouble," and of course, the pink one in the lead. "Whoa," the redhead said. "This place is kinda peaceful." "Yeah, and it smells awesome," said the blonde, already peeking at the pastry display. "Do you think they sell secret menu items? That's a thing, right?" The pink girl Mina spun in place, beaming. "I knew this place would be perfect. Little indie cafe, aesthetic wood and plants, mysterious barista guy with green curls." Izuku blinked. "Hi." "Oh," she whipped around. "Are you the owner? The one who runs this place? You look young." "Stem. Cool. I'm Mina Ishido. These are my friends Kiri, Denki, Siro. We're from UA. And this is our first time here." Izuku gave a polite little nod, still a little caught off guard by the sudden energy surge. He was about to welcome them properly when, "Oi," came a familiar voice from the corner booth. "Keep it down, extras." Mina blinked. "Wait, Bakugo?" The whole squad turned. Bakugo sat with his arms crossed, expression as sour as ever, clearly not thrilled to be spotted. "What the hell are you all doing here? You know this place?" Kirishima asked. "Yeah." "So, bro, you've been coming to this cozy little cafe and didn't say a word?" Kaminari gaped. "What else are you hiding? Do you knit too?" "I'll blow up your stupid shoes." Mina gasped and spun toward Izuku. "Wait, you know Bakugo?" Izuku blinked again. "Why? We went to middle school together." "Oh," Siro drawled. "This just got interesting." "Shut up," Bakugo snapped, already marching over. "Don't make this weird." Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. He didn't know these people. They were loud. Friendly, sure, but he wasn't used to this. His cafe was usually a place of quiet comfort, not 5 teenagers exploring like it was a funhouse. "Do you want to order something?" he offered. "Yes," Mina said, instantly excited again. "Everything looks so good. You made all this yourself?" He gave a small nod. "I bake fresh every morning." Kirishima grinned. "Man, that's awesome. Respect." "Thanks." Bakugo returned to his usual seat, grumbling the whole way, while the rest of the squad piled into a booth and started arguing over who got which muffin. Izuku slowly relaxed. They were loud, yeah, but they were laughing. He could live with that. Later, as Mina took a selfie in front of the ivy-wrapped window and Siro filmed a silly video of Kaminari pretending to be a dramatic cafe reviewer, Izuku caught Bakugo watching the chaos with a flat, unreadable look. "You didn't tell them about this place," Izuku said quietly, coming over with his usual tray of drinks. Bakugo shrugged. "Didn't want to share." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "That it's quiet here," Bakugo muttered, glancing away. "They're loud." Izuku set the tray down. "They're your friends." "Yeah." "They're annoying." But he didn't look angry. "Not really." Izuku chuckled softly and returned behind the counter, a new warmth blooming in his chest. Maybe it wasn't so bad to let the noise in every once in a while. It was nearly closing time. The once warm, golden light of the day had melted into deep hues of indigo and quiet. Most of the lights inside the cafe had been dimmed, save for the soft amber bulbs behind the counter and the tiny fairy lights strung along the window. Izuku stood alone at the register, gently wiping down the counters for the fourth time that night. There hadn't been any customers for the past hour. The cafe always slowed down like this once the sky got dark. Most people were home by now. Izuku liked this time of day. The quiet, the solitude, the stillness of the air. So when the door opened with a soft chime and a breath of cold night air, it startled him. A figure stepped inside. Gaunt. Wearing a hooded jacket with the collar turned up, dark jeans, and staples? The stranger had visible scars, rough patches of skin stitched together along his neck and jaw. The air seemed to grow heavier the moment he stepped inside. Izuku blinked, instinctively straightening. Hi. The man's eyes were sharp, tired, blue. He looked around slowly, taking in the place. He said, voice low and rough. Didn't think it'd be open this late. We're still open for another 20 minutes, Izuku replied, carefully keeping his voice calm. You're welcome to sit. As long as you follow the rules. Right? The man drawled, stepping closer. No fighting. No discrimination. No property damage. His eyes flicked to the little sign by the counter. Guess that includes no burning stuff, huh? Izuku didn't flinch, but his grip on the cloth tightened slightly. Yeah. That, too. The man Dabi, though Izuku didn't know that yet, let out a low chuckle and sauntered toward a corner booth. He didn't seem particularly interested in causing trouble. Existing. Izuku waited a beat before cautiously asking, Can I get you something? Coffee? Something warm? Dabi leaned his head back slightly, eyes flickering toward the low lights above them. Black coffee. Nothing fancy. Coming up. Izuku moved quietly behind the counter. The soft hiss of the machine and clink of ceramic cups filled the air. He could feel the man's gaze on him but didn't look up. You're young, Dabi said suddenly. Izuku glanced over. I guess. You run this place alone? Yeah. Dabi let out a small exhale, somewhere between a scoff and a laugh. Must have been through a lot to end up here. Izuku didn't reply. He just set the black coffee on the counter and slid it gently forward. Here. Dabi rose from the booth and approached, wrapping scarred fingers around the mug. His hands were calloused, rough like they'd held fire too long. He took a sip and seemed surprised. Not bad. Izuku just nodded. Silence fell again. Not uncomfortable but not comfortable either. Just quiet. After a moment, Dabi set the cup down and tilted his head, eyes narrowing slightly as he studied the boy behind the counter. That you've got a weird aura, kid. Izuku raised an eyebrow. I get that a lot. Dabi smirked, sharp and thin. I bet you do. They stood there, two strangers in the glow of low lights and the scent of coffee beans. No names exchanged. No pasts unpacked. Just quiet acknowledgement. Dabi finished his coffee, set a crumpled bill on the counter, and pulled his hood back up. He paused at the door. Don't get yourself burned, he said softly. This world doesn't like people who make safe places. Then he was gone. Izuku stood alone again, the warmth of the cafe pushing back the chill Dabi left behind. He didn't know who that man was, but he had a feeling it wouldn't be the last time he saw him. Morning light spilled into the Greenlit cafe like a gentle wave, painting soft golden patterns across the wooden floors. The scent of warm pastries, fresh coffee, and cinnamon drifted through the air, wrapping around every corner like a comforting hug. Izuku had been up since dawn as usual. The scones were cooling on the wire rack. The cinnamon rolls were almost done. The espresso machine had been primed, wiped down, and tested twice. Everything was exactly where it needed to be. He was alone, but not lonely. The quiet hum of morning prep had become his rhythm. The bell above the door jingled, and Izuku turned instinctively with a polite smile. Hey, said a voice he was getting used to. Got any of those sweet bean buns today? It was Hitoshi Shinso, hood up, hands in his pockets, eyes still half asleep. Izuku blinked. You're back early. Shinso shrugged. Didn't sleep. Still. You're always here after noon. I was craving coffee, he muttered, ambling to the counter and eyeing the display case. This place. Izuku felt a small warmth stir in his chest. Well, you're in luck. I just finished a fresh batch. Shinso took a seat by the window, the same seat he always chose. Not too close to the door. Not too far from the counter. Izuku brought him a tray coffee, black, with a hint of nutmeg like he preferred, and 2 sweet bean buns dusted lightly with powdered sugar. You remembered, Shinso murmured, eyes flicking up. I remember everyone's order, Izuku said simply. It's my job. But it wasn't just that. It was comforting. Knowing these things. Remembering the tiny details. It made people feel welcome. That mattered. The bell jingled again louder this time, and Izuku turned in time to see the chaos arrive. Hey midoriya. Mina practically sang, holding the door open like a grand reveal. Guess who's back with more chaos? Izuku's eyes widened. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Shiro followed close behind, grinning like this was a field trip and Izuku was the teacher they were going to annoy for fun. Behind them, Bakugo stalked in, hands in his pockets, already glaring. Oi, extras, keep your volume down or I'm gonna staple your mouths shut with the cookie tongs. You said that yesterday, bro, Kaminari said cheerfully. And I meant it. Izuku sighed quietly and waved. Welcome back. Your muffins are like crack, Shiro said, leaning over the counter. Do you have a secret ingredient? It's cinnamon, Izuku said blandly. Lies, Mina whispered. The 4 teens swarmed a booth while Bakugo went to his usual seat in the corner with the air of someone enduring a punishment he half chose. Shinso quietly sipped his coffee, side-eyeing the chaos without getting involved. Izuku moved through the motions pouring drinks, warming scones, chatting when needed. But he didn't push conversation. He never did. He just made sure people had what they needed. A calm bubble in the middle of the storm. You good? Bakugo asked quietly when Izuku passed his table, delivering his bitter coffee and matcha muffin. Izuku blinked. Yeah. Why? You're tense. I'm always tense. Titi. Bakugo leaned back. I can tell the difference. Izuku didn't respond. But he let out a quiet breath once he returned behind the counter. He was okay. This was okay. It was loud, yes, a little overwhelming, but the cafe was full of life laughter, clattering forks, and heated debates about whether Shiro or Kirishima had better luck at claw machines. And then, the bell jingled again. Izuku looked up instinctively, but it was just a DLVRY some new ingredients. He signed quickly and returned to his post, eyes scanning the room as he always did. Still calm. Still safe. Still his. Late morning rolled into early afternoon, and the Greenlit cafe was still buzzing. Shinso had already left, nodding to Izuku with a quiet, thanks, on his way out. The Baku squad had also cleared out, dragged away by Mina after a heated debate about who owed whom a smoothie. Now, the cafe had settled into a gentle rhythm. Soft music hummed from the speakers, and a few regulars were typing on laptops or quietly chatting over pastries. Izuku was rinsing out the espresso pitcher when the bell above the door chimed again. He glanced up, expecting another student or salary worker. But instead, a swirl of violet and black entered the cafe like it was a stage. Tall heels, crimson lipstick, and a confident sway of the hips. Midnight. Izuku blinked once, then composed himself, reminding himself that a pro hero known for her charm had just walked into his shop on a Tuesday. She didn't hesitate, her eyes swept the room, and then she made a beeline for the counter. Good afternoon, darling, she said, her voice smooth and inviting. Izuku gave her a polite, professional smile. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Greenlit Cafe. What can I get for you? Oh, how proper, she mused, resting one elbow on the counter and propping her chin on her hand. Aren't you a sweet one? I'm the owner, Izuku said simply, used to odd reactions. My name's Izuku Midoriya. Let me know if you have any allergies. Midnight raised an eyebrow, amused. Straight to business, huh? He nodded. It's how I work. Her smile widened. All right then, Izuku. Surprise me. Something with a kick. And sweet. Like me. Got it. He turned, already moving to the espresso machine. Behind him, he could feel her eyes on him, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Just observant. Curious. Izuku whipped up a cinnamon mocha with a hint of chili powder for a spicy twist, dusted it lightly with cocoa, and added a side of lemon shortbread. When he set it in front of her, she looked genuinely impressed. "Oh, that smells intriguing," she purred. "You sure you're not trying to charm me, midoriya?" "Not intentionally," Izuku replied evenly. "But I'm glad you like it." Midnight laughed, genuinely, and took a sip. Her eyes lit up. Oh, this is divine." Izuku's lips tugged into a small, proud smile. "Thank you." She sipped again, more thoughtfully this time. "You're young, aren't you? Not even in UA?" "No. Shame. You'd make a great support team specialist." She paused. "You know a lot about people." "I know how to make them feel safe," he said softly, wiping down the counter. That gave her pause. She watched him a moment longer. "You really do, don't you?" Another sip. "I like this place," she said after a moment. "No pressure. No judgment. And the best coffee I've had all month." Izuku gave a tiny bow. "Come back anytime." "I will," she said, standing up and finishing her cup. "And next time, I want something decadent. Make me regret it." "I'll keep that in mind." She winked at him before sauntering toward the door. Just before leaving, she paused and looked back. "Oh, Midnight. Professor Kayama, technically. But you can call me Namuri if you really want to." Izuku blinked. "I think I'll stick with Midnight." Her laugh echoed as she left. Izuku stood quietly for a moment, the scent of cinnamon and cocoa still lingering in the air. Another day. Another hero. Another reason to keep this place running. The Greenlit Cafe wasn't just a business. It was a haven. And it was his. Late afternoon sunlight poured in through the cafe windows, casting golden streaks across the tables. The lull between rush hours was Izuku's favorite time, quiet, steady, predictable. He was restocking the front pastry case with lemon buns when the door chimed again. He didn't look up right away. "Be with you in just a sec," he called automatically, wiping a bit of powdered sugar off his fingers. "No rush," came a voice, smooth, easygoing, almost amused. "Looks like you've got a good thing going here." That voice. Izuku straightened slowly. Standing at the counter, hands in his pockets, leaning slightly to one side like he didn't have a single care in the world, was Hawks. That Hawks. Red wings tucked loosely behind him. Hair tousled. Visor pushed up to reveal golden eyes that sparkled with a kind of lazy sharpness. Izuku blinked. "Welcome to the Greenlit Cafe." Hawks gave a small, satisfied nod. "Knew I smelled cinnamon and peace of mind. Thought I was imagining it." Izuku's lips quirked. "You're not." He stepped behind the counter, back into professional mode. "Can I get you something? What do you recommend for a guy who's running on 2 hours of sleep and 3 press conferences?" Izuku considered. "Double-shot espresso with whipped cream. And something sweet. To trick your brain into thinking you're being nice to yourself." Hawks chuckled. "Man, you are good." As Izuku got to work, Hawks wandered over to the menu board, reading it without really reading it. His eyes were more on the shop itself, every little corner, every detail. "Didn't expect to find a place like this in the middle of the city," he said casually. "You run this by yourself?" "I do." "Impressive. You don't look much older than." "What, 15? Izuku didn't answer right away. Just added whipped cream with a careful swirl, then passed the drink over in a tall glass mug. 15 and a half, he said finally. Hawks whistled low. "And here I thought I was an early bloomer." He took a sip and raised his eyebrows. "Oh, that's dangerously good." Izuku gave a small, proud nod. "Glad you like it." Hawks didn't move away. Just leaned on the counter a little, wings shifting slightly with each breath. "Place is nice. Real peaceful. Strict rules?" Izuku nodded. "No fighting. No discrimination. No destruction of property. Doesn't matter if you're a hero, villain, or neither." Hawks looked at him over the rim of his glass. "That's bold. You ever had trouble?" Izuku shrugged lightly. "Not often. Not a lie. Just not the whole truth." The winged hero hummed, setting his drink down. You got guts, kid? Izuku said nothing. Hawks didn't push. Just let the silence settle, comfortable and quiet. After a moment, he reached into his jacket and pulled out a feather. Izuku blinked. Here, Hawks said, handing it to him. For luck. Or decoration. Or marketing. Izuku hesitated, then accepted it carefully. Thanks. No problem. He stretched, flexing his wings. Might drop in again sometime. Gotta keep an eye on the good spots, you know? You're welcome anytime. Hawks flashed a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. That's a dangerous thing to say to a guy like me. With that, he turned and headed toward the door. Just before stepping out, he glanced over his shoulder. Take care, midoriya. Izuku stiffened. He hadn't told him his name. But Hawks was already gone, red feathers catching the wind like sparks. Izuku looked down at the feather in his hand. Maybe it was for luck. Or maybe it was a warning. Either way, it was his now. The morning rush had faded into a soft hum of background music and gentle clinks of mugs and spoons. Izuku was wiping down the counter, content in the lull. He liked the calm, the way the cafe breathed with him, safe and predictable. Which, of course, meant that calm was about to get obliterated. The door flew open with a bang, and in stormed Katsuki Bakugo school uniform, jacket half-buttoned, scowl already in place, muttering under his breath. Izuku didn't even blink. Good morning, Kaken. Katsuki grunted. Shut up. Now. You're extra cranky today, Izuku said, already grabbing it. Rough morning? You mean every morning? I'm surrounded by idiots. He dropped into his usual spot at the bar with a thud and slumped dramatically onto the counter. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Did Mineta try to talk to someone again? No. Worse. Katsuki growled. Ashido's got some new group project idea for team building, and it involves karaoke. Karaoke, in front of the whole class. Izuku smiled to himself. I think you do great. You have a very powerful voice. I swear. And what's the rest of the class saying? They're all into it. Even Sparky. Like we've got time for this nonsense. Katsuki huffed and stared at the steam rising from his mug. They're all just extras. Running around like this is some slice of life anime. Izuku blinked slowly. Technically, this scene is kinda giving slice of life, you know. Katsuki's glare could have melted steel. You're lucky this coffee is good, he muttered. Izuku passed over a warm pastry just because. On the house. Teeth charity case. You stormed in like a tired dragon. You clearly needed a cinnamon roll. Katsuki didn't respond immediately, but he took the pastry. He always took the pastry. For a while, they sat in comfortable silence. Katsuki tapped a rhythm against his mug while Izuku checked on the simmering caramel. Then softly, Hey, you ever get bored of this? Izuku paused. Of the cafe? Katsuki didn't look at him. Yeah. Doing this every day. Same stuff. No explosions. No action. Izuku thought for a moment. No. I think I did enough exploding when I was younger. Katsuki finally looked up. There was a flicker in his eyes like he wanted to ask something but didn't know how. Instead, he just said, You're weird. Izuku smiled. You've said that every time you come here. Because it's true. Katsuki pushed the empty mug forward. More coffee. And don't skimp on the sugar. Yes, Kaken. And shut up. The Greenlit cafe was closed. It was a rare sight, almost shocking to the regulars. A few had stopped short outside the shop that morning, blinking at the handwritten sign taped to the glass door. Closed for the day, back tomorrow. Inside, everything was already spotless and still. The counters gleamed. The chairs were tucked in. The tiny whiteboard still had the last featured drink scrawled in green marker, Midoriya's maple matcha, limited time. Izuku stood on the sidewalk across the street, hands in his pockets. It felt strange not going in, like he'd forgotten something, an entire part of himself left behind. But he needed this. So he turned his back on the building he loved and walked into the city. His first stop was the bakery 3 blocks away. An older woman ran it, Her glasses always a little askew and flour dusted in her curly gray hair like snow. He didn't come often. Running his own cafe meant he didn't usually buy baked goods, but she greeted him like an old friend. Well, look who's free from his kingdom for once. Izuku smiled shyly. Hi, Ms. Hoshino. Just taking a break today. Good. You work too hard for someone your age. Sit down. I'm making you something sweet. He ended up with a warm chocolate croissant and a cup of tea he didn't order but somehow needed. He sat at a corner table by the window, watching people rush by outside. Ms. Hoshino didn't charge him. You've got kind eyes, she said simply, waving off his wallet. Reminds me of my son. He was a hero once. Came home one day and opened a music store instead. Izuku's throat tightened a little, but he just bowed and thanked her. After that, he let the city guide him. He walked without destination, stopping when something caught his eye. A street performer playing a violin with quirk-powered illusions of butterflies. A second-hand bookstore tucked in a basement. A tiny cat perched on a mailbox, sunning itself like royalty. Izuku found himself smiling. More than once, someone recognized him not as the quirkless kid from middle school or Deku, but as the barista from that peaceful little cafe near the edge of the commercial district. Hey, you're the guy from the Greenlit cafe, right? Those lemon scones changed my life, man. You still do that cinnamon honey latte? My roommate talks about it like it's a religion. He laughed, blushed, and thanked them all. One little girl even offered him a crayon drawing of the cafe with "Best place ever" scrawled in pink marker. Izuku folded it carefully and put it in his hoodie pocket. By early afternoon, he ended up in a local park, not the big touristy one with fountains and children screaming joyfully, but a quieter one. With a duck pond, benches, and too many squirrels. He settled on a wooden bench near the water, half hidden under a tree. Just as he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I thought you didn't know how to sit still. Izuku blinked his eyes open. Katsuki Bakugo stood a few feet away, hands jammed into his pants pockets, brows furrowed with what might have been concern in disguise. Kaken? Izuku blinked. What are you doing here? Lunch run, Bakugo muttered. Then I saw your frizzy head through a tree. Izuku gave a small laugh. That's not exactly subtle. You'd be surprised how often it works. Bakugo came closer, hesitating only slightly before flopping down onto the bench beside him. For a while, they sat in silence, the way only old childhood friends could. You really closed the place today? Bakugo asked, voice low. Yeah, Izuku said. Thought it was time. Been a while since I've had a day. Katsuki made a noise in his throat like an annoyed scoff, but he didn't argue. Instead, he reached into his bag and pulled out a slightly warm paper bag. Here. Izuku blinked. What's this? Taiyaki, Bakugo muttered, avoiding eye contact. From that place you like. Izuku's chest tightened with gratitude. Kaken. Thank you. Shut up, Katsuki replied gruffly. Just eat it. Izuku took a bite. It was warm and sweet, and he realized he hadn't stopped smiling for most of the day. Later, Bakugo left for a group training session, muttering about extras and their coordination problems. Izuku lingered in the park a little longer, sketching drink ideas in a tiny notepad he kept in his pocket. A voice startled him mid-sketch. Mind if I sit? He looked up to see Tsuyu Azui, holding a small bento box and wearing her casual hoodie instead of her school uniform. Oh, sure, go ahead, Izuku said quickly. Tsuyu sat quietly, then offered him a rice ball from her lunch. You looked like you could use a snack, she said. Actually, just had taiyaki. I brought extras. Izuku laughed softly and accepted. Thank you. She nodded, and they ate together in a comfortable silence, one that didn't need to be filled. You're kind, she said suddenly. Izuku blinked. Huh. You didn't ask why I was here or what I'm doing outside school. You didn't talk just to fill the air. Oh, sorry. I like that, she finished, interrupting softly. Izuku felt a warm flush. Oh. Tsuyu finished her bento. Your cafe is nice. It feels safe there. He felt that familiar swell of something deep in his chest. That's all I want it to be. She stood. Then you're doing a good job. With a small wave, she left. The sun dipped low by the time Izuku wandered back toward home. He passed the market again, waved to Ms. Hoshino, who was sweeping outside, and detoured past a florist just because the window display made him smile. The streetlights flickered on, one by one. He found himself standing behind the cafe before he even realized it. The back alley was quiet, a little breezy. No cars, no customers. Just the back door, the recycling bin, and the familiar outline of the building that meant safety. He didn't go inside. He just looked up. He didn't know why. Some instinct. Some twinge of awareness. And there, on the roof, a figure. Wings tucked behind his back, catching the last bits of golden light. Pucks. The pro-hero stood still, arms folded, his gaze directed toward the cafe, toward Izuku. Watching. Neutral. Unreadable. Izuku didn't move. Hawks tilted his head slightly in greeting. And then, with a barely audible flutter of feathers, he vanished over the roofline. Izuku stepped forward slowly and found something small fluttering at the back entrance. A single red feather. He bent down and picked it up gently. It was warm in his hands, almost like it held a heartbeat of its own. His mind raced. Was this a warning? A thank you? Check-in? He didn't know. But something about it made his pulse slow instead of spike. He tucked the feather into the pocket of his hoodie, next to the crayon drawing from earlier. When he finally entered the cafe, he didn't turn on the lights. He just stood in the dark for a moment, breathing in the scent of wood polish and honeyed coffee. His sanctuary. His cafe. His home. The rain had come and gone that morning, leaving the streets of Mizudafu washed and glistening under a pale afternoon sun. The clouds had thinned out just enough to let light trickle through the windows of the Greenlit cafe, soft and golden across the counters and tabletops. Izuku was behind the counter, a pale green apron tied around his waist and a pencil tucked behind one ear. The scent of fresh cinnamon rolls lingered faintly in the air, mingling with the smooth hum of the cafe's old record player spinning a mellow jazz track. A few regulars dotted the room, a pair of college students whispering over notebooks in the corner, a quiet office worker nursing an espresso and reading a paperback. It was calm. And then the door opened with a soft chime. Izuku didn't look up right away. He was mid-pour, focused on filling a takeout cup without spilling any foam. "Welcome to the Greenlit Cafe," he called out gently, his usual line. "You can take a seat anywhere, I'll be with you in..." Turned. His voice caught in his throat. Skinny All Might stood just inside the doorway. Not the towering figure from billboards and commercials, but the real one. Worn thin, drawn around the edges, wrapped in a long coat with the collar turned up. His cheeks were a little hollow, eyes tired, and his once proud hair was pulled back into a low, neat ponytail. He wasn't trying to draw attention. Sunglasses hung loosely from one hand. For a moment, neither of them said a word. Izuku's heart did something strange in his chest. Not panic. Not joy. But a quiet twist, like something old turning over beneath his ribs. All Might looked around the cafe slowly, as if he were seeing a ghost. "This place yours?" he asked finally, his voice just above a whisper. Izuku nodded once. "Yeah." All Might gave a faint, dry smile. "I thought I recognized the name. Greenlit." A beat passed. "You remembered?" Izuku asked, surprised. He hadn't expected that. Hadn't expected him at all. "I don't forget many things, midoriya." Izuku flinched at the name. Not because it hurt, but because it sounded so distant now, like a title that didn't fit anymore. He cleared his throat and gestured to the bar seats. "You can sit if you want. I'll get you something warm." All Might sat carefully, like he wasn't used to stillness. "Surprise me." Izuku went to work. It gave him something to do with his hands. He didn't know what to say. This was the man who had shattered his childhood dream in a single sentence. The man he had idolized, cried over, chased through city streets. And now, he was just another customer. Izuku made a honey black tea with milk and a slice of lemon, gentle, comforting. He slid the cup forward without ceremony. All Might took it with both hands. "You've grown," he said softly. "You were just a kid when we last talked." Izuku gave a quiet chuckle, not bitter. Yeah. I guess I had to. The silence stretched again. Not hostile. But careful. You didn't. Go to you, All Might said slowly, as if unsure whether to bring it up. Izuku shook his head. Didn't see the point after that conversation. All Might's shoulders slumped slightly. Izuku didn't press. He didn't need to. He wasn't angry, not anymore. He had made peace with the path he'd taken. The cafe was his. His work. His dream. And no one, not even All Might, could take that from him. I didn't come here to rehash that, All Might murmured, fingers tightening slightly around the cup. I heard about this cafe through the grapevine. Pro and villain friendly. No fighting. Just peace. That's the goal, Izuku replied. No costumes. No quirks. Just people. A quiet nod. All Might sipped his tea, a hint of surprise crossing his face. This is really good. Izuku smiled faintly. Thanks. For a while, they simply existed in the same space, two people who had once meant the world to each other in different ways. The sound of the record player filled the gaps. Outside, the street buzzed with life, but inside, time felt slower. Eventually, All Might spoke again. You've created something good here. Something real. Izuku didn't look up as he wiped down the counter. I'm trying. You succeeded. They fell into silence after that. All Might finished his tea slowly, stood quietly, and placed a few crisp bills under the empty cup. He didn't linger or say goodbye. Just nodded once, an old soldier's salute, and slipped out into the street. Izuku stood still behind the counter for a moment, unsure of how to feel. But he didn't feel broken. That had to mean something. Later that night, the cafe was dark, closed for the evening. The wind rustled gently through the alley beside the building, brushing past the rooftop like fingers through hair. Perched on a nearby ledge, a single feather, red and light as breath, quivered in the breeze. It shifted, twitched once, and listened. Morning broke slow, gray, and quiet. The kind of day that felt suspended in time, neither warm nor cold, neither sunny nor rainy. Just still. Izuku opened the cafe as usual. He unlocked the door with practiced ease, flipping the closed sign to open with a soft click. The scent of roasted beans and vanilla hung in the air from the prep the night before. He walked through the space like always, flicking on the lights, adjusting chairs, setting trays into the pastry case. Everything was normal. But something in the atmosphere felt off. He paused by the espresso machine, fingers tightening around the portafilter. His eyes drifted toward the front windows, where the overcast sky glared dully through the glass. Nothing there. He shook the feeling off. It wasn't unusual to feel uneasy now and then. Maybe he was just tired. He'd stayed up late sketching menu ideas and hadn't really eaten properly that morning. Still, the feeling lingered like steam that refused to dissipate. By 8:15 a.m., the first few regulars came in. Mrs. Kondo, who always asked for her tea just barely hot. A teenager in his hero school uniform, clearly not UA, but enthusiastic all the same. A salaryman who never said a word, just nodded gratefully and typed away at his laptop. Izuku wore his usual smile, his apron tied neatly around his waist, and served them all with practiced grace. He was wiping down the counter when it happened. A movement in the corner of his eye, barely a flicker. He glanced up, half expecting to see someone standing at the door, but there was no one there. Instead, it was something else. A single crimson feather rested near the far end of the window bench. At first, it looked like decoration, too clean, too sharp. But Izuku knew birds didn't leave feathers like that. Not that color. Not that size. And definitely not tucked into the crease of a windowsill as if it had been placed there. He slowly approached it, dried cloth still in hand. He stared at the feather. His fingers hovered above it before he finally picked it up. It was weightless. Warm to the touch. Too warm. He turned it over once, then again, glancing around the shop. No one noticed. Everyone was chatting, sipping their drinks, minding their business. But his heart was racing. He knew about hawks. Of course he did. Everyone knew Japan's #2 hero. But he also remembered something small he had read once in a quiet corner of the internet. Hawks could see through his feathers. Hear through them. Feel vibrations. Monitor. Izuku swallowed and gently slipped the feather into his apron pocket. He didn't panic. Didn't even flinch. But now he knew. He was being watched. Not maliciously. Not violently. But purposefully. And he had no idea why. The rest of the day passed with a thread of tension pulled taut just beneath the surface. Izuku kept smiling, kept making drinks and taking orders, but his eyes darted toward reflective surfaces more often. He watched shadows outside the windows. Rooftops. Nothing appeared out of place. But every so often, he'd swear the air shifted like a presence brushed past the cafe, just close enough to notice, but far enough not to see. When evening came and the last customer waved goodbye, Izuku stood alone in the quiet shop, back against the counter, staring at the feather in his palm. Why would a pro hero keep an eye on him? What was Hawks looking for? Was he here for protection? Or suspicion? The lights buzzed faintly overhead. Izuku sighed and tucked the feather away again. He moved through the end-of-day tasks slower than usual, wiping down tables, sweeping, resetting the display case. Outside, the city was already dimming. Streetlights blinked on in staggered rhythm. He'd just turned the cafe's sign to closed when the bell above the door rang. Izuku's head snapped up. Someone stepped inside, despite the sign. Familiar. A flash of patchwork skin and a bored, slow blink. "Yo," Dabi said, stepping inside as if he hadn't just ignored the closed sign completely. Izuku didn't move. "I was about to lock up," he said evenly. Dabi's eyes drifted over the interior, unbothered. "Saw the light still on. Thought I'd drop by. You always keep it this warm in here?" Izuku crossed his arms. "It's a cafe, not a freezer." Dabi huffed a quiet laugh. "Fair." He made no move to sit, just stood near the doorway, shadows from outside casting strange shapes across his jaw. Izuku tilted his head slightly. "You planning to order something?" "Yeah." Dabi finally moved, slow and casual, toward the counter. "You still got that cinnamon tea? You mean the one you said tasted like hot dirt?" Izuku asked. The pause. That's the one." Izuku turned to make it without another word. Despite everything, despite the tension still humming in his bones from the feather earlier, his hands moved with practiced ease. "Hot water. Infuser. A touch of honey. Rough day?" he asked without turning. Dabi snorted. "You could say that. Villain work tiring?" "Everything's tiring." Izuku placed the tea on the counter. Dabi didn't pick it up right away. He just stared at the steam curling from the mug. "This place," Dabi said quietly, "smells like peace. Like it shouldn't exist." Izuku wasn't sure how to respond to that. He watched as Dabi finally lifted the mug, the steam brushing against his stitched jaw. They didn't speak for a minute. Then Dabi glanced up, his pale blue eyes unreadable. "You ever get the feeling you're being watched, midoriya?" Izuku's heart jolted. He gripped the counter slightly tighter. "Yes," he said slowly. Dabi smirked just a flicker. "Maybe it's nothing. Or maybe it wasn't." Izuku didn't reply. He just watched as Dabi took a long sip of tea, sighing like he hadn't tasted warmth in years. For the first time that day, Izuku felt colder than the air around him. Outside, a feather fluttered down from the rooftop and landed silently in the alley. The soft hum of the espresso machine filled the morning air of the Greenlit cafe. Light filtered through the front windows in golden S, casting a warm glow over the polished counters and neatly arranged tables. The smell of coffee beans, fresh pastries, and subtle hints of vanilla wafted through the space, weaving a comforting, familiar atmosphere. Izuku Midoriya stood behind the counter, dressed in his usual forest green apron over a black t-shirt, his hair slightly tousled from the early rise. His eyes were clear, calm, and content. He wiped down a few mugs with a cloth, humming a little under his breath to the quiet tune playing from the small speaker near the register. It had been a steady morning. A couple of regulars had come in, an older woman who always ordered chamomile tea and sat by the window with her book, and a construction worker who liked his coffee black and his bagels plain. There were no big hero cameos, no villains lurking in shadows. Just the gentle rhythm of daily life. Katsuki had dropped by an hour ago, grumbling about the new group project Aizawa-sensei had assigned. "They're all extras, I swear," he snapped, sliding into the stool at the bar. "One of them said we should do a musical presentation." "A musical, Deku?" Izuku laughed behind his hand. "Well, Kaken, I'd pay to see that." Katsuki made a noise like he was about to explode, but it was followed by the tiniest twitch of a smirk. He didn't stay long. Just grabbed a spicy miso bun, a drink, and muttered something about needing to survive this hell before heading back out. Izuku watched him go with a fond smile. Moments like that felt normal. And normal was precious. Midday brought in a handful of new faces, a couple of office workers, and even a pair of high school girls who squealed when they realized the cafe had been trending online. "Oh my god, this is it. The one with the peaceful vibe rule list," one of them whispered loudly. Izuku chuckled politely and took their orders. 2 iced matcha lattes and a chocolate croissant to share, right? They giggled. "You're like the sweetest barista ever." "Thank you. I try my best." He didn't mind the compliments, but he never let them sink too deep. They were for the cafe, not him. Not really. As the afternoon waned and the soft blue tones of early evening began creeping in, the customers dwindled. A few lingered with laptops, typing away quietly, while others trickled out with murmured thanks and full stomachs. Izuku busied himself cleaning up behind the counter, refilling napkin holders, wiping down the display case, and noting what needed restocking. The cafe closed at 7 today. Sundays were always quieter. At 6:50 p.m., the bell above the door jingled one last time. Izuku glanced up, half expecting someone running late. It was no one familiar, just a man in a trench coat who glanced around briefly, realized the cafe was about to close, and gave a polite nod before leaving again. Once the door clicked shut behind him, Izuku locked it, flipped the sign to closed, and let out a soft sigh. He stood in the middle of the shop for a moment, letting the silence settle in. The stillness of the empty cafe was something he'd grown to love. It was like the walls themselves breathed in sync with him. "All right," he muttered to himself, stretching his arms over his head. "Time to do a little shopping." He headed upstairs to his small apartment above the cafe, simple, clean, and just cozy enough. He changed into a dark green hoodie, pulled up the hood, and slid his wallet into his pocket. The nearest late-night convenience store was about a 15-minute walk. Not too bad. He needed milk, eggs, and some extra matcha powder. Maybe some fresh fruit if they had any. The moment he stepped outside, a heavy wind tugged at his hood. He looked up. The clouds had rolled in without him noticing, and the sky was a shade darker than it should have been. "Please don't rain yet," he whispered. It rained. 5 minutes into his walk, a sudden downpour drenched the street like the sky had opened a floodgate. Izuku yelped and ducked under a tree, already soaked. Of course. Still he pressed on. He wasn't going to let a little rain stop him. He'd weathered worse. By the time he reached the store, he was dripping. The cashier gave him a pitiful smile but didn't say anything. Izuku grabbed what he needed quickly and made his way back with his paper bag tucked inside his hoodie. 15 minutes. It felt like an hour. His shoes squelched with each step as he finally unlocked the door to the cafe and stepped inside. Water pooled on the welcome mat behind him as he shut the door, locking it again. "Great," he muttered, shivering slightly. He kicked off his soaked shoes and padded into the kitchen. The bag was damp but not ruined. He began to unpack quietly, stocking the fridge and the pantry. Eggs on the second shelf. Milk in the door. Matcha powder into the tin. Each motion was rhythmic, grounding. Familiar. Once everything was put away, he grabbed a towel from the back room, dried off his hair as best he could, and trudged up the stairs. His socks left wet footprints on the wooden floor. A hot shower was the reward. The steam filled the bathroom quickly, and the heat chased away the chill in his bones. He stood under the water for a while, letting it wash away the ache in his shoulders, the cold in his fingers, the weight of the quiet night. When he finally stepped out, changed into dry clothes, and crawled into bed, the clock read 9:27 p.m. Just as he was drifting off, a feather barely visible in the corner of the room shifted in the faint breeze from the window. Unseen. Silent. Watching. Outside, on a rooftop across the street, A pair of golden eyes watched the darkened cafe windows. A small smile tugged at the corner of the pro-hero's lips. "So, that's how you spend your night off," Hawks murmured to himself. "Interesting." One feather fluttered softly back toward his coat. He didn't move. Didn't need to. Just observed. And waited. Because something about that cafe, about the quiet, kind-eyed boy running it, kept pulling his attention back. Even if he didn't understand why. Not yet. But he would. So, the morning light streamed through the cafe windows, warm and welcoming. The usual sounds of the city filtered in from outside, but within the Greenlit cafe, all was still and calm. Izuku's alarm clock went off, its usual beep echoing in the quiet space. His hand reached out automatically, silencing it with practiced ease. However, this morning felt different. His body didn't want to get up, and his eyes were heavy. There was a dull ache in his head and a tightness in his chest. As if the cold from the night before had taken hold of him, but he pushed those thoughts aside. It wasn't the first time he'd woken up feeling a little off. With a groan, Izuku dragged himself out of bed, though his legs felt unsteady. He wasn't sure if it was the exhaustion from the previous day or something else, but he wasn't going to let it stop him. The Greenlit cafe was his responsibility now, and he couldn't afford to slack off. He shuffled to the bathroom, splashing water on his face and brushing his teeth, trying to shake off the fogginess. Even as he looked at his reflection in the mirror, he could tell something wasn't quite right. His skin had a pallor to it, and his hair was messier than usual. His tired eyes stared back at him. He should have gotten more sleep. But there was no time to dwell on it. He was already running a bit late. The cafe needed to open by 7 a.m., and he was already 30 minutes behind. Izuku took a deep breath, pulling on his usual cafe attire, a green apron over his simple black t-shirt, and hurried downstairs. As he stepped into the cafe, the familiar scent of fresh coffee beans and pastries filled the air. It was a comforting smell, one that always made him feel grounded. But today, it didn't seem to help as much as it usually did. He started his morning routine, sweeping and mopping the floors, restocking the pastries, and making sure everything was ready for the opening. His movements were slower than normal, his body feeling heavy as he worked. Each task seemed to take twice as long as it should have, but he kept pushing through, refusing to let his exhaustion show. By the time the clock struck 7 o'clock, the cafe was spotless and ready for customers. Izuku, however, still felt off. He hadn't been able to shake the fogginess in his head, and his muscles were sore, as though he'd run a marathon. But the cafe was open now, and he needed to focus. He would deal with his fatigue later. The first few customers trickled in, and Izuku did his best to greet them warmly. "Good morning, welcome to the Greenlit Cafe," he said with a tired smile. His voice sounded hoarser than usual, but he hoped no one noticed. The first hour of business went by without incident. Izuku worked slowly but steadily, serving drinks and snacks, making small talk with regulars. But as the morning wore on, the sense of unease in his body didn't fade. It felt as though his head was floating just above his body, disconnected from his movements. Even the slightest tasks, like brewing coffee or preparing pastries, felt harder than usual. His hands were shaky, and his chest tightened whenever he tried to take a deep breath. He could tell he wasn't at his best, but he couldn't let himself collapse now. There were still customers to serve, still work to do. It wasn't until around noon, just as the lunch rush began to die down, that the sickness finally hit him hard. Izuku was walking toward the counter, carrying a tray of drinks, when a wave of dizziness struck. His vision blurred for a moment, and his legs wobbled beneath him. He gripped the counter to steady himself, but a deep, nauseating wave of fatigue swept over him. His head throbbed, and a cold sweat broke out across his forehead. He had to stop. His stomach turned, and he quickly set the tray down before stumbling into the back of the cafe. His breath was shallow as he leaned against the wall, his chest tight. This wasn't good. Izuku closed his eyes, trying to steady himself, but it felt like everything around him was spinning. He took a few deep breaths, but it didn't seem to help. His body was betraying him, and there was nothing he could do about it now. He leaned against the counter, clutching it for support, but he couldn't seem to gather the strength to continue. That's when the door to the cafe opened, and a familiar voice broke through his foggy haze. "Hey, Izuku!" Hitoshi Shinsu's voice called from the entrance. Izuku blinked, trying to focus on the familiar face of his friend. Shinso had been coming into the cafe every now and then since he'd first visited, but today, something about him felt different. Maybe it was the way Shinsu's expression shifted as he took in the sight of Izuku struggling to stay on his feet. "Shinso!" Izuku greeted weakly, forcing a smile as he straightened up. "Hey, what can I get you today?" Shinso didn't respond immediately. He stepped closer, his eyes scanning Izuku's flushed face with a scrutinizing gaze. "Are you okay?" he asked, voice tinged with concern. "I'm fine," Izuku lied, his voice a little too soft to convince anyone. He tried to steady his breathing, but his body refused to cooperate. Shinso raised an eyebrow. "You don't look fine, Izuku. You're pale." Izuku shrugged it off, though it took more effort than it should have. "Really, I'm okay," he repeated, forcing a smile. "Just tired, that's all." Shinso wasn't convinced. He didn't say anything. He just made his way to the counter and ordered his usual hot chocolate and a cinnamon roll. Izuku moved slowly to prepare it, his hands trembling slightly as he grabbed the mug and began to pour. But as he made his way to Shinsu's table with the order, it hit him again this time, much worse. The dizziness returned, stronger than before. His vision blurred once again, and this time, his legs didn't hold up. The tray slipped from his hands, and before he could catch himself, he collapsed to the floor. Everything went black. "Izuku!" Shinsu's voice snapped him back to reality, though it sounded far away. He tried to open his eyes, but his body refused to cooperate. His head was spinning, and his stomach churned. Shinso knelt beside him, his face a mixture of confusion and concern. Izuku's body felt like dead weight in his arms as he gently helped him sit up. "Izuku, what's going on with you?" Shinso muttered, rubbing a hand over his face. "You need to take care of yourself." Izuku could barely hear him, his vision swimming. He tried to speak, but no words came out. His temperature was rising rapidly, and he could feel the heat radiating off him like an oven. The few customers in the cafe were staring at them, their concern evident. Shinso glanced around and stood up abruptly, addressing them. "You all need to leave," he said firmly. "This place is closed for the day." There was no argument. One by one, the customers filed out, murmuring under their breath. They didn't need to be told twice. As the door shut behind the last customer, Shinso locked it and moved to Izuku's side again, his face tight with dread. He crouched down and checked Izuku's forehead. His temperature was burning hot now, feverish. Shinso couldn't stand seeing his friend like this. He was too stubborn to admit he needed help, and now it was clear just how bad he'd been feeling all morning. He quickly scooped Izuku into his arms, lifting him with surprising ease despite his lanky frame. "I'm taking you upstairs," he muttered. "You need to rest. Don't fight me on this." Izuku was too exhausted to protest, and he let Shinso carry him up the stairs to the apartment. The room was quiet and dimly lit, the faint smell of coffee lingering in the air. Shinso gently laid Izuku down on the bed, pulling the blankets over him. He then hurried downstairs to grab some water and a thermometer. He had to make sure Izuku was going to be okay. As Shinso checked his temperature again and wiped his forehead with a cool cloth, he couldn't help but think how reckless Izuku was. How he tried to keep the cafe running despite being sick. He was always so determined to keep things going, even when it wasn't good for him. Shinso sighed, his fingers brushing through Izuku's hair gently. "Rest, Izuku. I've got you now." The cafe would have to wait. For now, Izuku needed to focus on getting better. And Shinso wasn't going anywhere. The apartment above the Greenlit cafe was quiet, save for the occasional rustling of blankets and the soft hum of the refrigerator. The usual sounds of the city cars, people talking, the general bustle of life seemed a world away, muffled behind the thick walls of the cafe's upstairs quarters. Hitoshi Shinso had never been in the cafe apartment before. He hadn't even imagined he'd end up here, much less have to take care of Izuku while he was sick. But here he was, sitting at the edge of the bed, keeping an eye on the sick cafe owner who had practically collapsed in his arms just hours ago. Shinso wasn't sure what had happened. He'd been visiting the cafe like he usually did, chatting with Izuku, ordering his regular hot chocolate, when suddenly the cheerful young man had just fallen. One moment he was smiling, the next, he was unconscious on the floor. The sight had sent a cold shiver through Shinso. He'd never seen Izuku look so vulnerable before. The normally energetic, determined man who ran the cafe had been reduced to someone who needed help just to sit up, someone who couldn't even take care of himself anymore. And for some reason, it made something tighten in Shinso's chest. He glanced at Izuku now, who lay in the bed, curled beneath the covers. The pale green color of his face had given way to a flushed red hue as his fever seemed to rise and fall with the passing hours. He was still unconscious, his breath shallow but steady. But even in sleep, Izuku's presence was overwhelming. His heart seemed to radiate warmth, as if the very air around him was infused with a quiet energy. Shinso hadn't expected to find himself in this situation. He had never imagined taking care of someone else, let alone someone as stubborn and independent as Izuku. He wasn't exactly the nurturing type he'd learned to keep to himself over the years, relying on his own skills and instincts. But seeing Izuku like this? It was different. He reached over and gently adjusted the blanket, making sure Izuku was comfortable. Izuku didn't stir, but the faint smile on his lips, even in sleep, made Shinso's chest tighten a little. Izuku always smiled like that, genuine, soft, a little awkward, but always there. It was like he had an endless reservoir of warmth that he could pour into anyone around him. And yet, he never took time for himself. Never admitted when he was struggling. Shinso sighed, brushing a stray lock of hair off of Izuku's forehead. He had never really known Izuku outside of their cafe exchanges. He was a regular, someone Shinso saw every few days, someone who was always there with a friendly smile, ready to listen, ready to serve. He'd never imagined the kind of depth Izuku carried within him. Now that Izuku was in this state, Shinso felt a sense of protectiveness stir in him, one that he couldn't quite shake. It was strange. He didn't know why it affected him like this. But seeing Izuku, who was so selfless and kind, struggling sick, he couldn't just leave him to deal with it on his own. He knew he had to be there. The rest of the day passed in a blur of mundane tasks, bringing Izuku water, checking his temperature, making sure he had enough blankets, and occasionally wiping the sweat off his brow. It felt like a routine, though not one that Shinso had ever thought he'd be following. The idea of taking care of someone else had never really occurred to him. But now, as he sat by Izuku's bedside, listening to the soft sounds of his breathing, he couldn't imagine doing anything else. As the afternoon stretched on, the fever didn't seem to improve much, though it didn't get worse either. Izuku's condition remained stable, but his body was clearly exhausted. Shinso stayed close, watching over him as best as he could. It was just before sunset when Izuku finally stirred. His eyes fluttered open, his vision blurry for a moment as he tried to make sense of the room around him. The first thing he saw was Shinso's worried face, his brow furrowed in concern as he sat by the bedside. "Shinso?" Izuku mumbled weakly, his voice hoarse. What happened?" "You passed out," Shinso replied quietly, his voice almost soft as he reached for a glass of water. "You've been running a fever all day." Izuku's tired green eyes met Shinso's, and for a moment, there was a lingering silence between them. Izuku looked like he was about to say something, but the words didn't come. He took the water Shinso offered him, slowly sipping it as he tried to gather his thoughts. "He didn't mean to worry you," Izuku finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. Shinso gave a small, lopsided smile. "You didn't worry me." His tone was light, but there was something deeper behind it. "It's just, I'm not used to seeing you like this." Izuku swallowed the water, his hand trembling just slightly. "I didn't want to make you feel like you had to stay." He lowered his gaze, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "You didn't have to do all this for me." Shinso's eyes softened as he leaned forward slightly. "Izuku, don't be ridiculous. You passed out in front of me. I wasn't just going to leave you alone." Izuku blinked, confusion etched on his face. "But you don't even know me that well. I mean, we've only talked a few times." Shinso chuckled softly, the sound warm and inviting. "Yeah, but that's the thing. I've been coming here for months now. We talked. I've seen you at your best, and I've seen you push yourself beyond your limits. So yeah, I care. He paused as if weighing his next words. You may not realize it, but you have this way of getting under people's skin, you know? Izuku's cheeks reddened further, but he didn't pull away. He simply looked at Shinso, his eyes wide and uncertain. It was rare for him to let someone in like this, to open up to someone who wasn't already part of his inner circle. But with Shinso, it felt easy. It felt natural. I'm sorry for worrying you, Izuku mumbled again, though there was a warmth in his voice now, one that wasn't just from the fever. I really don't know what I would have done without you here. Shinso smiled softly, his eyes locking with Izuku's. No need to apologize. Just get better, okay? Izuku nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Thanks, Shinso. I really appreciate it. The two of them sat in comfortable silence for a while, the only sounds in the room being the soft hum of the air conditioner and Izuku's occasional cough. Shinso stayed by his side, keeping an eye on him while occasionally asking if he needed anything. Izuku wasn't used to this kind of care, but it felt strangely comforting. As the night stretched on, the room grew darker, and the soft glow of the streetlights outside filtered in through the windows. Shinso remained in the chair beside Izuku's bed, his head resting on his hand as he quietly watched Izuku doze. He'd never expected to feel this way about someone. Never expected to feel so protective, so invested. But here he was, watching over someone who had become more important to him than he'd ever thought possible. Maybe it was the way Izuku had taken care of him when he was struggling, small acts of kindness that hadn't gone unnoticed. Maybe it was the way he had always been there, steady and reliable, despite the weight he carried. But tonight, as Shinso stayed at Izuku's side, a small but undeniable feeling began to stir in his chest. He had a feeling that maybe, just maybe, there was more to their friendship than he had realized. And that, for the first time in a long while, made him feel something other than the usual detachment. Something more personal. Something more important. The next morning, the cafe was filled with the usual scent of fresh brewed coffee, the faint notes of pastries baking in the oven, and the quiet hum of conversation between early customers. The Greenlit cafe had opened at its usual time, but the atmosphere today was different. Lighter. Almost as if the cafe itself was breathing a little easier. Izuku woke up feeling like a new person. His fever was gone, and though he was still a bit tired, there was an unmistakable energy that filled him, a buoyancy he hadn't felt in days. After the fever had broken, he had enjoyed deep, uninterrupted sleep, allowing him to finally get some rest. It wasn't often he could afford to take a full break, but when he had, he found how much his body had needed it. And now, he was ready to return to his routine. Though he still wasn't at his full energy, he felt much better than the day before. His steps felt lighter as he moved around the cafe, preparing everything for the opening of the shop. The mopping, the sweeping, the restocking, all of it felt effortless today. For once, Izuku didn't feel the weight of the cafe pressing on him. There was no rush, no exhaustion tugging at his bones. A calm that spread like warmth through the shop. Shinso had insisted on staying with him for the morning, but after a solid 15 minutes of assuring Izuku that he was fine, he had finally left the cafe. If you're sure, Shinso had said, his voice uncertain but gentle. I'll come by later, okay? Izuku had smiled, a warm, grateful smile, and assured him he was perfectly fine. It had taken a little more convincing, but Shinso had left reluctantly, promising to check in later. Now, standing behind the counter, Izuku found his fingers tapping a rhythm on the countertop, his eyes scanning the customers who had already started trickling in. There was a sense of lightness in his chest, an energy that felt like it had been dormant for so long. It was almost like he was waking up for the first time in a long while. And it didn't go unnoticed. As the regulars filtered into the cafe, they all sensed it. The subtle change in the air, the shift in the energy. Izuku's usual quiet and reserved demeanor was still there, but there was a spark in his eyes, a warmth that spread through the room like a gentle wave. His smile, which had always been kind, now held a genuine radiance. He moved with ease as though he could breathe for the first time in days. He wasn't forcing anything, wasn't pushing himself too hard, and the customers could feel it. "Morning, Izuku." Mina Ashido greeted cheerfully as she entered, her usual bubbly demeanor a perfect match for the light atmosphere of the cafe. Izuku looked up, his face lighting up in response. "Good morning, Mina. How are you today?" "Great," Mina responded, sliding into a seat at the counter. "Just came to get my usual, don't want to miss out on a good start to the day." Izuku chuckled and moved to prepare her order, but before he could get to it, a loud voice cut through the chatter. "Hey Deku, how's the sick little hero feeling today?" Izuku's head snapped up, and there, standing at the door with a wide grin, was none other than Bakugo Katsuki. He strolled in confidently, his usual scowl in place, but there was something less aggressive about him today. Maybe it was the fact that Izuku was looking better, or maybe it was the way the cafe was just calm today. "Shut up, Kaken," Izuku grumbled back with a small, playful smile, though his cheeks flushed slightly from the teasing. "I'm feeling a lot better." "Thanks for checking in on me yesterday," Izuku said, a hint of gratitude in his voice. Bakugo snorted but remained silent. He walked up to the counter, leaning on it as he scanned the cafe, seemingly searching for something to critique. However, seeing Izuku looking better made him hesitate. "I thought you were going to collapse with that fever," he muttered, his tone softer than usual. "Good thing you pulled through. Now I don't have to drag you out of here." Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. "I'm fine really. You didn't have to worry about me." Bakugo shot him an unamused look, but there was a flicker of something behind his eyes, perhaps relief at seeing his old friend back on his feet, or just the fact that they were talking like this. Still, he grumbled, "Whatever. Just don't get sick again. It's annoying." Izuku laughed a little louder at that, and for the first time in a while, it felt natural, unforced. He had missed this. Missed them. Before Izuku could say anything else, the door jingled, and a new customer entered. The moment Izuku's gaze shifted to the door, he froze. His heart skipped a beat at the sight of the newcomer, an imposing woman with short, silver hair and sharp eyes that seemed to pierce through the air itself. She wore a white, form-fitting jumpsuit, her muscled arms crossed over her chest. Her presence filled the room like a shockwave. "Mirko," Izuku whispered under his breath. Mirko, the pro hero, the rabbit hero. She was someone Izuku had always admired, someone he never expected to see in his humble cafe. And now here she was, walking in with a slight swagger, her powerful frame filling the entrance. "Whoa, what is Mirko doing here?" Bakugo muttered from beside Izuku, his eyes wide in surprise. Izuku quickly shook his head, trying to recover his composure. He couldn't let Mirko see that he was caught off guard. "I don't know, Kaken. Maybe she's just here for coffee." Mirko's gaze swept the room before landing on Izuku behind the counter. A grin spread across her face as she walked up, the sound of her boots echoing with each step. "Hey kid," she greeted, her voice deep and commanding. "I've heard a lot about this place. Figured I'd check it out." Izuku felt his heart race, his palms sweating as he wiped them quickly on his apron. Really? Welcome to the Greenlit Cafe, Mirko. What can I get for you?" Mirko chuckled, the sound almost like a growl. "What do you recommend?" She leaned over the counter, her sharp gaze catching Izuku's a little too closely. "I've had a lot of coffee, but I'm in the mood for something different today." Izuku cleared his throat, trying to keep calm despite the pressure. "Well, we have a great special today, caramel macchiato with a twist. It's one of our most popular drinks." Mirko raised an eyebrow. "Sounds good. I'll take it." Izuku nodded and immediately set to work, feeling the heat in his cheeks. It was Mirko, the rabbit hero, and she was sitting right there, ordering coffee. The nerves were practically buzzing inside him, but he didn't let it show as he prepared her drink. Bakugo, on the other hand, was staring at Mirko, obviously impressed by her presence. "What the heck? You actually came in here?" he muttered under his breath, more to himself than anyone else. Mirko shot him a smirk. "Got a problem with it, little dynamite?" Bakugo snorted but said nothing more, turning his attention back to his drink. As Izuku set the caramel macchiato down in front of Mirko, He offered her a nervous but genuine smile. Here you go. I hope you like it. Mirko grabbed the cup, inspecting it with a critical eye before taking a sip. Her eyes lit up, and for a moment, there was a look of approval on her face. Not bad, kid. You've got a decent hand for this stuff. Izuku felt a little surge of pride at the compliment. Thank you, Mirko. It means a lot coming from you. Mirko chuckled, leaning back in her seat. You've got a good cafe here. Don't let it go to waste. The conversation settled into a comfortable rhythm, with Mirko chatting about the cafe's drink offerings, Bakugo's occasional grumbling in the background, and Izuku doing his best to keep the energy up in the shop. For once, the cafe felt alive in a way it hadn't in a long time. As the door to the cafe swung open and the last of the morning customers filed in, Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of contentment. He had made it through the tough days, and now, with Mirko's visit and the light, easy energy of the cafe, it felt like everything was finally falling into place again. Even as a familiar feather brushed against the window outside, carrying an unseen presence, Izuku smiled, unaware of the silent watchers around him. Today was a good day. The cafe was busy, the usual flow of customers coming and going. It was a warm afternoon, the air heavy with the soft hum of conversation and the clinking of coffee cups. Izuku moved behind the counter, his usual smile in place as he greeted familiar faces and took orders. Shinso had come by earlier that morning and was sitting near the window, nursing his coffee in peace. The peaceful rhythm of the cafe made it feel like the world outside didn't exist. But today, there was an undercurrent, a subtle shift in the air. It was like something was brewing in the background, waiting to come to the surface. Izuku hadn't noticed it at first, too caught up in the mundane tasks of keeping the cafe running smoothly. He had been working for hours, making sure the customers were satisfied, making small talk with regulars, and running his usual routine without a hitch. But somewhere, deep inside, a small, nagging feeling was creeping up his spine. It was the kind of feeling you get when you know something's off, but can't quite put your finger on it. It wasn't until a sudden, familiar voice cut through the air that Izuku snapped out of his thoughts. Well, if it isn't little midoriya. Izuku froze. The voice was unmistakable. His body tensed, his breath hitching in his throat. He hadn't heard that voice in years. It was a voice he had desperately tried to forget. Turning slowly, Izuku's heart raced. The door had opened, and standing there in the doorway, looking like he had just walked out of Izuku's nightmares, was his father. Izuku's father Hisashi Midoriya stood in the doorway, a smug look on his face, like he had never left. Hisashi was tall, wearing a slick, dark coat and a smile that didn't reach his eyes. The same cold eyes that had haunted Izuku for so long. It had been years since he'd seen the man. Since he'd left when Izuku was 13. Hisashi had never been a part of Izuku's life, too focused on his own work and career to care about his family. Izuku's heart raced, his thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. The last time he had seen his father, he had been a shadow of a man afraid and broken. It had taken everything in him to leave the past behind when his mother passed away. But now, standing in front of him, was the man who had abandoned him. The man who had turned his childhood into a nightmare. What do you want? Izuku managed to say, his voice barely above a whisper. Hisashi's lips curled into a smirk as he stepped inside. I've been hearing some things about you, son. About this little cafe of yours. Hisashi's eyes roamed the room, lingering for a moment before returning to Izuku. Looks like you've done well for yourself. Running a cafe all on your own. Quite the turnaround from the kid who couldn't do anything without help. Izuku felt a chill run through him. He didn't want to engage in this conversation. He didn't want to hear his father's voice again. But the words stuck in his throat. The anger and resentment were building inside him, and yet there was something else too, a strange ache, the kind you feel when you haven't been seen or acknowledged by the person who should have been there for you. But he didn't need that now. He didn't need him. What are you doing here? Izuku repeated, his tone steadier this time, though the tremor in his voice was unmistakable. Hisashi seemed to notice the tension in Izuku's body, the way he gripped the counter. He chuckled darkly. I was in the area and thought I'd check in. You know, see how my son's doing. After all, it's not every day I get to see you, huh? Izuku flinched at the word son. It sounded hollow and empty coming from him. Hisashi had never been a father, not really. Not the kind of father Izuku had needed. Leave, Izuku said, his voice sharper now. You're not welcome here. Hisashi raised an eyebrow, his smirk unwavering. No need to be rude. I'm just trying to be a part of your life again. You know, make up for lost time. He stepped forward, but Izuku took a step back, his heart racing as memories flooded back the shouting, the hurt, the neglect. Hisashi wasn't a man to apologize. He never had been. Just leave, Izuku said again, his voice tight with restraint. He felt like he might snap if he didn't get away from his father soon. But Hisashi wasn't finished. I see your little cafe's become quite the popular spot, huh? Heroes and villains alike. You think you're better than me now, don't you? You've got all these people who care about you, and here I am, just trying to check in. But I guess you've outgrown me, huh? The words stung more than they should have. Izuku clenched his fists, fighting to maintain his composure. He couldn't let his father see how much it hurt. Not now. Not after everything he'd been through. Before he could respond, Shinso's voice cut through the tension. Is everything okay here? Shinso had been watching from his usual spot by the window, his eyes narrowing at the scene. Izuku couldn't even glance in his direction. He couldn't let Shinso get involved, not like this. Izuku forced a smile, though it felt strained. Yeah, it's fine. But a family thing. Hisashi turned to Shinso, sizing him up. Oh, another one of your friends, midoriya? He said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. How sweet. Shinso didn't take the bait. I'll be out of here if you don't need me, Izuku. But if you need to talk or anything, I'm here. Izuku's chest tightened at the offer, but he nodded silently, his focus now entirely on his father. He wasn't about to let this man ruin his cafe, not again. Hisashi snorted. What? You've got someone to fight your battles for you now? How pathetic. Izuku's pulse raced, but he held his ground. No. I've just got friends who know how to treat me right. Hisashi's eyes flashed with something unreadable before he straightened up, smirking once more. Whatever. I didn't come here for a lecture. He turned to leave, pausing just before he exited. I'm sure we'll see each other again, son. Just don't think you're too good for me now. I'll be around. And with that he was gone. Izuku stood there for a moment, motionless, his fists still clenched. The silence in the cafe was almost deafening. He hadn't realized how tightly he'd been holding his breath until he let it out in a sharp exhale. His hands were shaking slightly, but he quickly shoved them into his pockets, trying to regain some sense of control. Shinso stood up, walking over to him with a concerned look on his face. Izuku, are you okay? Izuku nodded, though it wasn't convincing. I'll be fine. But Shinso wasn't convinced. I know it's none of my business, but you don't have to face this alone, you know? Izuku gave him a small smile, though it was shaky. I know. Thanks, Shinso. The day dragged on after that. Izuku moved through it mechanically, his thoughts elsewhere, his attention split. He had never thought he would have to deal with this again. Not after everything he had built. But now, with his father's shadow looming over him once more, Izuku wasn't sure what to feel. It was a quiet night at the Greenlit cafe. The chairs were turned upside down on the tables, the floor had been swept twice, and the soft hum of the refrigerator was the only noise accompanying Izuku as he scrubbed the last of the coffee stains from behind the counter. He let out a soft breath, taking a moment to appreciate the stillness. Today had been busy but fulfilling. The kind of day that made him feel like he was doing something right. He flicked off the lights, save for the warm glow from the hanging lamp above the espresso machine. His hoodie hung loosely over his shoulders, sleeves pushed up just past his elbows. He was about to head upstairs when it happened. The air shifted. A chill rushed in where there had been none. Before he could react, a swirling mass of darkness opened in the middle of the room, splitting reality open like a zipper. A hand shot out from the black void and grabbed his wrist. What? He gasped, stumbling backward. But it was too late. The portal yanked him in. Izuku landed hard on a cold concrete floor, his breath knocked out of him in a gasp. He scrambled to his feet, heart racing, vision still spinning. He found himself in a warehouse. Dim lighting, tall ceilings, and dust floating in the air like lazy snow. Standing just a few meters away were the League of Villains. Dabi leaned against a support beam, arms crossed. Toga twirled a knife in her fingers, her smile unsettlingly wide. Spinner adjusted the grip on his sword. Compress tipped his hat with a theatrical courtesy. And Shigaraki stood at the front, his hand twitching as if itching to unleash chaos. Izuku midoriya, Shigaraki said, his voice a mix of disinterest and threat. We need to talk. Izuku's body tensed, but he didn't run. He couldn't. You could have just knocked, he said hoarsely. Toga giggled. Where's the fun in that? Shigaraki took a step forward. Why are you running it? Cafe that lets villains walk in and sit next to heroes. Izuku frowned. Because everyone deserves somewhere safe to exist. To breathe. To be without violence. Even scum like us? Spinner asked. Izuku nodded slowly. If they follow the rules, yes. Shigaraki's laugh was dry and humorless. Do you know what the commission thinks of you? You're letting people with blood on their hands sit around sipping lattes next to pro-heroes. That's a threat to their illusion of order. I'm not taking sides, Izuku replied quietly. I just wanted a place where people weren't defined by their pasts. Where maybe they could figure out who they want to become. Dabi stepped forward, eyeing Izuku with an unreadable expression. That's cute, kid. Real cute. But the world doesn't work that way. Sooner or later, that dream's gonna bite you. It already has, Izuku murmured. But I'm still here. They fell silent at that. The League hadn't expected this, a quirkless kid, alone, who didn't flinch at the sight of villains. Who didn't scream or beg. Who just stood there and said things that twisted their chests in uncomfortable ways. Toga tilted her head. You're weird. I get that a lot. What's in it for you? Compress asked, more curious than suspicious now. Izuku shrugged. Peace. Maybe kindness. Maybe if someone has a reason to sit and drink coffee instead of fight, they'll choose it. Spinner looked down, silent. Shigaraki still looked unconvinced. So you're not gathering intel? You're not baiting us? No, Izuku said firmly. I just make coffee. Dabi chuckled. And yet here you are. In a den of murderers. I didn't ask to be kidnapped, Izuku said dryly, then added, but I'm not afraid of you. That made Shigaraki pause. No fear, he echoed. Not even a little? I've already lived through worse. Another silence fell, not hostile or tense, just contemplative. Toga slipped her knife away. You remind me of someone, she said. Is that a good thing? Maybe. Shigaraki stepped back. I still don't trust you. Izuku nodded. I don't need you to. Dabi's gaze lingered on him. You're different, midoriya. You're either the stupidest kid I've ever met or the bravest. Can't I be both? Dabi barked a short laugh, genuinely amused. All right, Shigaraki said at last. You've said your piece. You're not our enemy. For now. And you're not mine, Izuku said. Another beat passed, and then Shigaraki motioned to Kurogiri. A portal began to open beside them. You'll be returned to your precious little cafe. But remember, midoriya, if you ever cross us, there won't be a second chat. I understand. As Izuku stepped toward the portal, Toga skipped up beside him. Next time, maybe we come for coffee, If you follow the rules, he said. Toga winked. Deal. He vanished into the portal. The bell above the cafe door chimed softly as Izuku stumbled back into his shop. He looked around, checking to make sure everything was still intact, and locked the front entrance behind him. The silence was heavy, different now. He was alone again. He walked upstairs slowly, shoes soggy, limbs aching, head swimming with a dozen emotions. He had survived the League. And they had listened. That, more than anything, gave him a strange sense of hope. From the rooftop across the street, a single feather drifted down, settling against the window pane. Hawks narrowed his eyes from the shadows, arms crossed over his chest. So even they're paying attention to you now, he muttered. Interesting. There was something disarming about the Greenlit cafe. It wasn't the scent of rich espresso that hung in the early air like a promise. It wasn't the soft hum of low jazz that threaded between table legs and whispered against the windows. It wasn't even the strange cast of people who gathered their students, retirees, pro-heroes, and villains. It was him, Midoriya Izuku. Hawk's Kigo Takami, commission hero number 2, watched from a nearby rooftop, legs dangling casually over the edge. A single feather hovered high in the eaves of the cafe, angled just enough to pick up voices through the buzz of machines and the clink of ceramic. He could hear the scrape of chairs, the polite thank yous, and every quiet word that left the boy's mouth. And yet, even with all that intel, Hawk still couldn't figure him out. Observe. Record. Report. That's what the commission had said. Their tone wasn't suggestive. It was final. They didn't like it, this place. They didn't like that criminals were allowed to share coffee with citizens. That Dabi had been seen exiting the building more than once. That Shigaraki's people might one day stroll through those doors, order a macchiato, and sit peacefully beside a mother and her child. It tainted the image of justice, they said. But to Hawks, it looked like peace. Or at least something like it. He leaned back against the ledge, staring up at the afternoon sky. Below, the cafe was alive, laughter bubbling from behind the counter, warm chatter filling every available seat. He could hear the cafe owner's voice now, chipper despite a recent cold, his tone patient and genuine as always. "Take your time, no rush," Izuku was saying to a customer. Hawks had heard him say it a dozen different ways, to dozens of different people. It didn't matter who walked through the door. The energy didn't shift. The boy didn't judge. And maybe that's what the commission was afraid of. Because Izuku Midoriya was doing what the world couldn't. He was making villains. Human. Relatable. Harmless, even. And in a world where the line between good and evil defined entire industries, that kind of compassion was dangerous. But Kigo had never been good at seeing the world in black and white. That was something the commission drilled into him: heroes versus villains. Order versus chaos. Pick a side and don't ask questions. Yet now, here he was, watching a quirkless 15-year-old kid serve coffee with more grace and compassion than most top-tier heroes. And he was supposed to shut it down. He remembered the briefing like a bad dream. It wasn't long ago. The boardroom had been cold, sterile. A few files lay open on the table. One of the reports featured a boy with green hair. "We believe the Greenlit cafe is becoming a hub for villain activity," a woman in a gray suit said, her fingers laced neatly on the table. "Your mission is simple: observe the owner, collect evidence, and determine if this business poses a risk to public safety." He raised an eyebrow. Midoriya Izuku? Isn't he just a kid? Exactly. Which makes his connections all the more concerning. He may be a pawn or something more dangerous. Dangerous? That didn't seem right. But Hawks nodded, played the role, and accepted the assignment. Weeks into it, he began to question what game the commission was really playing. Below, the cafe was winding down. Customers filtered out, waving their goodbyes. Izuku swept the floors as he always did, a cloth over his shoulder, eyes slightly tired but content. A soft hum escaped his lips as he wiped the counter. No guards. No threats. Just a boy running a cafe. The feather picked up snippets of conversation. "Thanks for stopping by, Mr. Sato. I'll have those honey pastries next week. Have a good night, Izuku." To us. Normal. Too normal. And that normalcy began to gnaw at Hawks like a loose thread in a tight uniform. If this was villainy, if this was what the commission considered tainting hero society, then what did that say about the society he devoted his life to protect? He frowned. Something else bothered him. Not just the peace of it all, but the fragility. Izuku was a good kid, but he was still just that, a kid. Vulnerable. Alone. And should the commission deem the cafe a threat, Hawks knew what would come next. They wouldn't just ask him to watch. They'd ask him to act. Night settled over the city like a velvet blanket. Stars blinked overhead. The streets were quieter now. Izuku flipped the sign to closed and locked the door. Hawks followed with his eyes, tracking the boy's movements like a hawk literally. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, Izuku wiped down the windows from the inside, pushed in a few chairs, then turned off the lights one by one. The cafe's interior glowed faintly in the dark, a little lighthouse on an otherwise empty street. Then something happened. The boy paused at the door, stood there for a moment, looked up. Hawks went still. His feather froze mid-hover. Izuku's eyes lingered near the rooftop just for a heartbeat. Like he'd felt something, heard something, or maybe it was just coincidence. Then he turned away and disappeared up the narrow stairs to his apartment above. The light flicked on upstairs. Kigo exhaled slowly. He pulled his hood tighter around his head, wings ruffling behind him. His feather floated back to him like a loyal companion, settling into his wing with a faint shiver of air. The commission's words echoed again in his mind. Determine if this business poses a risk to public safety. So far it didn't. If anything, it was a risk to their narrative, a crack in their polished glass. Because if a kid with no quirk, no backing, and no power could build something like this, then what did that say about the rest of them? About the heroes who stood on pedestals and called themselves society's salvation? Hawks wasn't sure anymore. He stood, stretching, gaze still fixed on the window above the cafe. He didn't report in that night. Didn't type up the notes. Didn't tell them about the League's rumored interest in midoriya, or the whispers he'd heard about Dabi's late-night visits. Instead, he let the silence speak. And for the first time in a while, Hawks found himself hesitating. Because somewhere deep down, he wasn't sure if he was watching a target anymore or a spark. One small, flickering light that could change everything. He just hoped the commission wouldn't snuff it out before it had a chance to burn. The sky was dusky, violet bleeding into a deeper blue as Kigo sat perched on a rooftop overlooking the modest little cafe that had become far too interesting lately. His wings twitched slightly, feathers lazily drifting in the breeze around him, detached, yet very much alive. One was nestled in the corner of the cafe's ceiling. Another behind a flower pot near the counter. A third, pressed thin between the wooden floorboards upstairs. He had eyes everywhere. Greenlit cafe, he muttered to himself, his voice dry. What are you hiding? From what the commission could tell, the place was suspiciously neutral. Suspiciously welcoming. A haven for villains, vigilantes, even the occasional wandering hero who was off-duty. The word they used was contamination, that the cafe blurred lines society worked so hard to keep clean. They didn't want a public space where villains could sit next to heroes and laugh over cups of coffee. And they sure didn't like how peacefully it all worked under the rule of a quirkless 15-year-old boy. Kigo shifted on the ledge, drawing his hood up as wind pulled his golden hair back. He couldn't risk being recognized. Not here. Not when everything he was doing sat on a knife's edge between orders and instinct. He tapped his earpiece twice. No activity tonight, he said, keeping his voice low. Owner closed up a few hours ago. Still inside. One guest earlier. Nothing else since. Static crackled back before a clipped voice replied. Continue surveillance. The commission wants an update report on Monday. Any sign of League activity again? Negative. The pause. Then, don't get attached, Hawks. He didn't answer. The cafe lights were dim now. Only the faintest orange glow seeped out from behind the curtains. He watched a shadow move, Izuku, likely heading upstairs for the night. That kid ran the whole place alone, top to bottom, sunup to nightfall. Hawks had watched him scrub the floors while humming some old pop song under his breath. Had watched him soothe a crying child while serving customers. Had seen him, more than once, pull a villain aside and gently tell them they couldn't bring that attitude into his space. He wasn't soft, that was the thing. Not at all. He was calm. Level. Sometimes devastatingly serious. Especially when he thought no one was looking. Kigo's lips thinned. Izuku midoriya reminded him of a lot of people he'd lost. People who smiled too much. People who tried to fix everything even when they were falling apart. He hated that the kid made him care. He shifted position again and turned his gaze toward the feather behind the register. Its audio feed buzzed to life in his ear. Silence at first, then the rustle of blankets. A sneeze. A soft cough. Still recovering from that fever, huh? Kigo sighed, rubbing at his temple. The night Izuku collapsed, he'd nearly dropped the mission entirely. One of the feathers had felt the kid hit the floor. He'd caught the vibration of panic. Heard Shinsu's voice calling out, "Midoriya." He shouldn't have cared. He wasn't supposed to care. But his wings had tensed that night, every fiber of instinct screaming to move. He didn't, of course. Just gritted his teeth and kept listening while the purple-haired kid handled it. He was still managing it now, in small ways. Visiting daily. Watching out for him. That annoyed the commission. Too many pro-heroes were sniffing around that place now. Midnight. Best genist. And if rumors were true, even Aizawa had stopped in once. The commission saw the cafe as a spreading fire. And Hawks was their extinguisher. But standing up here, night after night, hearing the soft music through the windows and the sound of laughter, quiet conversations, a lonely piano playing in the background. It didn't feel like a threat. It felt like a shelter. He folded his wings tighter around himself, eyes narrowing. Izuku Midoriya was an enigma. No quirk. No support. No sponsors. No protection. And yet, he'd survived alone since 13. The kid had built a community from scratch without powers, without violence, without fear. He set rules and people followed them. Even villains. Even the League. Kigo had been shocked when his feathers picked up that conversation between Midoriya and Dabi. That night had been tense. Too tense. Dabi, full of fire and snarling sarcasm, yet there had been respect in the way he eventually left. Even Dabi didn't break the cafe's rules. That said more than any intel report ever could. Another voice crackled in his ear. "Report. Hawks, are you still?" He cut it off, pulled the earpiece free and tucked it into his coat. He was tired. Tired of pretending he wasn't watching over the boy instead of watching him. It was well after midnight when Kigo descended from the rooftop. He dropped softly into the alley, feathers tightening close to his shoulders like a protective shawl. He glanced at the darkened windows of the cafe. A feather fluttered free from his wing and slid under the door. Just one. Just enough to check in. He wouldn't interfere. Not yet. Not unless the League came calling again or unless the commission sent someone worse than him. But he was done pretending he was neutral. Because somewhere along the way, this mission had shifted. It wasn't about shutting the cafe down anymore. It was about making sure no one else tried to. The sun was barely starting to rise, casting a faint golden hue over the quiet streets of the city. The Greenlit cafe's windows reflected the early light, signaling the start of another day. Inside, the soft hum of the refrigerator and the occasional clink of porcelain cups created a peaceful atmosphere. Izuku Midoriya, despite a somewhat rough night of restless sleep, had already been up for hours. He had cleaned, restocked, and gotten everything ready for the day. It was still too early for any customers, but he always liked having a quiet moment to himself before opening the doors to the world. As he wiped down the counter, Izuku's mind wandered back to the events of the past week, the way his health had plummeted out of nowhere, how Shinso had taken care of him without hesitation, and how the cafe had felt even more like a sanctuary than ever. Despite the occasional tension of villains and heroes both frequenting his space, it felt like a safe haven. A place of peace where everyone, regardless of their past, could share something as simple as a cup of coffee. The doorbell jingled, and Izuku turned, startled. He didn't expect anyone so early. Standing in the doorway was none other than Shota Aizawa, his scruffy hair falling messily around his face as he adjusted his scarf, a look of mild annoyance on his features. He wore his usual dark, slightly oversized UA jacket, and his tired eyes scanned the cafe before meeting Izuku's gaze. "Yo," Aizawa said with a small grunt, his tone gruff but not unfriendly. Izuku blinked in surprise. "Aizawa-san. Welcome. I thought you would have been at work." "I'm off today," Aizawa explained, stepping inside and shedding his jacket. "Thought I'd stop by for coffee." His gaze swept over the cafe, noting how clean and orderly it was. "You're already up and at it." "Yeah, I try to get everything ready before opening," Izuku responded, a little shy under Aizawa's intense stare. "I didn't expect anyone so early though. You didn't have to come all the way here." Aizawa grunted again, this time as though to acknowledge that he had done it of his own accord. He walked over to the counter, pulling out a chair and sitting down without asking. Well, I thought it'd be nice to get out of the house. Been a while since I've had a proper coffee, and you seem to know your stuff. I hear your cafe's a bit of a local gem. Izuku chuckled, a little embarrassed. I'm still learning, but I guess I'm getting better at it. He went to grab a clean cup and began preparing a simple drip brew, his hands moving with practiced ease despite the earlier exhaustion. So, how's everything at UA? Busy. You know how it is, Aizawa said, folding his arms. His eyes softened slightly, but his expression remained neutral. And you? How's the cafe going? Izuku paused mid-pour, looking down into the cup. It's going well. Everyone seems to like it here. I've had some regulars even. He laughed softly. My dream is turning more into reality every day. Aizawa's lips twitched, as if the comment had softened something deep inside of him. He didn't respond immediately, allowing the air to remain comfortable even if slightly awkward between them. As the coffee brewed, Izuku focused on the familiar rhythm, trying to keep his thoughts occupied. When the cup was finished, Izuku placed it in front of Aizawa with a small smile. Here you go, sensei. Hope it's to your liking. Aizawa eyed the coffee for a moment before taking a sip. His eyes lit up ever so slightly, a rare show of approval. Not bad, he muttered. Izuku beamed, the praise making his day feel just a little bit brighter. So, Aizawa continued after a long pause, setting the cup down, I was thinking of helping you out. You know, with the place. He sat back in his chair, a more genuine tone slipping through his usual gruffness. You work yourself pretty hard. Doesn't hurt to have a hand sometimes. Izuku's eyes widened. Help? But I'm fine. I can handle it. I know you can, Aizawa said, his tone softening. But that doesn't mean you always should. Look, I'm not one to make a big fuss about things. But it's clear you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself, running this cafe on your own. Izuku hesitated. I guess. It's just that this place is so important to me. I want to make sure it stays open and that everyone who comes in feels welcome. I get it, Aizawa replied with a quiet understanding. You're doing more than just running a business. It's a place of refuge for people. He paused, glancing down at his cup as if collecting his thoughts. I can respect that. Izuku's heart swelled. The fact that Aizawa, his mentor, his teacher, understood him so well was overwhelming. He had always been the kind of person who didn't ask for help, not wanting to burden anyone with his responsibilities. But with Aizawa here, offering his assistance, something inside him felt lighter. The realization that he wasn't entirely alone in all of this was something he hadn't realized he needed. I'd appreciate that, Izuku said after a moment, a shy smile forming on his face. Really, I would. But I don't want to take up too much of your time. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. I'm not doing anything today, and you're right, this place is important. Let me pitch in. Izuku hesitated for a moment before nodding. If you're sure. Aizawa stood up and walked over to the counter, his eyes scanning the area before he grabbed a cloth and started wiping down the countertops. Izuku watched him for a moment, still trying to process how easy this was. How natural it felt. After a few moments, Aizawa looked up. So, you've been doing this all by yourself? No help? Izuku scratched the back of his neck. Well, Kaken has helped me when he can. Sometimes the regulars pitch in with cleaning after hours. But yeah, mostly I do everything myself. That's a lot for one person, Aizawa noted, a rare softness in his voice. He then placed his hand gently on top of Izuku's head. You're doing good, problem child. He continued wiping down the counter as if it was the most casual thing in the world. Izuku couldn't help but watch him for a few moments, feeling the warmth of Aizawa's rare fatherly gestures. It was hard to remember sometimes that Aizawa wasn't his biological father. The man had been a constant figure in his life since they first met, guiding him not only through the chaos of being a hero but through the complications of his own personal life. Aizawa was his mentor, his friend, and perhaps, in his own way, he was becoming something like a father to him. The quiet moments stretched on. Eventually, they finished cleaning together, and Izuku stood back, his heart full. You know, Aizawa said, his voice gruff again as he set down the cloth, I never thought I'd be spending my day off doing this. But it wasn't so bad. He glanced at Izuku, who was now standing across the room, his hands behind his back and a proud smile on his face. Izuku laughed softly. I'm glad to have you here. Really. You're always so busy, so having someone around like this, someone I can rely on, means a lot. Aizawa didn't respond immediately, but the silence between them was comfortable, warm. After a few moments, he sighed and rubbed at his face. All right, kid. Don't make me do this again though. I'll never hear the end of it. Izuku smiled, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I won't, I promise. They both stood there for a few seconds longer, and for the first time in a long while, Izuku felt like everything was going to be okay. Like the weight of the world didn't have to rest on his shoulders alone. Thanks, Aizawa-san, Izuku said quietly, his voice full of gratitude. Aizawa, ever the stoic figure, looked at him for a moment. Then, with a rare softening of his features, he grunted. Don't mention it, kid. The rest of the morning was peaceful, the cafe filled with the sound of quiet chatter and the clinking of cups. As customers filtered in, Izuku couldn't help but smile a little brighter than usual. With Aizawa's unexpected support, the day felt like a small victory, a victory that didn't feel so lonely. And as the cafe buzzed with life, Izuku realized something important. Sometimes, it wasn't about doing everything yourself. Sometimes, it was okay to let people in. Especially people like Aizawa. The Greenlit cafe opened like any other morning. The scent of roasted beans, the hum of conversation, the occasional clink of cups and saucers, all familiar comforts Izuku clung to. It helped him forget the nightmare from the night before, or at least pretend it hadn't left him drenched in sweat and unable to sleep. The dream had been hazy, yet clear in the worst places. A hand gripping his wrist too tightly. His back pressed against a wall. Words slurred and cruel. Laughter that made his skin crawl. He shook it off, focusing instead on pouring a perfectly frothed latte for a customer and offering his usual warm smile. By midday, the shop had mellowed out. Hitoshi hadn't stopped by today, and part of Izuku wondered if that was for the best. He didn't want to explain why he looked a little more tired than usual, or why his smiles weren't as quick to reach his eyes. The bell above the door chimed. Izuku looked up, and his heart skipped a beat, not in a good way. A tall man walked in, graying at the temples, dressed in a sharp gray coat and polished shoes that didn't belong in the cozy atmosphere of a quiet cafe. He smiled like he owned the room. Like he recognized Izuku. But Izuku didn't place him at first. Just that he felt. The man approached the counter slowly, eyes scanning the space with casual disinterest before settling on Izuku. Nice place, he said. His voice was smooth. Too smooth. Thank you, Izuku said, forcing politeness. What can I get for you? The man's eyes flicked across the menu. You've got good taste. Surprising, given your background. Izuku blinked. Sorry. Oh, nothing. I'll take a black coffee. No sugar. Izuku nodded slowly, hands moving almost automatically to prepare it. His stomach twisted, though he didn't know why. Something about the man's voice, the way he stood, set him on edge. His words danced on the edge of familiarity. The man accepted the drink with a smile. You look just like your mother, you know. That stopped Izuku cold. His hand jerked slightly, nearly tipping over the sugar jar. Sorry, do I know you? Izuku asked carefully. The man took a sip of coffee, eyes never leaving him. You wouldn't remember me. But I knew your father. Izuku's throat went dry. He remembered now. The man wasn't always clean-shaven and well-dressed. He used to wear oil-stained jackets, smoke cheap cigarettes, and his breath always stank of whiskey. He had a mean streak that flared in the quiet of their apartment, just after doors clicked shut and the yelling started. Flashback. Izuku was 8. His hands trembled as he tried to clean up the broken plate on the floor, the shards cutting into his small palms. The man towered over him, not shouting, but speaking in that calm voice that always came right before the worst happened. You're clumsy, just like your mom, the man had said, leaning in. She got what she deserved, and so will you if you don't learn some respect. He grabbed Izuku's chin too tightly, fingers digging in. Your father keeps you around out of pity. Remember that. The pain, the fear, the shame of crying in silence, all of it rushed back to him. And flashback. Izuku snapped back to the present as the man's voice cut through his thoughts. You've done well for yourself. Bet your father wouldn't believe it. He chuckled, the sound sour in Izuku's ears. I think you should leave, Izuku said quietly, forcing his voice to stay calm. The man smirked, his grip on the counter tightening slightly as he leaned in. You always were a little sensitive. Shouldn't get so upset. You wouldn't want to ruin this nice little place, would you? Izuku stood frozen. He could feel his pulse pounding in his neck, his stomach tightening. His body reacted instinctively, muscles locked in that familiar fight-or-flight response he had often experienced as a kid. Suddenly, the man stepped closer, reaching out to grab Izuku's wrist, just like before. The same way he had done when Izuku was small, weak, and terrified. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. The grip was tight, his body tensed as the flashback hit him like a wave. The customers in the cafe, a few sitting at the counter, quickly noticed the change in Izuku's demeanor. A quiet murmur rippled through the room. Hey! A voice broke through the tension, loud and clear. Izuku barely registered the words before a hand slammed onto the counter, followed by a sharp voice. You touch him and you'll regret it. The man looked up to see a young woman standing at the door, arms crossed, her face set in an expression of firm disapproval. Behind her stood another customer, a tall man with dark hair and a stern glare that matched her intensity. The man sneered. Is this your cafe, kid? He gave Izuku's wrist one more hard squeeze before letting go, making a mocking show of stepping back. I'm just having a chat with the boy. You're harassing him, the woman shot back. That's not a chat. Izuku's breath came in shallow gasps, his body trembling slightly from the aftershocks of the memory. He tried to ground himself by looking at the customers who had stepped up to defend him. Their presence, their support, it was overwhelming. The man sighed, casting a last glance at Izuku before shaking his head in annoyance. Fine, fine. He turned to leave, his voice dripping with condescension. Keep the kid safe, but remember, I'll be around. He shot Izuku one last cruel smile before stepping out the door, the bell chiming softly as it closed behind him. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, the room still too quiet around him. The customers who had stood up for him now returned to their seats, but Izuku couldn't shake the feeling of the man's fingers still wrapped around his wrist, the weight of his presence lingering. Hey, the woman called gently as she stepped toward him. You okay? Izuku blinked, shaking his head to clear the haze. He looked up at her, his mouth dry, but nodded. Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks. She smiled kindly at him. No problem. He was a creep. You don't need people like that coming in here. The other customer, tall, dark-haired, and sporting a sharp, no-nonsense look, spoke up. We all saw what happened. Don't let anyone push you around. You're good here, kid. Izuku swallowed, his throat tight. Thank you. The woman winked. We've got your back. Just say the word. Izuku nodded again, trying to muster a smile, though it felt strained. As the cafe slowly returned to its usual rhythm, the fear and tension didn't leave him. It lingered in the pit of his stomach, twisted and gnawing. He'd been doing so well at keeping his past buried, keeping the nightmares at bay. But they had found him, and with them came the reminder of everything he had tried to forget. Izuku glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was almost time to close. The rest of the day went by in a haze of forced smiles, a blurry rhythm of motions as he cleaned the counters, wiped down tables, and prepared for the next day. But in the back of his mind, the ghost of the man's hand and his cruel smile still haunted him. Maybe one day, he thought, the nightmares wouldn't feel so real. Maybe one day the fear would fade. But for now, Izuku could only hold on to the support of the people around him, the customers who had stood up for him today, and the tiny flame of hope that perhaps things could still get better. The cafe was quieter now, the last of the customers filing out as the day wound down. Izuku finished wiping down the tables, his hand trembling just slightly as he ran the cloth across the smooth surface. He had almost convinced himself that the day would end peacefully, that he could breathe again after that unsettling encounter. But the shadows of his past were hard to outrun, and they clung to him more tightly now than ever. The bell above the door chimed softly as a familiar figure stepped inside. Izuku looked up, blinking as he met the tired, yet concerned eyes of his mentor. Shota Aizawa stood in the doorway, his usual disheveled appearance looking more worn than usual. He had just finished a long day at UA, and it was obvious he hadn't come here by chance. Something about the way he carried himself, his gaze always alert, told Izuku that Aizawa was always aware, always watching. "Can I get you something, Aizawa-san?" Izuku asked, his voice a little hoarse, still not quite sure how to feel about the lingering tension in his chest. Aizawa's gaze softened just a little. "No. I'm here for you." Izuku froze. The words hit harder than they should have. He forced himself to stand tall, brushing his hands against his apron nervously. "What do you mean?" Aizawa didn't answer immediately. Instead, he moved to one of the stools at the counter and sat down, looking at Izuku with a steady gaze. "You're not yourself." The words were not accusatory, but they still stung. "I've seen the signs, Izuku. You haven't been yourself for the past few days. Something happened, and I think I know what it is." Izuku felt his breath catch in his throat, his eyes flicking to the floor, where the memory of the man's grip was still burning in the back of his mind. His heart raced as the walls inside him began to crumble. He had been trying to hold everything together, pretending like nothing was wrong, but deep down, the cracks were widening. "You don't have to talk about it if you're not ready," Aizawa said quietly, his voice calm and understanding, yet firm. "But I'm not going to let you hide. I've been where you are, and I know it's not easy to trust people with the things that hurt the most. But I'm here, and I want to help you." Izuku's throat tightened, and he swallowed, the words suddenly feeling like a lump in his chest. Aizawa was there, watching him carefully, waiting for him to open up. But the thought of reliving the past, of saying the words aloud, felt almost impossible. I had a visitor earlier," Izuku began, his voice shaky. "Someone I used to know." Aizawa didn't interrupt, allowing Izuku to speak at his own pace. Izuku's hands clenched around the cloth in his grip, the memory of the man's cruel face surfacing once again. "He grabbed me, just like he used to. I was nothing." The words tumbled out before he could stop them, his mind flashing back to the man's grip, the cold stare, the cruelty that had been so normal in his life. Aizawa's expression hardened at the mention of the man, and a flicker of something dangerous passed through his eyes. "What did he say?" Izuku hesitated, staring at the counter before him. "He said things about my dad, about how I wasn't good enough, that I wouldn't make it." His voice faltered as he tried to recall the words, the sting still fresh. "He said my dad would be proud of me, like it was some kind of joke." There was a long silence between them. Aizawa's gaze softened as he regarded Izuku, his tone steady when he finally spoke. "People like that have a way of making you feel small. Making you feel like you're nothing more than a shadow of who you could be. But that's a lie, Izuku." Aizawa's voice was firm now, his eyes narrowing slightly. "That man, you're better than him. You've always been better than him." Izuku bit his lip, the words hitting harder than expected. He wanted to believe it, really, but the past felt like an anchor, dragging him back to those dark moments he couldn't escape. "I thought I could leave all that behind," Izuku murmured, more to himself than to Aizawa. "I thought I could be normal. But it's like they just keep finding me." Aizawa's gaze softened further, his voice lowering. "The past doesn't define you, Izuku. It's the choices you make now, the person you choose to become, that shapes your future. Those people, they don't matter. What matters is who you are today, and what you stand for. You've got a lot of people who care about you. You're not alone in this." Izuku felt something break open inside him at Aizawa's words. The weight on his chest lightened just slightly, as if hearing those words aloud was the first step in finally unburdening himself. Aizawa watched him for a moment before speaking again, his voice gentler. "Do you remember what I told you when we first met? That you're stronger than you think?" Izuku nodded. It had been a simple statement, but it had stuck with him through all the rough days. "I meant it then," Aizawa continued. "And I mean it now. I know it's not easy, but you've come so far. You've built this place, and you've built something good. That matters more than anything. Don't let the past take that from you." Izuku's breath caught, his eyes welling up with unshed tears. He didn't know why he felt so emotional. Maybe it was the relief of finally being able to talk about it. Maybe it was the kindness Aizawa had shown him, the fact that someone cared enough to see through the cracks. "I thank you, Aizawa-san," Izuku said, his voice thick with emotion. "But I don't know what I would have done without you." Aizawa gave a small, rare smile. "I'm always here, Izuku. Whenever you need someone to listen, or someone to tell you the truth even if it's hard to hear." Izuku nodded, feeling the weight of those words settle in his chest. For the first time in a long while, he didn't feel quite as alone. The two of them sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the quiet of the cafe wrapping around them like a protective blanket. Outside, the world continued, indifferent to the battle Izuku was facing within himself. But for now, in the warmth of the cafe and under Aizawa's quiet guidance, Izuku allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, he could overcome the ghosts of his past. The cafe was quiet for once, lights off, door locked, a handwritten note in the window that read, "Closed today, thank you for your support." The sign felt strange to put up, but Izuku knew he needed the break. After the nightmare, the encounter with that man, the weight of old memories, it was time. He wandered aimlessly through Mizudafu, hoodie zipped up halfway, hands in his pockets. It was a warm spring afternoon. The sun peeked through clusters of clouds, and flower petals danced on the breeze. It was the kind of day that begged for a deep breath and a clear mind. The streets were quieter than usual. He let his feet carry him with no destination in mind until a familiar voice called out, "Midoriya?" He blinked and turned to see Aizawa standing on the edge of the sidewalk in a black long coat, his usual scarf missing. He looked normal. "Oh, Aizawa-san." Izuku greeted, smiling. "Didn't expect to run into you." "It's my day off," Aizawa said. "Zashi practically pushed me out of the house. Says I'm too attached to the dark, like some old house cat, and that I needed to touch some grass, whatever that means." Izuku turned around abruptly, making Aizawa confused. It wasn't until he saw his shoulders shaking that he got an irk mark. "I'm not sorry, just gimme a sec." That just made Aizawa sigh, a small smile making way to his face, not that he would ever admit it. "So, finally took a break?" he asked the green boy, eyebrow raised. Izuku nodded in response, having regained his composure. "Yeah, don't want to get too burnt out, after all." Aizawa nodded. "Say, I was on my way to get some ice cream, you should come. My treat." Izuku was about to decline out of old habits, but then hesitantly agreed. The two made their way to the Pothose ice cream place, making small conversation. Then, Aizawa mentioned having cats. "Cats? How many do you have? What breed are they? Do you have boys, girls, or both? When did you get them? What do they like to eat? Are they—" Izuku suddenly cut himself off, then proceeded to blush profusely. "Sorry, don't get me over, mites just a love cat sand. Midoriya, calm down." Aizawa slightly grinned at his boyish nature. Before they knew it, they reached the ice cream shop. Aizawa ordered coffee-flavored, while Izuku got banana. After they finished eating, Aizawa said he was called to the station to inquire about a case, and left after a goodbye. As he walked off, Izuku felt a strange, warm ache settle in his chest. Goodbyes were always a little hard when they came after something gentle. He wandered again. Trees swayed lightly overhead as he strolled a quiet path through the park, watching children run past in a blur of giggles and sneakers. "You have a nice smile, you know." He blinked and turned. A girl with messy blonde hair sat on the railing of a footbridge, legs swinging lazily. Her eyes sparkled in the sunlight, curious and a little too focused. Thanks," he said slowly. "You a hero?" He chuckled. "No, I'm a barista." "Even better," she grinned. "I love cafes. They smell like sugar and hope." Izuku laughed nervously. "I guess I run one. The Greenlit cafe." "Oh," she said. "That's you? I've heard about it. Some people I know go there." He tilted his head. "Really? What kind of people?" She smirked. "The interesting kind." There was something odd about her energy, bubbly but a little unsettling. Still, Izuku didn't feel unsafe. Curious, maybe. Slightly off-kilter. You should be careful, though, she added. Huh. Not everyone who walks into a cafe wants coffee. Before he could ask, she hopped off the railing and bounced away. Bye-bye, Izuku. He blinked, stunned. Wait, how'd you know my? But she was gone. Izuku stood still for a few moments, his heart racing just a little faster. He took out his phone, hesitating for a moment before typing. Izuku, hey, the cafe's closed today. Wanna hang out? Later that afternoon, Izuku and Shinso met up in a quiet park near the outskirts of town. They found a couple of empty swings, worn and a little squeaky, but perfect for the moment. You all right? Shinso asked, giving him a side glance. Yeah, Izuku replied. Just had a strange moment, I guess. Wanna talk about it? He kicked at the dirt. I'm okay. I just met someone unusual. Twice, actually. Shinso raised an eyebrow but didn't press. You attract the weird ones. Izuku smiled faintly. Takes one to know one. They swayed in silence for a while, the wind rustling the grass around them. Shinso gave a thoughtful hum. You're looking a bit flushed. Izuku's face pinked slightly. Thanks. They ended up talking for a long time after that. About nothing. About everything. Old anime they used to watch. Weird food combinations. Their classmates. Dreams. Fierce. Izuku found himself laughing again easily, genuinely. Shinso listened, asked questions, even poked fun sometimes. It was easy with him. Eventually, they got ice cream, again. Shinso got coffee-flavored, Izuku got strawberry and walked side by side down a quiet street. I like hanging out like this, Izuku said softly, liking his cone. Me too, Shinso replied. You're easy to be around. Izuku turned a shade pinker. You're easy to be around too, Hitoshi. Their eyes met. Shinso smiled. You called me by my first name. Izuku nearly dropped his cone. Izuku laughed nervously, his face still tinged with pink. Sorry. It just slipped out? Don't apologize, Shinso said with a lazy grin, liking his ice cream. I like the way you say it. Izuku really did drop his cone that time. I am really? Emchim. They walked a little slower after that, their steps falling into rhythm, shoulders brushing every so often. The sun had begun its slow descent, washing the sky in soft peach and lavender tones. A gentle breeze passed between them, and the world seemed quieter, somehow like they'd stepped out of reality for a while. Izuku and Shinso strolled slowly down the sidewalk, ice cream long finished and the soft buzz of street lamps humming above them as dusk began to deepen into night. Their hands occasionally brushed, and neither of them seemed in any hurry to end the moment. Izuku let out a small sigh, glancing up at the indigo-stained sky. It's been a long time since I've had a day like this. Shinso gave him a sidelong glance. Like what? Izuku smiled to himself. Quiet. Peaceful. Just warm, you know? Shinso nodded, hands in his hoodie pockets. Yeah. I get that. Suddenly, a faint sound broke the calm. Yeah. Izuku paused. Did you hear that? Yeah. Yeah. They both turned toward a narrow alleyway between two closed storefronts. Izuku stepped closer, peering into the dim space lit only by the flicker of a dying fluorescent sign. There, tucked against the brick wall in a damp cardboard box, were 3 tiny kittens. No bigger than the palms of their hands, shivering, fur-matted, eyes wide and lost. There was no mother in sight. Oh no, Izuku murmured, crouching beside the box. One of the kittens let out another plaintive cry, and Izuku's heart nearly broke. Shinso knelt beside him. They look cold. Hungry. There's no way we can just leave them, Izuku said, already taking off his hoodie and gently lining the inside of the box. Shinso looked over at him with a soft smile. You're gonna take them home, aren't you? Izuku looked up at him. Can I? Shinso chuckled. You're asking me? I was gonna suggest it. They carefully carried the box back to the cafe. Izuku unlocked the side entrance and motioned for Shinso to follow him upstairs, murmuring reassuring words to the kittens the whole way. Inside, the cozy space was filled with soft lighting and warm wooden tones. Izuku immediately got to work, grabbing a clean towel, a spare blanket, and a small plastic bin. Shinso helped set up a temporary little bed for them in the living room, and Izuku disappeared into the kitchenette to warm up a shallow dish of milk. Won't they need special formula? Shinso asked, watching him. Yeah, Izuku said, frowning. But it's too late to find a vet or pet store. This will have to do for tonight, just until they're stable. They sat cross-legged on the floor, watching the kittens carefully lap at the milk, nuzzle the blanket, and curl up together. One of them, gray with a tiny white spot on its nose, climbed into Izuku's lap and promptly fell asleep. Izuku looked up at Shinso, his voice barely above a whisper. Do you think I'm doing the right thing? Shinso tilted his head. You're giving them a chance. Just like someone should have given you. Of course it's the right thing. Izuku's eyes softened. He reached out and nudged Shinso's shoulder. You always say the right thing, huh? Shinso smirked. Only when it counts. An hour passed. The kittens were warm, fed, and sleeping soundly in the bin by the coffee table. Izuku had pulled out an old animated movie from his DVD shelf and queued it up. He looked over at Shinso. You don't have to stay, but... Shinso raised an eyebrow. But... Izuku bit his lip. I wouldn't mind the company. Shinso grinned. Then I guess I'm staying. They both settled onto the couch, a large fuzzy blanket pulled over their laps, the TV flickering softly in front of them. Izuku curled up slightly, eyes already starting to droop, the stress of the past few days finally loosening its grip. Shinso, half focused on the movie, glanced down and found Izuku's head resting gently against his shoulder. He didn't say anything. He just tilted his head slightly so it rested on Izuku's. By the time the movie ended, both of them were fast asleep. The TV hummed quietly in the background. The kittens snored softly in their bin. On the couch, under the dim glow of a single lamp, Izuku and Shinso slept side by side, peaceful, safe, warm. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the blinds in hazy stripes. Izuku stirred first, blinking blearily before realizing exactly where he was and who he was still leaning against. His face flushed immediately, but he didn't move. Shinso's head was still resting against his, breath slow and even, one arm loosely draped around Izuku's shoulders from some time during the night. Izuku smiled softly to himself. Maybe this was what it meant to start healing. The soft sounds of mewing stirred Izuku awake. Still wrapped in a blanket, he blinked up at the ceiling for a moment, registering the familiar warmth at his side. He turned his head slowly. Shinso, still half asleep, had one arm tucked beneath his head, the other loosely resting over the blanket they'd shared. His hair was tousled, his expression calm in sleep. Izuku's cheeks warmed. But the mewling continued. The kittens, he whispered, eyes widening. Carefully disentangling himself, Izuku slipped off the couch and padded over to the bin near the coffee table. 3 tiny faces blinked up at him, tails twitching. The smallest one let out another squeaky meow. He crouched beside them, brushing a hand over their little heads. Good morning, he whispered, smiling. Are you hungry? Behind him, Shinso mumbled, they're not the only ones. Izuku snorted. You want pancakes? I want coffee, Shinso said, his voice raspy with sleep. Noted. Once the kittens were fed and gently wiped down with a damp cloth, Izuku carried their makeshift nest downstairs, setting it carefully near the large window in the cafe where the sun poured in. He crouched next to them, tucking a warm towel around the edges. I can't leave you guys alone upstairs all day, he murmured. And besides, I think you'll like the company down here. Sure enough, the moment the cafe opened, curious coos and gasps followed. Oh my gosh, are these yours? Mina squealed, kneeling beside the kittens with sparkles in her eyes. When did this happen? They were abandoned in an alley, Izuku explained, drying a mug. Shinso and I found them last night. Uraraka leaned over her table, grinning. Are they staying? Please say they're staying. I need for now, Izuku said, cheeks pink. I didn't really plan this, but well, they need somewhere warm. One of the kittens climbed out of the box and began tottering across the floor toward the counter, tail held high. Shinso, now leaning against the bar with a steaming mug in hand, looked down at the kitten. It meowed up at him. He deadpanned, "They're already planning a coup." Izuku laughed, picking up the brave little one and placing her gently back in the box. As the morning rolled on, the cafe buzzed with its usual calm chatter, punctuated now by bursts of affection over the kittens. Even the more stoic customers softened, reaching down to offer a cautious slide or a small saucer of warm milk. "They're good for business," Kaminari observed with a grin, slurping his smoothie. "They're good for morale," Jiro corrected, kneeling beside the box and letting one kitten bat at her headphone jack. Todoroki appeared mid-morning, eyes drifting to the new arrivals before quietly sitting at his usual seat. He didn't say much, but he stayed longer than usual, sipping slowly at his tea while one of the kittens curled up against his shoe. By early afternoon, the cafe was filled with a gentle kind of joy, laughter, soft purring, and the click of photos, as even the most hardened pro heroes who occasionally passed through the Greenlit cafe couldn't help but snap a few shots. One of the older customers leaned over and whispered, "This place just keeps getting better, kid." Izuku smiled, ducking his head shyly. "Thank you." From behind the bar, Shinso watched the whole thing unfold, arms crossed, an amused quirk to his lips. "You've accidentally created a cat cafe," he said dryly. Izuku blinked. "Oh no." "Oh yes." As the day wound down, Izuku gently placed a small sign on the counter beside the register. "The Greenlit Cafe is now home to 3 very small, very curious kittens. Please be kind and cautious. They bite, but only a little." By evening, the kittens were snoozing in a cozy pile near the heater. One had claimed a bar stool. Another had fallen asleep in Mina's scarf. The third had taken to perching behind the pastry case like a tiny guardian. Izuku leaned back against the counter, stretching. "Tired?" Shinso asked, setting down his empty cup. "Kind of," Izuku admitted. "But it was a good day." Shinso nodded, then smirked. "So, what are their names?" Izuku blinked. "Names? You didn't think you could just bring them in here and not name them, did you?" Izuku hesitated. "I didn't want to get too attached. They already live here." "Fair point." They ended up naming them after things in the cafe. The bold, curious one became Espresso. The sleepy, quiet one was dubbed Muffin. And the smallest one, shy but surprisingly fast, was named Chai. The customers approved. The kittens approved more. That night, when the cafe finally closed, Izuku carried the kittens back upstairs in their bin. Shinso helped clean up, then hesitated at the door. "You sure you're okay with this?" he asked. "With the kittens?" Izuku smiled. "Yeah. I think I needed them just as much as they needed me." Shinsu's expression softened. "I meant with everything." Izuku looked at him. And in that moment, with warm lighting, soft purring, and the scent of tea still hanging in the air, he realized something. He wasn't alone anymore. He nodded. "Yeah, I think I'm okay." It was one of those lazy afternoons at the Greenlit Cafe. The ceiling fan hummed a quiet rhythm overhead while the smell of cinnamon and vanilla drifted through the space. Izuku stood behind the counter wiping down a tray, his movements relaxed. A couple of regulars sipped tea near the front window, soft jazz humming in the background. Kittens curled in a sunbeam near the bookshelf, one of them swatting lazily at the tassels on a cushion. Then the door burst open. "Yo, nerd." The bell above the door jingled as Bakugo stepped inside, hair windswept and face set in its usual scowl. But something about him was lighter today. Not quite relaxed, but content? Izuku blinked. "Kakin? You're early." Bakugo rolled his eyes and grunted, walking up to the counter. "I was in the area. Figured I'd stop in before things get crazy." Izuku tilted his head. "Crazy?" Bakugo tossed a protein bar onto the counter and reached for one of the kittens, who promptly swatted at his hand. "Summer training camp. The whole class is heading out of town next week." "Oh right. I remember you mentioning something like that." Izuku smiled softly, handing Bakugo a warm cup of roasted green tea. "You'll all do great. That kind of training must be exciting." Bakugo leaned against the counter, sipping the tea. "Yeah. Should be intense." Apparently, they weren't holding back this time. The teachers were being unusually secretive about it. Izuku chuckled softly. Sounds like you. Yet as he laughed, a faint, unsettling feeling tugged at his chest. He paused, his fingers resting against the counter. Something felt off. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. The room was calm. Bakugo was sipping tea. The kittens were peacefully napping. Still, that familiar coil of unease twisted deep inside him, the kind he used to feel before something troubling happened. It was subtle, but Izuku had learned not to ignore it. You okay? Bakugo asked, noticing the brief change in his expression. Izuku blinked and quickly smiled. Yeah, just a weird thought. I'm fine. Bakugo gave him a skeptical look, clearly not convinced. But he let it slide. Anyway, I figured I'd stop by before I'm stuck in the forest for who knows how long. You better not let this place burn down without me. Izuku rolled his eyes fondly. I'll try. They chatted a little longer about training, Kaminari frying his hair again, Ashido packing half her wardrobe, and Aizawa muttering ominously about battle-hardened growth. The tension in Izuku's chest eased with each laugh, but it never fully disappeared. By the time Bakugo finally left, the cafe had grown quiet again. Izuku stood by the door for a moment, watching his friend disappear around the corner. The bell above the cafe chimed softly as it closed. And still the uneasy feeling lingered. Later that night, Izuku sat curled up on his couch, the kittens sleeping across his lap. The TV flickered with an old documentary, but his attention drifted. He kept glancing at his phone on the coffee table. No messages. No updates. He had a tendency to worry. He always had. But this felt different. It was as if he were standing on the shore, watching dark clouds gather in the distance. Still far off. But approaching. He picked up his phone anyway and texted Shinso. Hey, are you busy tomorrow? It was a slow afternoon at the Greenlit cafe. The kind of quiet that hummed gently beneath the jazz playing in the background. Outside, the sky was overcast but dry. Inside, the warm air smelled faintly of espresso and honey. Izuku stood behind the counter, organizing the jars of loose-leaf tea by color and label, humming softly to himself. Shinso hadn't come in today, not yet, anyway, but Izuku had saved him a chocolate chip muffin just in case. He wouldn't admit it aloud, but he kind of liked seeing the corner table occupied by that sleepy-eyed kid who pretended not to care but always finished his drink down to the last sip. The bell above the door chimed. Izuku looked up. The man who stepped in was tall, dressed in black from head to toe, with tired eyes and messy dark hair that looked like it hadn't seen a comb in days. A long scarf was wrapped lazily around his shoulders. He looked more like a sleep-deprived salaryman than a pro-hero. But something about him made Izuku's breath catch. Welcome in, he said after a pause. You can sit anywhere you'd like. The man gave a small nod, quiet. He didn't say a word as he scanned the cafe, chose the furthest table in the back, and sank into the seat like he was melting into it. He rubbed his eyes with one hand and let out a soft sigh. Izuku didn't recognize him. Not right away. He only noticed that the man looked tired, as if the world had taken too much from him, but he was still showing up anyway. Izuku understood that feeling. He made him a black coffee without being asked instinct and brought it over with a small side of warm lemon cake. The man looked up as Izuku set it down. No sugar. I figured you were the bitter type, Izuku said gently. The man stared at him for a second, then blinked once, slow. Good guess. Izuku smiled but said nothing more. He didn't push. Some people just needed a place to sit and exist. 15 minutes passed before the man finally spoke again. You run this place alone? Izuku nodded from behind the counter. Yeah. You're what, 15? Almost 16. Another pause. You the owner? The man leaned back in his seat, studying him. That's rare. A kid running a business like this. Especially one that allows villains. Izuku didn't flinch. It's not about who people are, he said, wiping down the espresso machine. It's about what they do while they're here. If someone follows the rules, they're welcome. The man didn't reply right away. But when he did, his voice was softer. That's a good rule. Izuku finally glanced up, curious. Do you work in law enforcement? The man gave him a look somewhere between amused and exhausted. Something like that. And then for a heartbeat, Izuku really looked at him. The scarf. The tired eyes. The way he moved. The deep, unshakable calm. Izuku's heart stuttered. "Wait," he said, voice barely above a whisper. "Are you Aizawa?" The man's eyebrow twitched. "Huh. You're Eraserhead?" The name came out rushed, breathless, somewhere between awe and disbelief. Izuku hadn't fanboyed in years, not since he stopped believing he could ever be a hero, but now it bubbled up inside him like a spark he thought had died. Eraserhead was the one hero who never sought fame. The one who just did the job. The one who never said quirkless kids couldn't be brave. Aizawa looked slightly uncomfortable at the attention. "I'm just here for the coffee." Izuku blinked rapidly, embarrassed. Sorry. I didn't mean to. He bowed instinctively. "You're actually my favorite hero." Aizawa paused. "Why?" That stopped Izuku cold. He lifted his head slowly, genuinely surprised by the question. "Because you fight without needing people to praise you," he said, quieter now. "You protect people even when they don't see you. You believe in actions over flash. I always admired that." For a long moment, Aizawa said nothing. Then he looked down at the half-finished lemon cake. "Good choice, kid." Izuku grinned, small but warm. "Thanks." By the time Aizawa stood to leave, the sky outside had gone from gray to pale gold. He pulled his scarf up around his neck, lingering by the door for just a second. "That you're doing something good here," he said, almost like an afterthought. Izuku blinked. "Huh. This cafe. You made something rare. Don't let anyone take it from you." Izuku swallowed hard. "I won't." A nod. And then Aizawa was gone. But the space he left behind somehow felt brighter. A moment passed. Then, "Not really. You okay?" Izuku hesitated. "I think something's going to happen. I don't know what." The typing bubble flickered. "You're just anxious. But I'll come by anyway." Izuku smiled faintly, feeling grateful. The kittens purred quietly against him as he reached out to slide behind one of their ears. Outside, the wind picked up slightly, whispering against the windows like the beginning of a storm. Morning drifted in with golden light spilling across the cafe's wooden floors. The air smelled of roasted beans and freshly baked bread. Izuku moved through his routine with quiet focus, topping off the cold brew pitchers, wiping down the windows, and lining up the rows of pastries behind glass. It was the kind of day that hummed in low tones. Predictable. Bakugo had left for camp 2 days ago, leaving the cafe noticeably quieter. There were no explosive comments or competitive glares over who could pull espresso shots faster. Just Izuku, the soft clinking of dishes, and the distant chirping of birds. He didn't mind the solitude, not really, but it felt different. By early afternoon, most of the regulars had come and gone. A student with a sketchpad, a tired office worker, and someone in a DLVY uniform who stayed just long enough for a strong black coffee and 2 cinnamon buns. Izuku was clearing away a small tray when the front door chimed. He glanced up automatically. "Welcome," then he stopped. A very small, very well-dressed person stood just inside the doorway. Maybe 2 feet tall, with white fur, wearing a burgundy suit and tie, a small briefcase tucked neatly under one arm. The customer looked around with a thoughtful air before locking eyes with him. "Good afternoon," the stranger said in an unmistakably articulate voice. "Apologies for dropping in unannounced." Izuku blinked. No problem. Welcome in." The strange visitor stepped closer, eyes scanning the space with quiet interest. "Lovely place you have here." "Thanks." Izuku set the tray down behind the counter, studying him discreetly. "Can I help you with anything?" "I'd like a pot of tea, if you don't mind." "Something calming." Izuku nodded and moved into action. While the kettle warmed, he couldn't help glancing over again. The guest had selected a small table near the window and set down his briefcase with deliberate care. There was a subtle tension beneath Izuku's skin. Not fear, exactly, but the feeling of not having all the pieces. Once the tea was ready, a soft chamomile blend, he brought it over with a quiet, "Here you go." "Thank you." The man looked up and smiled pleasantly. "I'm Nezu." Izuku froze for half a second. The name tugged at something, a faint memory. Some news broadcast, maybe? He couldn't place it. Izuku Midoriya, he replied cautiously. Nice to meet you. Nezu gestured toward the empty seat across from him. Would you mind joining me? Just for a moment. It wasn't a demand, more of a test. Izuku hesitated, then sat down slowly, watching Nezu unfold a small travel-sized chessboard from his case. I always carry one, he said. You never know when a good game might find you. Izuku raised a brow. You sure you want to play against a barista on his break? I have a feeling you're more than that. Izuku didn't respond, but he helped set up the board. 30 minutes later. Izuku's jaw clenched slightly as he moved his rook into place. Nezu adjusted his glasses with one clawed paw, then leaned in and tipped his king over with a faint click. Impressive, he said, not sounding disappointed at all. Very few people surprise me these days. Izuku exhaled. His brain felt like it had just run a marathon. That was harder than I thought it would be. Likewise, Nezu replied cheerfully, starting to pack up the pieces. You see patterns well. Adapt quickly. There were moments I thought you'd overcommit, but you recovered. I guess I've always liked puzzles, Izuku said with a small shrug. Nezu studied him for a beat longer. There was something calculating in his eyes, now quiet, but unmistakable. Not threatening. Just aware. Do you get many visitors like me? Nezu asked, tilting his head. Izuku shook his head. You'd be the first. The silence that followed wasn't awkward, but it wasn't casual either. It held something unspoken. Like the end of a first meeting that neither person fully understood yet. Finally, Nezu stood, closing his briefcase with a soft snap. Thank you for the game. And the tea. Yeah, sure. Thanks for visiting. Nezu turned toward the door, then paused and glanced back. If I may ask, he said, what made you accept my invitation to sit and play? Izuku thought for a second. You looked like you weren't here by accident. Nezu grinned, sharp and amused. I wasn't. And with that he slipped out the door. The bell chimed once, then fell quiet. Izuku sat for a long moment, staring at the empty chessboard. He didn't know what that had been, exactly, but it hadn't been normal. The cafe smelled like cinnamon and sun-warmed wood. Izuku moved through the morning in a soft rhythm, wiping down counters, checking the water bowls for muffin, chai, and espresso, and slicing fresh banana bread that was still warm in the center. The cats followed him lazily, brushing against his ankles every now and then. Bakugo had left for training camp the day before, and the absence felt strange, not heavy or sad, just quieter. He'd half expected to hear the usual morning knock, a grumble about the cafe opening too late, even though it never did. But there was no knock. No sharp voice at the counter demanding his usual. Just the soft hum of the fridge and the distant city sounds outside. Izuku didn't mind the quiet, not really. It just made the space feel bigger than usual. The bell above the door chimed mid-morning. He glanced up automatically. Shinso stepped in, dressed in a loose long-sleeve shirt and cargo pants, with a small carton of juice in one hand and bedhead that screamed he hadn't slept well but was pretending he did. Morning, he muttered, stifling a yawn. Izuku smiled faintly. Welcome back. Muffin trotted over immediately, tail high, and wove around Shinso's legs. Shinso raised a brow, crouching down to scratch behind the cat's ear. He missed you, Izuku said, pouring a mug of black coffee and sliding it across the counter. Guess I'm popular now, Shinso said, scratching the cat with one hand and grabbing the coffee with the other. Espresso, not wanting to be left out, stretched on top of the counter and reached her paw toward Shinso's sleeve like a sleepy little thief. He let her cling for a moment before settling into his usual seat by the window. Chai was curled in his cat tree, asleep. For a while, they just sat, Izuku prepping for the lunch wave, Shinso sipping coffee, both of them enjoying the calm. The sunlight poured in, painting everything with a soft golden glow. How's camp? Izuku asked eventually, gently. Or, how's it supposed to be? Shinso took a long sip of his coffee. Didn't go. It's just for the hero course kids. I'm still stuck in Gen Ed for now. Next year maybe? Izuku paused mid-wipe of a glass. Oh, I didn't realize. Sorry. Shinso just shrugged. Not your fault. I'll get in eventually. He said it like a promise. I'm sure you will, Izuku said softly. You've got the drive. Shinso gave a half-smile at that but didn't reply. Espresso jumped from the counter to his lap without warning, and he absently started petting her while she purred and kneaded at his hoodie. You ever think of doing hero work? Shinso asked after a moment. Izuku blinked. Me? Shinso nodded, casual. You've got the vibe. Steady. Protective. And you don't flinch when weirdos show up. Izuku smiled faintly. I used to think about it. A long time ago. That answer was all he gave. Shinso didn't push. Instead, he stood and stretched. Need help? Izuku hesitated for a second before nodding. If you're offering, I won't say no. They moved together behind the counter, side by side. Shinso dried mugs while Izuku rinsed, the air between them comfortable and still. Outside, the breeze carried a few loose leaves past the window. Cloud yawned and leapt up to the front counter, tail flicking contentedly. You ever get the sense something's off? Shinso asked out of nowhere. Izuku turned his head slightly. What do you mean? Not bad, not obvious. Just off. Like the air's different. Izuku's hands stilled on the dish towel. He nodded slowly. Lately, I can't explain it, but I feel it. Shinso grunted. Same. They let that sit in the space between them. Neither tried to define it further. Sometimes, a feeling was just that, a warning you couldn't put into words yet. By the time the lunch crowd rolled in, Shinso had disappeared to the window seat again, this time with a book open and espresso curled into the crook of his arm. Izuku moved fluidly through orders and soft greetings, grateful for the presence of someone who understood the art of quiet. When the last customer left mid-afternoon, Shinso got up, stretched again, and dropped his empty mug off at the counter. I should head out, he said. Thanks for helping, Izuku said sincerely. You didn't have to. Shinso gave a small wave as he moved toward the door. I wanted to. The bell chimed behind him, and Izuku was left alone again, just him and the cats and the soft hum of the cafe's heart. But even with the warmth of the afternoon sun soaking the room, the quiet still didn't feel the same. Like the city was holding its breath. Like something was just around the corner. And Izuku, though he couldn't explain it, felt it all in his bones. It started as a normal day. The smell of fresh muffins filled the cafe. Chai sat curled by the window, tail flicking contentedly. Espresso was hunched near the register, glaring at Muffin, who was once again sprawled on the receipt printer like it was a sunbed. Izuku hummed softly as he arranged pastries in the display case, his sleeves rolled up and green aprons slightly dusted with flour. Outside, the late spring air had finally warmed, the kind that made people linger a little longer, conversations lighter, coffee sweeter. There was peace in the routine. Until there wasn't. It was just afternoon when he noticed the shift. It wasn't loud, not yet, but it rolled in like a low tide. Conversations in the cafe began to hush. Phones buzzed more urgently. Someone at the back dropped their spoon. Izuku looked up, frowning. A customer near the front, college-aged, usually glued to his phone, was staring at his screen with pale disbelief. He showed it to the girl next to him. Her hand flew to her mouth. Izuku stepped out from behind the counter. What's going on? The boy looked up at him. Turn on the news, he said. Izuku moved quickly, flipping on the small TV mounted above the bookshelves. The screen flickered and then... fire. Chaos. A skyline cracked by battle. Breaking news, massive villain attack underway in Camino Ward. Pro-heroes are currently engaged in combat. Citizens are being evacuated. Reports confirm League of Villains activity. Repeat, League of Villains confirmed on site. Izuku's breath caught. The screen cut to a live feed. Explosions in the distance, buildings crumbling. Sirens wailed. A giant figure moved through the smoke all might. And then another flash of light. A shadow. The feed cut for a second. He barely registered the mug slipping from his hand, hitting the tile floor with a shattering crash. The cafe stilled. Someone whispered, "Is that Camino? That's where didn't the hero training camp just Izuku barely heard them. His fingers were trembling, eyes locked on the screen. He couldn't look away. A few moments later, the feed showed what looked like a ruined warehouse, smoke and rubble everywhere. A line of heroes braced behind cover. Tsukachi's voice shouting orders. The league of villains moving like shadows in the wreckage. And then, a brief glimpse of Bakugo. Bound. Fighting. Alive. But surrounded. Izuku's stomach twisted. It was real. The rumors. The whispers Shinso had told him last week confirmed now in high-definition horror. Bakugo had been kidnapped. And he was fighting for his life. Someone muttered, "This is like Hosu all over again." "No," another replied, voice grim. "This is worse." The room spun. Izuku turned the volume down and steadied himself against the counter, breathing shallowly. His heart was pounding like it remembered another life. Another version of him, one who ran toward danger, not away from it. The front door opened with a jingle. It was Shinso. One look at his face, and Izuku knew. "You saw?" Shinso nodded, jaw tight. "It's all over the news. I came straight here." The cafe was still full. Too full. Izuku gestured subtly. "Take over for a sec?" Without question, Shinso stepped behind the counter. Izuku stepped out from behind it, addressing the customers in a clear but gentle voice. "Everyone, I'm going to have to close early today. Emergency situation. Please, finish up calmly and thank you for understanding." There was no protest. Just solemn nods and the quiet scraping of chairs. 20 minutes later, the cafe was empty. Chai meowed, sensing the shift. Espresso had disappeared into the storage room. Muffin yawned, oblivious. Izuku finally sat down, rubbing at his face with both hands. It's happening again." Shinso sank into the chair across from him. "This time, it's not just villains. It's a war zone." They sat in silence, the TV muted now, casting only flickering light and shadows across the cafe walls. It felt surreal, like they were watching something out of a movie. Except they knew those people. They knew Bakugo. They knew what was at stake. "Do you think All Might will?" Izuku's voice faltered. Shinso didn't answer at first. Then quietly, "That he'll try." "You know he will." Izuku nodded slowly, but his chest ached. Because this was different. He could feel it. A shift in the air. A fracture in the world. "Do you want to go?" Shinso asked after a moment. Izuku blinked. "Go. To Camino." Izuku hesitated. His fingers clenched in his lap. "That I want to. But what would I even do?" "Help," Shinso said simply. Izuku shook his head. "I'm not a hero. Not anymore." "You don't need a license to care," Shinso said quietly. "You just need to decide." They sat there as the city burned on the screen. Outside, clouds gathered on the horizon, the first warning of rain. Inside, the air felt thick with the weight of what was coming. Espresso padded out from the storage room and hopped onto Izuku's lap. The cat, for once, didn't glare, just settled there with a low, steady purr. Izuku gently ran a hand over Espresso's fur, eyes still on the screen. Tomorrow, the world would be different. He could feel it. The Greenlit cafe was quiet that morning, the usual hum of brewing coffee and soft clinks of plates temporarily silenced. A handwritten note hung on the door, "Closed for the day. Thank you for understanding." The interior was dimly lit by natural light pouring through the large front windows, casting long shadows over the neatly arranged tables. The cafe felt strange without the warmth of music, customers, and the usual murmur of conversation. Espresso, Muffin, and Chai, the resident cats, lounged on the windowsill, their ears twitching occasionally at distant sounds. Izuku stood behind the counter, arms resting on the polished wood, staring blankly at the closed register. His green eyes were rimmed red from lack of sleep, his curls a little more unruly than usual. Shinso Hitoshi sat across from him, leaning in one of the corner booths, watching him in silence. The day before had been chaos. The Camino incident was on every channel, every news site, and every whispered conversation across the city. All Might's last stand. The reveal of his true form. The symbol of peace, diminished. And Bakugo Katsuki, rescued. Izuku hadn't spoken much on the way to the hospital that morning. He'd sent a message to his small but loyal group of customers explaining that the cafe wouldn't open. Then he and Shinso took the train in silence. They were allowed in after some back and forth with the staff and a bit of help from Recovery Girl, who recognized Izuku immediately. The moment the door to Katsuki's room opened, Izuku froze. Katsuki was sitting upright in the hospital bed, arms bandaged, scowl intact, glaring at the news broadcast on the small TV mounted in the corner. His eyes flicked over, and a surprised noise left him before he could fully register who it was. Deku. Izuku rushed to him in the next second. Katsuki let out a pained grunt, and Shinso winced from the doorway as the heart monitor beeped faster. Kaken. I was so scared, you idiot. Izuku exclaimed, arms locked around him. You didn't even get to tell me you were leaving. Then you were gone, and then kidnapped, and then, his voice broke. I thought I was going to lose you. Katsuki shifted awkwardly, his bandaged hand hovering before he finally placed it on Izuku's back. You didn't lose me. I'm not that easy to take down. Izuku pulled back, sniffing, his face full of tears. Shinso watched from the door, a frown pulling at his mouth. He couldn't explain the twist in his chest. It wasn't like Izuku hadn't worried about Bakugo before. They were childhood friends. Kind of. Sort of. Complicated. But the way Izuku looked at him now, with all that emotion, like Katsuki was the sun finally returning after a week of storm. Shinso stepped back a little, looking away. Back at the cafe, it was quieter than ever. Izuku had let the cats out to play in the small courtyard behind the building, leaving the back door ajar to let in the soft breeze. He wiped down the counters obsessively, scrubbing spots that weren't there, moving to the sink, then reorganizing the tea shelf. Shinso sat at the bar stool, sipping from a mug of chamomile. You know he's fine, right? He asked after a while. Izuku looked up. I know. I didn't know how much it would hit me until I saw him again. Shinso nodded. Then, softly, you care about him a lot. Izuku didn't answer right away. He turned a mug over in his hands. He was my first friend. Then maybe again. I don't know what we are. But I do know I never want to see him on a hospital bed again. Shinso took another sip to fill the silence. Later, when Izuku went to feed the cats, Shinso stayed inside. Espresso, the black cat with amber eyes, trotted past his feet, tail flicking. He leaned forward, arms crossed on the countertop, and sighed. He wasn't that jealous. Not really. Okay, maybe a little. It wasn't that he didn't want Izuku to care about other people. Of course not. Izuku was the kind of guy who took in stray cats and called villains by their first names. He should care. But Shinso couldn't help the way his chest tightened seeing how completely Izuku had fallen apart at Bakugo's bedside. It stirred something uneasy in him. Something sharp and uncertain. He didn't even know what this was between him and Izuku. He came to the cafe often. Helped around sometimes. Played with the cats. Stayed late. They talked. Shinso had started to look forward to it. To him. But maybe he'd misread it. The clang of the back door opening pulled him from his thoughts. Izuku walked in, brushing leaves off his hoodie, muffin clinging to his shoulder like a fluffy scarf. You want to help me make some tea? Izuku asked. Shinso gave a small smile. Sure. That night, Shinso left earlier than usual. The sky was a soft navy blue as he stepped outside, the city lights just beginning to flicker to life. He turned, ready to offer a quick goodbye. Izuku stood at the doorway, hand resting against the frame. He looked tired again, but a little more at peace than earlier. Thanks for today, Hitoshi, he said softly. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come with me. Shinso nodded, stuffing his hands into his pockets. Anytime. He walked down the street slowly, thinking about green eyes and tear-streaked cheeks, and the name Kaken echoing in his head like a bell. The feeling in his chest didn't fade, but he told himself it was fine. He was fine. Izuku was safe. Katsuki was safe. He'd figure out the rest later. The Greenlit cafe remained dark for the rest of the evening, cats curled up in the windows, and the scent of chamomile still lingering in the air. The morning sun spilled into the Greenlit cafe like honey, warm and golden through the windows. The The soft clink of mugs and the low hum of the espresso machine formed the rhythm of a usual, comforting routine. Izuku midoriya wiped down the counter with practiced ease, the scent of chai and coffee blending with the faint, lingering hint of vanilla from the muffins in the display case. Muffin, the chubby orange cat, purred contentedly atop a sunlit windowsill, while Chai batted at a stray coffee stirrer on the floor. Espresso, the sleek black cat, was curled up behind the register like a shadowy guardian. Shinso had arrived early that morning, his usual sleepy-eyed self. But there was something in the way he leaned against the wall, arms crossed and eyes contemplative, that told Izuku he was holding something back. Izuku glanced at him from over the rim of his tea mug. "You okay?" Shinso sighed. "I've got to tell you something." The tone made Izuku set down his drink. "What is it?" "They're moving us into the dorms. The UA kids. Security reasons, especially after Camino." Shinsu's voice dropped at the last word. "We won't be allowed off campus without permission anymore." The cafe seemed to still around them for a moment. The quiet was only broken by Muffin letting out a slow yawn. Izuku blinked. His throat tightened as the weight of that statement settled over him. "So, that means you can't come by anymore?" Shinso hesitated, then nodded. Izuku gave Shinso a big hug. "I'm really going to miss you." The words were so honest, so gentle, that they struck something in Shinso. He wasn't used to people being sad about his absence. And yet, here was Izuku, standing in front of him with wide, green eyes that shimmered with emotion. A soft flutter bloomed in Shinsu's chest, something like wings, light and unsteady. "Butterflies?" He looked away, clearing his throat. "It's not like I'm disappearing. We'll figure something out." Izuku smiled faintly, wiping at his eyes. "Yeah. Okay." Before anything more could be said, the bell above the door jingled, and two voices called out. "Oh, midoriya." Izuku turned just in time to see Kirishima waving excitedly, and beside him, a scowling Katsuki Bakugo, hands shoved deep in his pockets, followed him in. Izuku's heart gave a relieved jolt at the sight Bakugo had been discharged. He looked a little stiff, a little pale, but still very much himself. "Kaken," Izuku breathed, his voice softer now, and Bakugo gave him a grunt in greeting. "We figured we'd stop by," Kirishima said brightly. "Hospital food is terrible. And I kept telling him this place is the best." Bakugo muttered something under his breath, cheeks already tinged with pink. It wasn't noticeable at first, not unless someone knew what to look for. Izuku was excellent at reading subtle changes in people. Especially Katsuki Bakugo. And when Kirishima threw an arm around Bakugo's shoulder and said with a toothy grin, "And the fact me and Bakubro are best friends." Bakugo tensed, eyes widening slightly, and the pink deepened into something just barely visible. "Oh, shut up, shitty hair," Bakugo snapped, elbowing him off roughly. Izuku couldn't help the amused grin that bloomed across his face. Shinso leaned in slightly. "Did I miss something?" Izuku just shook his head, still smiling as he turned back toward the counter. "Nothing. But growth." They all sat together for a little while. Izuku served them hot drinks and a couple pastries on the house. Muffin and Espresso took turns eyeing Bakugo, while Chai curled up next to Kirishima, who seemed delighted to have the honor. The air felt lighter than it had in days. Eventually, the sun dipped toward the horizon, casting long golden rays across the cafe's wooden floor. As the last customer trickled out and the sign was flipped to closed, Izuku turned to Shinso with a hopeful smile. "Do you have time to hang out?" Shinso raised a brow. "I do. I was going to ask if you wanted to come over for dinner. My folks have been asking about you." Izuku blinked. "Your parents?" "Yeah. Don't look so surprised," Shinso smirked. "They're kind of excited I have a friend." That made Izuku laugh softly. "I'd love to." Shinsu's house that evening. Izuku didn't expect the Shinso household to be so lively. The second they stepped through the front door, they were met with the scent of something savory and warm, garlic, soy, and ginger mingling in the air, and then a woman with bright purple hair and a wide grin bounded into view. "Hitoshi, is this your friend?" "Mom, please," Shinso groaned, but Izuku was already smiling. It's nice to meet you, he said, bowing politely. And polite too, she beamed. I'm Aki, and that's my husband, Kaito. A tall man stepped into the room behind her, grinning with a dish towel slung over one shoulder. So you're the one our son's always vaguely mentioning. I don't, Shinso tried, but his father just chuckled and clapped a hand on his shoulder. Dinner was. There was laughter, teasing, and stories about Shinso as a kid that made him want to slide under the table. Izuku fit in so easily, smiling and listening, asking questions and joking right along. They played a few board games after dinner. Aki was terrifyingly competitive, and at some point, Izuku laughed so hard he cried when Shinso lost to his mom in 3 consecutive rounds of Uno. Shinso found himself watching Izuku more than the game, though. The way his eyes crinkled when he laughed. The soft flush on his cheeks from warmth and joy. How easily he blended into a place he'd never been before. It was strange how right it felt. Later, when the sky had darkened into a navy canvas and stars were peeking out, Izuku stood at the front door, tying his hoodie. Thanks again for dinner. Your parents are great. Shinso walked him out, hands in his pockets. They liked you. Izuku grinned. That makes me happy. There was a pause, soft and lingering. The porch light buzzed overhead, casting them in a golden glow. You know, Izuku said, voice a little quieter, I really will miss you. I know we'll talk and stuff, but it's not the same. Shinso swallowed. I know. They stood there for a moment, the air between them heavy with something unspoken. Then Izuku reached out and squeezed Shinso's hand. I'm glad I met you. Shinso looked down at their hands. Felt the flutter again, stronger now. I'm glad too, he murmured. And as Izuku turned and began walking down the quiet street toward his home, Shinso stood on the porch, watching until he disappeared from view. He still wasn't sure what he was feeling, but he was pretty sure it was starting to matter. Might as well get together already. Anywho, see ya? The Greenlit cafe had always hummed with a calm, welcoming energy, but today, it pulsed with a subtle shift, brighter, warmer, livelier. Izuku midoriya moved through the familiar space like sunlight through gauze. The clink of dishes, the mellow rhythm of chatter, and the hiss of the espresso machine were like a melody to him. After all that had happened, the Camino incident, Bakugo's rescue, the tension in the air, he felt grateful for normalcy, even if it was fragile. Business had returned to its usual pace. More regulars than ever came in now, some whispering about the bravery of the heroes in Camino. Others just seemed to appreciate the grounded safety the cafe offered. You've got that look again, said Mrs. Hanabira, a middle-aged woman who always ordered hibiscus tea with exactly 1 spoonful of honey. She leaned over the counter with an amused smirk. Izuku blinked. What look? The one where you're glowing like a light bulb and don't even notice it. He laughed softly, rubbing the back of his neck. I guess I'm just happy to see everyone okay. She tapped her mug. Don't let the world burn you out, dear. It'll try, but you've got too much warmth for it to win easily. Izuku gave her an extra cookie with her tea and winked. Thanks, Mrs. Hanabira. Cookie on the house. When she left, Kuda, a teenage boy who liked to sketch superheroes, approached the counter. Hey, Midoriya-san, are you still doing the story game with the chalkboard? Of course. Izuku gestured toward the back wall where the cafe's story prompt game always waited for entries. This week's prompt is, a hero with no name saves a lost traveler. Got something in mind? Kuda grinned and hurried over to write his contribution. But even as the atmosphere remained friendly, Izuku couldn't ignore the storm clouds gathering beyond the cafe windows. The hero commission had become increasingly invasive. At first, it was just formal letters. Then calls. Then warnings, subtle ones cloaked in legal language and cold politeness. Now, things had escalated. He noticed the online smear campaign late one night when he was scrolling through reviews. Most were glowing, praising the coffee, the peaceful vibe, even the cat's espresso, muffin, and chai. But tucked between them was a review too articulate, too bitter, to be a coincidence. This cafe is a hazard to society. Allowing known villains, or even those affiliated, to coexist in peace alongside civilians promotes dangerous thinking. It teaches the next generation that crime has a place at the table. Heroes should not tolerate this. A few more posts echoed the sentiment, some with usernames like Just Concerned and For Justice Japan. The words poisoning young minds were repeated. Izuku closed the browser tab with a quiet sigh. He didn't want to believe it was orchestrated, but he wasn't naive either. The cafe had emptied by nightfall. He flipped the open sign to closed, rolled down the front shutters halfway, and set the broom against the wall. Chai weaved between his ankles as he wiped down the last table. That's when he noticed it. A shadow moved just outside the glass. So, Izuku turned toward the door and stepped out. The street was mostly quiet, lit dimly by the corner street lamp. Then he saw him barefoot, thin, his oversized hoodie brushing against his knees. A child. No more than 5 or 6. "Hey," Izuku said gently, crouching down. "Are you lost?" The boy didn't answer. Izuku held out a hand. "It's okay. You're safe here. Want to come inside?" The child hesitated before stepping toward him. Izuku led him gently into the cafe, flicking the lights brighter. "It's a little late to be out on your own, huh?" Still no answer. The boy stood awkwardly near the wall, wide violet eyes scanning the room. His dark brown hair flopped into his face. Chai approached him, brushing against his shin, and the boy didn't flinch but didn't react either. "You're not hurt, right?" Izuku asked, already dialing the non-emergency police line. "I'm gonna call someone, okay? They'll help us find your parents." The dispatcher said no missing child had been reported matching the boy's description. No identification. No records. Nothing. "We'll have someone follow up in the morning," the officer told Izuku. "If it's okay with you, he can stay there for tonight. We'll send someone by at dawn." Izuku hung up slowly, then turned back to the boy. "I guess it's just us tonight," he said softly. He made up the couch with extra blankets and set a small cup of warm milk nearby. "Do you have a name?" Izuku asked, kneeling beside the little nest of pillows he'd made. The boy fiddled with the hem of his sleeve. Then, almost silently, he mouthed a word. "Hataru." A slow nod. Izuku smiled. "That's a beautiful name. I'm Izuku." Hataru didn't respond, but his gaze lingered on Muffin, who had climbed into the nest beside him. It was then Izuku saw Hataru relax. The Greenlit cafe had long since gone dark for the night, save for the soft glow of the pendant lights Izuku kept on in the back for warmth rather than utility. The storm had passed hours ago, but the streets still glistened with rainwater, and every few seconds a car would splash by outside, the noise muffled by thick glass. Inside, it was quiet, save for the occasional content purring from Espresso, who had taken a liking to sleeping atop the back counter. Muffin and Chai were curled up beside one another in their little woven basket, tails twitching occasionally. The cafe had been bustling earlier, a far cry from the silence now, and Izuku found himself standing behind the bar, drying the last of the mugs and watching the boy sitting at one of the tables. Hataru. The name suited the little boy, quiet and glowing in an almost fragile way, like a firefly trying not to be noticed. He sat with a blanket wrapped tightly around his shoulders, a fresh cup of warm cocoa between his small hands. His dark brown hair was still a bit damp, and his violet eyes kept scanning the cafe with a cautious curiosity. "You okay, Hataru?" Izuku asked softly, keeping his voice gentle. Hataru looked up at him, and after a pause, gave the smallest nod. That was good enough for Izuku. He came out from behind the counter and slowly approached the table, crouching down so he was at the boy's level. "It's okay if you don't want to talk. You don't have to. But I'll listen whenever you're ready." Hataru hesitated, clutching the cup a little tighter. His eyes flicked toward Izuku, then toward the cats. After a moment, he whispered something, his voice so soft it barely reached Izuku's ears. "Can I pet the cats?" Izuku's heart softened instantly. "Of course you can," he said with a warm smile. "They're really friendly, especially Muffin. She loves cuddles." As if summoned, Muffin stretched out of her bed and lazily padded toward the table. Izuku watched as Hataru's gaze followed him with growing interest. When the cat gently rubbed against the boy's leg, he reached down and cautiously petted her head. Muffin let out a soft purr. A faint smile crossed Hataru's face, and Izuku beamed. That's a good sign, he murmured. They stayed like that for a while, Izuku sitting at the table with Hotaru, sipping a hot drink of his own, and occasionally chatting about little things. He shared stories about the cafe cats, how they had just shown up one day, and how Muffin had once stolen a croissant from a tray, acting as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He talked about the regulars Mr. Yamada, who always ordered extra sugar, and Mina, who tried something new on the menu but never finished her drinks. Hotaru didn't talk much, but he listened intently. Izuku could tell. The boy's eyes never wandered far from him, even as he petted the cats or sipped his drink. Trust was starting to bloom tentatively, but genuinely. Around 9:45 p.m., Izuku's phone buzzed on the counter. "Hold on," he said gently, standing up to walk over. His face lit up when he saw the caller ID Shinso. He answered the video call, already smiling. "Hey." Shinsu's face appeared, soft lighting behind him and hair slightly tousled, as if he had just woken up. He blinked blearily. "You look tired," Izuku teased. "I was," Shinso replied, rubbing his eyes. "But I couldn't sleep, so I figured I'd check in. How was your day?" Izuku's eyes flicked toward the table. "Busy." "Eventful." Shinsu's brow lifted. "Oh." Izuku angled the phone slightly so Shinso could see the small boy bundled up on the cafe chair with Muffin in his lap. Hotaru blinked at the screen, mildly surprised. "I found him wandering outside after closing," Izuku explained. "He wasn't talking much at first, but I got a name Hotaru. No parents on record, so the police are filing a report. They said he can stay here until they figure something out." Shinso blinked. "You're just taking care of a kid now?" Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "I couldn't just leave him." He seemed scared. "You know me." Shinso let out a soft laugh. "Yeah, I do." On the screen, Shinso turned his gaze toward Hotaru and gave a little wave. "Hey kid." Hotaru hesitated, then raised one hand in a small, shy wave back. "Cute," Shinso murmured. Izuku chuckled. "He likes Muffin. That's always a good sign." Shinsu's expression softened. "You're doing good, Izuku." That made Izuku pause. His heart gave a little squeeze at the way Shinso said it, casual but sincere. He looked away from the camera for a moment, feeling warmth spread through him. "Thanks." "Really?" he murmured. They chatted for a few more minutes. Shinso mentioned how dorm life was getting stricter curfews, tighter patrols, students needing passes to leave campus. Izuku didn't say it aloud, but he could feel the pressure too, the commission's complaints, the political tension, the world shifting again after Camino. But right now wasn't about that. After the call ended, Izuku walked back over to Hotaru, who was now half asleep in the chair. "Want to go upstairs, bud?" he asked softly. Hotaru nodded sleepily, allowing Izuku to guide him up the short staircase to the apartment above the cafe. It wasn't big, but it was warm and clean. Izuku let him sleep in his bed for the night, setting up a futon for himself on the floor. "Good night, Hotaru," he whispered. As he turned out the lights and lay back on the futon, he reflected on how odd life had become. A kid with violet eyes was now curled up in his bed, Muffin purring on the pillow beside him. The cafe had been filled with laughter that day, with new and old faces. And even though shadows loomed, he could feel them. This moment, this night, was still safe. And that had to count for something. The park was alive with the gentle sounds of spring, the rustle of new leaves, birds chirping in the trees, and the soft chatter of families enjoying a rare sunny day. The wind was warm against Izuku's cheeks as he walked beside Hotaru, who held tightly to his hand. His small fingers felt cool despite the sunshine, and he hadn't said a word since they left the police station. Izuku glanced down at him. "You okay?" he asked gently. Hotaru looked up, gave the smallest of nods, then stared straight ahead again. They found an open patch of grass near a shaded bench. Izuku sat down while Hotaru remained standing, his gaze flicking between the playground and the groups of children chasing each other. He was still, uncertain, like a shadow trying to decide if it belonged in the light. "You know," Izuku said after a moment, stretching his legs out, "this place has the best tag games in the whole city. I used to play here when I was younger, well, mostly by myself, but I still made the rules up." Hataru glanced at him, skeptical. Rules? Izuku grinned. Like no climbing trees to escape the zombie. That was me, I was the zombie a lot. You ever play? No. A group of kids darted past, their laughter ringing like bells. One of them, a girl with bright pink pigtails and skinned knees, slowed down as she noticed Hataru. Hey, she called out, smiling as she jogged over. Wanna play? Hataru froze. The girl tilted her head, then noticed Izuku. Can your brother play too? Hataru blinked and looked at Izuku, who blinked right back in surprise. He chuckled. Brother, huh? What do you think, Hataru? The boy hesitated. His lips parted like he wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. Instead, he turned to the girl and gave a slow, uncertain nod. Cool, she said, already turning. We're playing tag. You're both in. Hataru hesitated again, looking to Izuku as if asking for permission. Izuku offered him a small, warm smile and stood. Looks like I'm it, he said, cracking his knuckles playfully. You better run fast, little dude. The girl shrieked with laughter and bolted, and Hataru took off after her, then slowed, looking over his shoulder. Izuku groaned and lurched forward like a cartoon zombie. Brains. I'm gonna getcha. Hataru's eyes widened and then he laughed. Actually laughed. It was small and breathy, but real. He darted away, weaving between trees and playground equipment as Izuku gave chase, pretending to be a monster. The other kids quickly joined in, squealing with delight as Izuku stumbled and groaned with every step. Not the swings, he called dramatically when a boy leapt onto one. That's my one weakness. You're too slow, one girl yelled as Hataru zipped past her. Izuku feigned defeat, dropping to one knee with an exaggerated gasp. So strong. The kids were breathless with laughter, but it was Hataru's face Izuku kept watching. With every passing minute, he seemed to come more alive. His shoulders loosened, his steps grew bolder, and eventually he started tagging back. You're it, he declared, his voice high but confident, tapping a boy on the shoulder. Izuku straightened, dusting off his pants. Wait, since when do zombies get tagged? I don't remember agreeing to this. That's the new rule, one of the kids declared, giggling. Hataru ran by again, this time flashing Izuku a quick grin. A grin that lit up his whole face. They played for nearly an hour, and Izuku only stopped when he noticed some of the parents on nearby benches watching with amusement. That's midoriya, right? One woman murmured. Yeah, another replied. From the Greenlit cafe. That place on the corner with all the plants. He's so good with kids. I wish my husband played like that. Izuku chuckled under his breath as he caught the whispers. He didn't mind the attention not like this. Right now, all that mattered was that Hataru was laughing. Eventually, the games slowed. Kids began getting called home for dinner. Hataru returned to Izuku's side, panting, face flushed but bright. Izuku knelt beside him. You okay? He asked. Hataru nodded. That was fun. Yeah. You were really fast, Izuku said, nudging his arm. And you're dodging? I think you could take on a hero in training. Hataru looked down, a little shy. They didn't call me weird. No, Izuku said softly. Because you're not. There was a pause. Do you want to come back here again sometime? Izuku asked. Hataru looked at him and nodded. With the sunlight turning orange and stretching long shadows across the grass, Izuku ruffled his hair. Let's go get ice cream, huh? They found a food truck nearby and bought a cone each, strawberry for Izuku, vanilla with sprinkles for Hu. They sat on a quiet bench by the sidewalk, watching people pass as the city began to slow for the evening. Hataru stared at his cone for a long moment, then whispered, I like vanilla. Izuku smiled. Yeah, you've got good taste. Not a lot of people pick that anymore. I didn't know if I could. Pick a flavor? Hataru nodded. You can always pick what you like, Izuku said, his tone light but firm. Even the boring ones. Especially the boring ones. Hataru giggled just a little. After they finished their cones, Izuku wiped his hands with a napkin and stood. One more stop, he said. We gotta get you some real pajamas and stuff. At the store, Hataru trailed behind him through the aisles. Izuku let him pick out clothes: simple cotton shirts, comfy pants, some socks with frogs on them. The boy pointed at a pajama set with tiny stars and moons. Izuku held it up. "You like this one?" Hataru nodded, already hugging it to his chest. They picked out a toothbrush, child-safe shampoo, and a pair of sneakers in red and white. As they headed to the register, Hataru tugged Izuku's sleeve. "That you're really nice?" Izuku blinked, then smiled. "Thanks. You're really brave." Back at the cafe, the warm lights were low and welcoming. Izuku filled the tub and helped Hataru into the bath, letting him splash a little while he sorted their shopping. Later, he dried Hataru's hair, helped him into his new pajamas, and showed him how to brush his teeth. By the time they settled into the futon, the sky was dark and full of stars outside the cafe window. Izuku lay beside Hataru, who curled close without prompting this time. "Good night," Izuku whispered. Hataru murmured something into his chest. Izuku didn't catch the words, but the warmth in them made him smile. He wrapped his arm gently around the boy and let the rhythm of his breathing lull him into sleep. The sun rose lazily over Mizudafu, casting soft golden beams across the shop windows of the Greenlit cafe. Light filtered through the leafy plants crowding the windowsill, bathing the cozy interior in warmth and calm. It was still early. Hataru was curled up on the couch in the back room, hugging a plush frog. Izuku had picked up for him at the store, his soft breaths deep and even. Izuku stood at the counter, steam rising from a mug of tea he hadn't touched. His hands were wrapped around the ceramic as he stared at the cafe's social media page on his phone, brows drawn low. He had woken to several new notifications and a strange, heavy feeling in his chest. The top comment on his latest cafe photo, a picture of a matcha latte with a foam leaf design, read, "This place is a front. Think about it. Villains walk in freely and no one does a thing. Parents, keep your kids away." Another followed, "I heard the owner doesn't have a quirk. Typical. Shouldn't even be running a place like this. Heroes won't touch it because they're watching him." Then there was a long post, anonymous, posted on an opinion blog but shared rapidly across social channels. "The Greenlit Cafe is dangerous. Not because of its drinks or service but because it normalizes villainy. Known criminals have been spotted there multiple times, and the owner does nothing. Worse, he welcomes them. He smiles at them like they're just neighbors. It's poisoning the minds of young people. If we treat villains like people, we forget why they're dangerous. If we allow this behavior to spread, we'll raise the next generation to believe that evil is just a difference of opinion. Shut it down before it's too late." Izuku scrolled slowly, heart pounding, thumb hovering over the screen. He didn't recognize the names. Some were anonymous accounts with no profile pictures. Some were real people he'd never served. But the pattern was clear. The commission was getting bolder. There had been warnings before, subtle things. An unmarked car parked near the cafe 2 days in a row. A DLVI truck accidentally blocking the front for hours. A strange customer last week who asked too many questions and never bought anything. Now it was digital. Public. Smearing. Izuku set the phone down and took a breath. The mug was cold by now. He walked into the back room and knelt beside Hataru's makeshift bed. The boy stirred, blinking groggily, violet eyes soft with sleep. "Morning," Izuku whispered. "Did you sleep okay?" Hataru nodded. "You?" "Yeah." He smiled, ruffled the boy's hair. "Hey, want pancakes for breakfast?" Hataru lit up, nodding again. While Hataru ate, his mouth sticky with syrup and a rare smile tugging at the corners, Izuku tidied up the cafe, flipped the sign to open, and tried to act like nothing was wrong. But the tension hummed beneath his skin. It was mid-morning when the cafe started to fill. The regulars trickled in: Mr. Kondo from the bookstore with his crossword puzzle, Aina-chan with her sketchbook, and 2 pro heroes Izuku only knew by their first names who always ordered iced black coffee and whispered about their patrols in the back booth. Hataru sat quietly at the side table near the register, reading a comic book Izuku had let him pick out from the corner shelf. He looked more relaxed today, especially with familiar faces around. Izuku kept smiling, kept pouring drinks and serving pastries. Until the bell over the door jingled and 3 men stepped inside. They didn't look like customers. Sharp suits. No expressions. No warmth. Izuku recognized the lapel pins instantly, stylized HC crests in silver. The Hero Commission. The man in front spoke without preamble. Midoriya Izuku? Izuku's back straightened, but his tone remained calm. That's me. We need a word. He glanced at Hataru, who had stilled, tiny hands gripping the comic, and turned back. In the back, Izuku said quietly. They walked into the storeroom behind the register. The door clicked closed. The tallest of the three men pulled out a tablet and tapped it. We're here on behalf of the Hero Commission, acting under Article 28C of Civic Protection. Your establishment has been flagged. Flagged for what? Izuku asked, folding his arms. I'm operating under all city health and business codes. It's not about your coffee, Mr. Midoriya. The second man stepped forward. You're attracting too much attention. Known villains frequent this place. Reports of your interactions are concerning. Izuku's voice was steady. I don't break any laws. I treat everyone the same, heroes, civilians, or people trying to turn their lives around. You're creating a safe zone for criminals. I'm creating a place where people don't get judged for where they've been, only how they act while they're here. There was silence. Then the first man leaned forward slightly. We're advising you to scale back. Close temporarily. Re-evaluate your mission. If you don't, you may find that further investigations are launched. Not just into your cafe. Into your history. Into the boy. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He's just a kid. He has no guardian on record, the third agent said coolly. And a blood-based quirk. You understand how that looks. Izuku's jaw clenched. People are watching, Mr. Midoriya, the lead agent finished. It would be wise not to give them reasons to be afraid. The men turned and left without another word. Later that afternoon, Izuku stood at the sink, rinsing dishes with trembling hands. Hataru sat at the counter, kicking his feet. Those men were scary. Yeah, Izuku said softly. They were. Are they heroes? Izuku didn't answer at first. Then, they work with heroes. Not all of them are like that. Hataru was quiet. Then he asked, Are they going to take me away? Izuku dried his hands and turned, kneeling so they were eye to eye. No, he said. You're staying right here, okay? As long as you want to. Even if I have a bad quirk? Izuku's heart cracked a little. There's no such thing as a bad quirk, he said. Only people who use them badly. And you're not one of them. Hataru looked down, rubbing his hands together. Do you want me to go? Izuku pulled him into a hug. Never. That evening, the cafe was quiet again. The sun dipped low, and the city hummed with the wind outside. Izuku sat alone by the front window, watching the sky turn shades of orange and pink. Hataru was upstairs, napping. Izuku checked his phone again. More comments, more reposts of the hate blogs. Some were louder now. People accusing him of enabling villainy. People calling for the cafe's shutdown. But he also saw, I went to the Greenlit cafe last week. I've never felt more safe. The barista smiled at me even though I'm quirkless. That never happens. You can feel the warmth in that place. It's more hero than half the ones on TV. Izuku closed the screen. Exhaled slowly. They could post. They could whisper. They could threaten. But as long as people needed this place, as long as he believed in what he was doing, he would stand. Even if he stood alone. The wind that swept through the quiet street that evening was gentle, carrying with it the comforting smell of rain-washed pavement and fresh pastries from the Greenlit cafe. Inside, soft music played from an old speaker, the mellow hum of piano drifting through warm lighting. Izuku stood behind the counter with a dish towel in hand, absently drying a mug for the third time. His thoughts were far away, caught somewhere between the commission's veiled threats and the soft, sleepy murmur of a 5-year-old upstairs who had begun to trust him in small, tender ways. The quiet, however, was suddenly broken by the sharp jingle of the front doorbell. Izuku blinked and looked up in surprise. He hadn't forgotten to lock the door, had he? He was certain it was latched after closing hours. His heart skipped at the thought of a commission agent coming back, or worse, someone else with intentions cloaked in civility. But when his eyes landed on the visitor standing in the doorway, The tension in his chest unspooled all at once. Hitoshi, he breathed. There stood Shinso in a hoodie and jeans, carrying a duffel bag over one shoulder. His violet eyes flicked up, tired but steady, meeting Izuku's with quiet purpose. "Hey," Shinso said with a small smile tugging at his lips. "Thought I'd stop by." Before Izuku could think, his legs carried him forward, and the towel hit the ground as he threw his arms around Shinso in a tight, heartfelt hug. "I missed you," Izuku said into his shoulder, voice muffled and full of emotion. The words came out before he could catch them, and then realization hit him like a freight train. He stumbled back, cheeks aflame, hands flailing as his brain finally caught up with his impulsive movement. Sorry. I wasn't thinking sorry for grabbing you like that, I just—" "You looked like you needed it," Shinso interrupted calmly, though his ears were tinged with a faint pink that didn't go unnoticed. Izuku's mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. He gave up on forming coherent words and instead turned around quickly, rubbing the back of his neck furiously while mumbling, "Yeah, well, maybe I did." Shinso set his bag by the couch and followed him behind the counter, slipping easily into his usual spot on the bar stool. The two fell into conversation as naturally as breathing. "So," Shinso said, resting his elbows on the counter, "I heard there's a kid now?" Izuku laughed softly, brushing some flour from the countertop. "Yeah. His name's Hataru. I found him outside the cafe a few nights ago. He's been through a lot." Shinsu's brows furrowed. "That the one with the blood quirk?" Izuku nodded. "Hemokinesis. The police think his parents abandoned him because they thought it was villainous. Like it made him dangerous." "That's disgusting," Shinso muttered. "He's 5, not a weapon." Izuku's face softened. "I know. He's a sweet kid. Quite shy. Doesn't really talk. But he's warmed up to me a little." Shinso leaned back. "You're good with people. Especially the ones who need it most." Izuku looked up at that. Their eyes met again, and this time neither looked away right away. "Thanks," Izuku said softly, a faint blush coloring his cheeks again. A small, quiet thump from above interrupted their moment, followed by the creak of footsteps on the stairs. Izuku turned his head. "That must be Hataru," he said, quickly washing his hands and drying them. "He probably woke up and came down for a glass of water." Sure enough, a small figure stood at the foot of the stairs in oversized pajamas, looking sleepily around the cafe with violet eyes half-lidded and confused. His tiny hand rubbed at his eye as he blinked toward the new figure in the room. "Hey buddy," Izuku said gently, crouching down to Hataru's level. "Sorry if we woke you up." Hataru looked from Izuku to Shinso and back again, visibly uncertain. Izuku reached for his hand, which Hataru offered hesitantly. "This is my friend," Izuku said, offering a soft smile. "His name is Hitoshi. He's really nice." Hataru's eyes shifted back to Shinso. He didn't move, just stood there staring for a moment. Shinso offered him a small nod, not pushing the interaction, letting the kid observe him freely. "Hey," Shinso said after a beat, his voice calm and unthreatening. "You got a cool name. Izuku told me a bit about you." Hataru slowly moved closer, clutching Izuku's sleeve as he peered up at Shinso. A long moment passed. Then, out of nowhere, the small boy blinked and asked, voice tiny and hoarse, "Are you his boyfriend?" Izuku nearly choked on air. Shinso blinked twice, stunned. Izuku squeaked, face going scarlet as he sputtered. No. Not that I mean, he's just." Shinso coughed into his fist, looking off to the side as the tips of his ears went pink again. "That's a bold question, kid." Hataru blinked again, seemingly unaffected by the chaos he just dropped on them like a grenade. Izuku knelt down, flustered beyond belief, trying to hide his glowing face. "Hataru, we're just friends. Very good friends. That's all." Hataru nodded slowly, but the expression he wore was suspiciously unreadable for a 5-year-old. Shinso glanced at Izuku, a slow smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Think he's onto something?" he said under his breath. "Don't start," Izuku muttered, still red as a tomato. A few minutes later, the tension softened into laughter. Hataru took a few cautious steps forward and sat beside Shinso on the couch, resting his chin on the cushion's edge. They talked quietly, Shinso asking simple questions, Hataru giving shy nods or one-word answers in reply. But he didn't leave. He stayed close. That was enough. Eventually, when the clock neared midnight, Izuku walked them both upstairs. Hataru sleepily leaned into his side on the way up. Shinso trailed behind, bag in hand. The apartment above the cafe was simple but homey. Shinso got himself settled on the couch with a blanket and pillow while Izuku tucked Hataru back into his bed. The boy clutched the small fox plushie Izuku had bought for him, his violet eyes already drifting closed. "Good night, Haru," Izuku whispered, brushing a hand gently through his hair. "Night," came the quiet reply. When Izuku returned to the living room, Shinso was already lying down, arms folded behind his head. He looked up as Izuku sat on the floor beside the "Thanks for coming," Izuku said after a moment, voice low. "I really needed someone today." "I know," Shinso replied. "I'm glad I did." They sat in the low light together, the city quiet outside, the storm inside them of worry, of threats, of confusing feelings calming for just a while. Izuku leaned against the couch, eyes closed. "You think I'm doing the right thing? With Hataru? With the cafe?" Shinso asked. "Yeah. Without a doubt. Even if it puts a target on my back? You've always had one." There was a long pause, heavy but not uncomfortable. "I'll protect him," Izuku murmured. "And this place. No matter what." Shinsu's voice was soft but resolute. "You won't do it alone." As sleep crept in on both of them, the night settled once again. Outside, the world moved with uncertainty. But in the warmth of the Greenlit cafe's upper apartment, surrounded by quiet bonds and a fragile peace, something safe and strong was beginning to form. Something worth defending. The morning the commission's decision became reality, the Greenlit cafe was bathed in its usual golden light. Warm sunlight filtered through the large front windows, pooling across wooden floors and softly illuminating the potted plants and handwritten chalkboard menu. The scent of roasted beans lingered in the air, fresh and comforting. Yet beneath the peaceful hum of brewing coffee and chirping birds, Izuku midoriya simmered like a tea kettle left too long on the stove. He stood behind the counter, eyes fixed on the printed notice clenched in his hands. It was official, bearing the seal of the Hero Commission itself. The cafe was ordered to close for a week. No trial. No justification. No violations listed. Simply, business to remain closed pending further review. He hadn't broken a single law. No health code violations, no complaints from the community aside from the anonymous online posts he now suspected were planted. There had been no hearing, no fair warning. Just an unceremonious, quiet move behind closed doors that had now rippled outward like a dropped stone in still water. "I'm sorry," he muttered to the few lingering customers as he flipped the open sign to closed. The handful of regulars, Mr. Takayama, the elderly woman who came in daily for matcha and conversation, Rika and Naomi, the high schoolers who studied here after school, even Jen, the underground hero who occasionally dropped by in civilian clothes, had gathered at the door in quiet confusion, then quickly discontent. "You can't be serious," Rika said, arms folded tightly. "For what reason? Some anonymous complaint?" Naomi echoed, pulling up her phone. "Wait, it's on the Hero Commission's public bulletin." Her eyes widened. "They're saying it's because of repeated questionable associations and dangerous ideological influence." "What the heck?" Mr. Takayama huffed. "They're talking about how you let villains in here, aren't they?" Izuku swallowed hard, trying not to let the frustration show too visibly on his face. "I don't discriminate. Villain, hero, civilian, everyone is welcome here if they follow the rules." "You do more good in this cafe than half the pro-heroes," Jen muttered. "This is ridiculous." The conversation outside the cafe door escalated quickly. A small crowd of supporters had already begun forming, many pulling up their phones and holding up screenshots of the commission's announcement. Within the hour, a growing throng of regulars and curious citizens gathered around the storefront, some carrying homemade signs, others simply showing up in silent protest. The words, "Let him serve," and Greenlit Cafe for all, scrawled on signs and jackets. It was becoming a movement, organic and swift. Reporters weren't far behind. Izuku had just finished wiping down the counter, nerves wound tight in his chest, when the first news van pulled up. From upstairs, Hotaru peeked out the window. "Too many people," he'd whispered, burying himself into the crook of Shinsu's side. The boy, usually so guarded, had slowly begun opening up in the past few days. Around Izuku, Hotaru was beginning to laugh softly, even speak in full sentences. Around Shinso, he seemed curious but wary until last night, when he'd quietly asked if Shinso was Izuku's boyfriend. Now, the boy was hiding again, frightened by the commotion outside. "It's okay," Shinso said softly, ruffling the boy's dark hair. "Stay up here. I'll be here with you." Izuku exhaled deeply, placing a hand on the door. He didn't want to go out. He hated crowds. He hated press. But groceries wouldn't buy themselves, and there was still dinner to make. He stepped out into the sun. Immediately, it hit him. Microphones moved forward. Cameras flashed. Reporters swarmed like flies. "Midoriya-san, do you believe the Hero Commission is targeting your business unfairly? Is it true you allow known villains to frequent your cafe? What would you say to people who claim you're harboring threats to society? Are you planning to fight this decision legally?" Izuku flinched at the barrage. "Please," he tried, holding up his hands. One particularly persistent reporter, dressed in a gray blazer with a sharp bob cut, shoved her microphone closer. "Izuku Midoriya, is your cafe a front for a villain's safe house?" "What? No!" Izuku cried, eyes wide. "Absolutely not. This cafe is a safe space. For everyone who needs peace. That's it. That's always been it." Another reporter shouted over the noise. "Then why has the commission deemed you dangerous?" "I don't know," he said honestly, desperation creeping into his voice. "I follow the laws. I've never hidden anyone. I just treat people like human beings." The crowd shifted, murmuring among themselves. Supporters shouted in defense. "Let him work. Free Greenlit. It's tea and kindness, not treason." The reporter in gray spoke again, more quietly this time. "Do you think this is connected to your history? Your quirklessness?" That stopped him in his tracks. Izuku's hands trembled slightly at his sides. He took a breath. He didn't answer that question. Instead, he turned and pushed his way past the wall of cameras, making a beeline toward the local market. His cheeks burned from both the scrutiny and the embarrassment of having to be out here at all. Just days ago, everything had been peaceful. Hotaru was beginning to settle. Shinso had stayed the night. The cafe was full of life. Now it felt like something sacred had been stepped on. He made it back after nearly an hour, arms loaded with bags of vegetables, meat, rice, and Hotaru's favorite strawberry pocky. He slipped inside quickly, locking the door behind him. His breathing slowed in the familiar warmth of the cafe, even with the distant shouting outside the windows. Upstairs, Shinso was sprawled out on Izuku's futon, Hotaru curled beside him and half asleep, a storybook open and forgotten in Shinsu's hand. "Back?" Shinso asked, sitting up as Izuku set the groceries down. "Yeah," Izuku said softly, running a hand through his hair. "Barely made it through. They're getting worse." "I saw the feeds," Shinso replied. "They're trying to paint you like you're the face of villain sympathy." Izuku clenched his jaw. "They don't know anything." Shinso stood and met his gaze. "They're scared. Not of you but of what you represent. You're doing what they can't. Connecting people." Izuku looked toward Hotaru, who had dozed off again. His face softened. "He asked me this morning if I'd still be his family, even if the cafe was gone." Shinsu's expression faltered. "And?" he asked gently. "I told him I'd be his family no matter what," Izuku said. "I meant it." Shinso nodded. "Then we'll fight this." Izuku's eyes widened a little. "We?" Shinso gave him a half smile. "Of course. You're not alone, Izuku." A beat passed. Izuku stepped forward, feeling a deep sense of gratitude, and embraced him this time with more thought and weight. The hug was warm and genuine. Neither of them spoke for a moment. Outside, the world was chaotic. But inside the Greenlit cafe, a sense of peace lingered. And it would not be easily extinguished. The skies over Mizudafu remained overcast, as if mourning the shuttered cafe. The wooden sign hanging in front of the Greenlit cafe swayed gently in the spring breeze, but the windows remained dark and the doors locked. It had only been 3 days into the commission-mandated week-long shutdown, but the silence felt unnatural. People still lingered nearby, faithful regulars, curious citizens, and passionate strangers, some holding signs, others simply sitting on the curb with drinks from other cafes, trying to keep the spirit alive. Inside the apartment above the cafe, Izuku stirred a spoon in his tea absent-mindedly, seated cross-legged on the living room floor with Hataru nestled beside him. The boy had grown more relaxed around them, no longer flinching at sudden noises or avoiding eye contact. He clutched a small plush fox they had picked out together from a local shop yesterday, hugging it tightly against his chest. Shinso lay sprawled on the couch nearby, arm draped over his eyes. "They're still outside?" he mumbled, lifting his arm to glance at the curtained window. Izuku nodded, a tired but grateful smile forming on his lips. "Yeah. They haven't gone home. Not all of them anyway. Kind of insane. In a good way." Shinso sat up and ruffled his messy purple hair. "I've seen 2 news clips already. And one article quoted a woman yelling, 'You can't silence kindness,' while holding up a muffin." Izuku choked on his tea mid-sip. "Was it Tsubaki-san?" "Sure was." They both laughed, quiet, strained, but genuine. Haru looked up, eyes curious. "What's a protest?" he asked softly. Izuku smiled gently and put down his tea. "It's when people get together to say something's not right. When they want to fix something unfair." "Because they shut down the cafe?" "Exactly." Hataru blinked slowly, digesting the thought. "They like you." Izuku reached out and brushed Hataru's bangs from his eyes. "I like them too." Shinso leaned over, nudging Izuku's foot with his own. "So, well now, can't work. Can't even sneak in through the back without risking more trouble." "Honestly," Izuku sighed, "I don't know. I want to scream at someone, but I also want to just do something normal. Fold laundry. Sweep. You could sweep the front steps. Symbolic rebellion." "Tempting." Shinso smirked. Then he turned to Hataru. "What do you think? Should we break the rules and clean anyway?" Hataru clutched his fox tighter and gave a small, thoughtful nod. Before Izuku could suggest anything, a knock came at the door downstairs. "Reporters again?" Shinso groaned. "I swear, if it's the guy who tried to climb the fire escape, I'm using my quirk." Izuku rose with a sigh and made his way down the stairs, preparing himself. He cracked open the front door just enough to peek out, but what greeted him was not flashing cameras, just a tired, familiar face. "Aizawa-san." Izuku blinked. "What are you doing here?" "Bringing backup," Eraserhead replied gruffly, holding up a paper bag and a thermos. "What is that?" "Bakugo's mother told me you've been surviving on tea and stress. Figured you could use food." Izuku stepped aside without hesitation. "Please come in." "Thank you. Thank you." As Aizawa entered, he offered a faint nod toward Shinso, who had stood to greet him, and gave Hataru a brief glance. "This him?" Izuku crouched beside Hataru, who had gone stiff. "It's okay, Hataru. This is Aizawa." "Well, he is a customer here, and he's Shinsu's current teacher." "He's good." Aizawa knelt on one knee just enough to be eye level with the boy. "I heard you're braver than most adults. Not many kids your age handle everything you've been through with this much calm." Hataru didn't speak, but he didn't look away either. Aizawa seemed to take that as a win and stood. "I'll keep this brief. I can't openly go against the commission, not yet, but off the record, I want you to know this isn't just noise anymore. Heroes are talking. Staff at UA are talking. A few parents are furious. Even a couple of agency heads are side-eyeing the shutdown." Izuku exhaled. "So, what now?" "Now? You wait. But you don't stop being you." Aizawa passed over the food bag. "Take care of the kid." Shinso tilted his head. And after, Aizawa said, you decide what kind of line you're willing to cross. But you don't do it alone. The silence that followed wasn't heavy, it was grounding. Thank you, Izuku said again. Really? Aizawa gave a nod and a warning glare. Don't do anything reckless, midoriya. Wouldn't dream of it. Okay, maybe I dreamed a little. Don't push your luck. After the visit and the food, the atmosphere lifted a bit. The three of them spent the next few hours chatting, eating on the floor like a lazy picnic, while Hataru quietly played with his toy nearby. It wasn't until the sun dipped into gold and orange that Izuku stretched with a yawn. I think I'm gonna sweep the front. Can't stop me from cleaning. I'll help, Shinso said already, moving to find the broom. Hataru padded over to the door and tugged on Izuku's sleeve. That I want to help too. Izuku smiled. Let's clean rebellion style. That night, as the street quieted again and the protest signs leaned against the wall with pride, the little apartment above the cafe was filled with the warm clink of dishes being washed and quiet laughter. Hataru sat on a stool near the sink, holding up spoons one by one while Shinso dried them. Did you always want to work here? Shinso asked Izuku casually. Izuku glanced up from the soapy water. Maybe not always. But once the idea came to me, it just felt right. I wanted a place that made people feel safe. Shinso nodded slowly. You succeeded. Thank you. Hataru tugged on Shinso's sleeve. You and Izuku are really close. Shinso blinked, lowering the dishcloth. Yeah. I guess we are. Hataru tilted his head. Are you his boyfriend? Silence. The sound of a plate nearly slipping echoed like thunder. Izuku's face turned scarlet. Hataru. What? Shinsu's ears burned pink, and he looked momentarily stunned. What gave you that idea? Hataru blinked innocently. You're always here. And you like each other. Like in the cartoons. Izuku covered his face with his hands, groaning. Oh my god. Shinso chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. Not exactly, kiddo. But you want to be? Shinso shot a look at Izuku, who peeked through his fingers as if hoping the floor would swallow him. Maybe, Shinso said softly, with a slightly teasing smirk. Izuku nearly dropped a bowl. Hataru grinned and hummed, seemingly satisfied with that answer, and went back to sorting spoons. Izuku and Shinso exchanged a look. Flushed, flustered, and somehow a little lighter. The cafe was still closed. The front lights remained dimmed, and the back in a week sign stayed taped to the glass like a wound that hadn't yet scabbed over. But inside, things were anything but quiet. Izuku sat cross-legged on the floor of his apartment, a mountain of unfolded laundry in front of him. Hataru was happily stacking his folded socks like bricks, building a tower beside his plush fox, who had become the official supervisor of all household activities. Shinso was curled into a beanbag chair, his legs too long for it, nursing a mug of black coffee that Izuku had made without asking. He just knew how Shinso liked it now. It was peaceful. A rare kind of domestic silence where nothing bad was happening. Not yet. And then the lights flickered. It was brief. Barely a second. But it made Shinsu's brows furrow and made Izuku's stomach clench. Power surge. Shinso muttered, sitting up straighter. I paid the bill, Izuku said, instantly on his feet. Hataru stopped stacking his socks. Then came the knock. Not on the front door this time but the fire escape. Izuku and Shinso locked eyes. Shinso set his coffee down, already moving. Stay with Hataru. Izuku crept toward the window and peeked through the curtain cautiously. And there he was. Hawks. Izuku blinked. The pro-hero stood casually on the fire escape like he just happened to land there, wind-tousled, cool-eyed, feathers lightly bristling. But his expression was unusually serious. No cocky grin. No teasing wave. Izuku slid open the window. Hi. Evening, Hawks said calmly. Sorry to drop in uninvited. Shinso joined Izuku, leaning over his shoulder. You're really bad at being subtle for someone who's supposed to be stealthy. Hawks smirked faintly. Stealth's overrated. You've been watching the cafe, Izuku said, not accusing, just tired. I have, Hawks admitted. But not because I want it shut down. I'm not here on commission orders tonight. Izuku's breath caught. Then why are you here? Hawks reached into his coat pocket and handed over a sealed envelope. I intercepted something. A file being passed between two internal commission agents off the record. It's got your name all over it. The shutdown. Something else. Izuku took the envelope slowly. What's something else? Hawks looked toward the apartment's warm interior, where Hotaru had quietly crept over to sit by Shinso. Your child, Hawks said softly. They've flagged him. Izuku's stomach dropped. Why? He whispered. He hasn't done anything wrong. They think he will, Hawks said. Because of his quirk. Izuku felt the burn behind his eyes. Not anger, grief. Protective grief. Izuku, Hawks said, his tone dropping low, urgent. You need to read what's in that envelope. And then you need to decide what kind of story you want to tell the world. Because right now, the commission's writing it for you. He turned, preparing to leap from the fire escape. Wait, Izuku called. Why are you helping us? Hawks hesitated. His wings ruffled. Because, he said without looking back, I see myself in that child. And I wish someone had done for me what you're doing for him. And with that he was gone. The envelope was unassuming. Standard size, thin and slightly crinkled from Hawk's coat pocket. No return address, no logo, nothing, just cream-colored paper, sealed with a sliver of red wax. Izuku sat at the kitchen table in the dim light of the apartment, the curtains drawn shut. His fingers hovered over the flap, and Shinso leaned against the counter, arms crossed. Hotaru sat a few feet away on the couch, his plush fox in his lap, swinging his legs silently. He hadn't said a word since Hawks left. You sure about this? Shinso asked quietly. Izuku gave a small nod. Whatever's in here. It's already hurting people. We need to know. He broke the seal. Inside were 4 neatly folded documents and 1 flash drive. The first was a printed copy of an internal commission memo. Izuku unfolded it carefully and began to read aloud, voice barely above a whisper. Top secret subject. Cafe 9X known as the Greenlit Cafe, location, Muzutafu, District 4 owner, Midoriya Izuku, quirkless. The subject's establishment is to be monitored continuously via satellite feed and low-level agent rotation. Recent foot traffic analysis has confirmed multiple villain-class individuals frequent the premises, including Himiko Toga, Class A, dangerous, confirmed, Dabi, Class A, high threat, confirmed, Spinner, Class B, unconfirmed sightings. Additionally, hero students from UA have been observed fraternizing on-site without supervision. Commission interpretation, subversive environment. Recommendation, escalate discrediting campaign via anonymous social channels and narrative manipulation. Begin contingency. Process, forced closure under pretense of health and safety concerns. Psychological profiling of owners suggests non-combative but highly persuasive tendencies. Watch for future influence potential. Secondary concern, minor child in residence. Name, Hotaru, surname, unknown, quirk, hemokinesis risk level, C+ escalating parental rights, abandoned. Current custody, midoriya, unofficial. Recommendation, preemptively remove child from custody. Apply quirk endangerment clause if necessary. Izuku stopped reading. The paper in his hands was trembling. They want to take him, he said, breath catching in his throat. Shinso snatched the memo, scanning the rest quickly. His jaw clenched. They already decided you're a threat. This whole time, they were just waiting to push the narrative. He pointed to the last paragraph. They're using Hotaru as justification. Izuku reached for the second document. A full surveillance summary. It included transcripts of conversations overheard through small audio drones, things said inside the cafe. One log caught his eye, audio log, subject midoriya time, 1932, that I don't care if they're a villain. If they walk through my door and follow the rules, they deserve a place to feel human. People change. They can change. Someone just has to give them a reason. Interpretation, ideological subversion. I wasn't wrong, Izuku whispered. I just didn't know they were listening. They're twisting your words into a weapon. Shinso moved to sit beside him, voice low but furious. That's all this is. You offer peace, and they brand it as a threat. Izuku carefully opened the third document. It was a chart. Names, photos, threat levels. In the middle was Hotaru. Beside his image, in bright red text, potential villain class, monitor for activation events. Activation events? Izuku said, stunned. He's a child. He's never hurt anyone. Means they're assuming it's only a matter of time, Shinso said bitterly. They see a blood quirk and check the villain box. Izuku looked over his shoulder. Hotaru was still quiet on the couch, but his violet eyes were fixed on them unblinking. He heard every word. Izuku, came his small voice. Izuku rose instantly, kneeling in front of him. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I didn't mean to scare you. But gonna take me away? Hotaru asked, barely above a whisper. No, Izuku said fiercely. They're not. I promise. But they don't like me, Hotaru added, curling inward. They think I'm bad. Izuku pulled him into a hug, clutching him tight. You are not bad. You're kind and brave and so strong. The people who say otherwise are wrong. They're scared of what they don't understand. Hotaru's small fingers clung to the fabric of Izuku's sweater. Shinso stepped forward. He's staying with us. They'll have to get through a lot before they even touch him. Izuku nodded, eyes shining. We protect him. No matter what. He opened the last page. It was brief. Note, pending, Public Narrative Initiative Phase 1. Headline test, Villain Cafe operating in Nezu? Draft ready. Media assets acquired. Scheduled for release next week. Shinso gave a low, humorless laugh. They're going to smear you in the press. They already started online, Izuku said softly. This is just the next step. He reached for the flash drive, hesitating only a second before inserting it into his laptop. A series of video clips popped up. Security cam footage, none of it from his cafe. They were spliced together. Dabi, causing chaos on the street. Toga, caught in a confrontation. And then cut in afterward footage of them entering the cafe. Sitting at a booth. Smiling. They were making a connection. One that didn't exist the way they wanted it to. They're going to make it look like I'm harboring villains, Izuku whispered. Shinso stared at the screen. They're staging a case. Izuku slowly shut the laptop. I need to do something, he said, before this goes public. Shinso sat down across from him. Then we build a plan. You don't have to fight alone. But it's my name they'll use. My cafe. My kid. Which means, Shinso said, you've got the strongest voice in this. Izuku looked down at his hands. They were shaking, but not from fear. From purpose. The next morning, the sun barely crested the buildings of Nezu. The streets were damp from overnight rain. The cafe remained closed. But inside, there was movement. Shinso sat with Hotaru at the table, helping him draw a cartoon fox on the corner of his coloring book. Hotaru giggled softly, then held up the drawing proudly. It's you, he said to Shinso. Shinso raised an eyebrow. I'm a fox. You look like one, Hotaru said with a tiny grin. Izuku walked into the room, still drying his hair with a towel, a serious look in his eyes. I have an idea, he said. Shinso looked up. I'm going to tell the story before they can, Izuku said. On my terms. Not the commission's. You sure? Izuku nodded. They can make threats, spread lies. But they can't erase the truth. Not if I show people who we really are. He smiled at Hotaru softly, protectively. A place that gives people a second chance. A boy who deserves a home. And one cafe that won't back down just because some suit behind a desk is scared. Shinso stood. Then let's get to work. The cafe had finally reopened. Sunlight filtered through the tall windows of the Greenlit cafe, casting a warm golden hue over the polished wooden counters and tables. The smell of ground coffee beans and fresh bread returned to the air like a long-lost friend. Customers were slowly filtering back in regulars, locals, and curious newcomers drawn in by the recent media buzz surrounding the cafe's reopening. Izuku stood behind the counter, his sleeves rolled up and a towel tossed over his shoulder as he handed a cappuccino to a familiar customer. "Thanks, midoriya," said an elderly man with a kind smile. "It's good to have the place open again. Things haven't felt right in the neighborhood without it." Izuku smiled, his face warm from both the compliment and the effort of maintaining a sense of normalcy. "Thank you, Mr. Nakamura. That really means a lot." He turned just as the bell over the door chimed again. A few children ran in with their parents, excitedly eyeing the display case of muffins and cookies. Espresso, one of the cafe cats, curled around their ankles. "You've got your rhythm back," Hitoshi remarked from his usual spot near the window, sipping tea and watching Izuku over the rim of his cup. "Good to see." Izuku glanced at him and gave a small smile. "Trying to, at least." A soft yawn came from the staircase leading up to the apartment. Hataru appeared in his new blue sweater, blinking sleepily as he clutched a tiny stuffed fox in one hand. "Morning," Izuku called gently. Hataru nodded back and shuffled into the kitchen without a word, his tiny feet quiet against the wooden floor. "Kid's getting used to things," Hitoshi said, his voice low as he watched Hataru sit and begin nibbling a slice of toast. "He's still quiet, but it's different. I think he's starting to feel safe." Izuku's voice was soft, almost reverent. "I hope he is." The day passed like that, quiet conversations, steaming cups, flour-dusted counters, and the sound of laughter slowly returning to the space. By 5 p.m., the cafe had thinned out enough that Izuku decided to step outside to grab some last-minute groceries before closing. Shinso offered to keep an eye on the cafe and Hataru while Izuku ran the errand. Izuku slipped on his coat, waved to the few lingering customers, and stepped outside. The evening air was crisp, with a hint of early autumn in the breeze. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange glow. He didn't expect the chaos. The crosswalk down the block had just turned green. A mother was pushing a stroller with one hand and guiding a second child, a little boy with curly hair with the other. As they made their way across, the boy let go of his mother's hand for just a moment. That moment was enough. The little boy's red ball rolled into the street. He chased after it just as the light turned yellow. Izuku was mid-step on the sidewalk when he saw it, his gaze snapping from the child to the corner of the road where a car was turning far too fast. Time seemed to slow. There was no thought, only movement. Izuku dropped his grocery bag, bolted into the street, arms pumping, heart racing. The mother screamed, but Izuku didn't hear her. The boy was only feet from the car now, frozen. "Move!" Izuku shouted. He lunged. In one breathless second, Izuku grabbed the child, twisting midair just as the front bumper of the car screeched to a halt mere inches from his back. They rolled across the pavement, Izuku taking the brunt of the fall as he shielded the boy. The world returned in a wave of sound, tires squealing, horns blaring, people shouting. The boy was crying, clutching Izuku's shirt as he sat up and cradled him. "It's okay," Izuku breathed, voice trembling but gentle. "You're safe. You're okay." "Why, you saved him," the mother cried, rushing over and dropping to her knees beside them. "Oh my God, thank you, thank you." Izuku handed the boy over, his hands still shaking. "He's okay. That's what matters." Unbeknownst to him, someone had been filming. A teenager across the street had pulled out her phone the moment Izuku dashed into the road. Her hands were shaking too, but she managed to catch the whole thing. The ball, the car, the scream, Izuku's sprint, the save. She posted it with a caption, "This barista just saved a kid's life. Hero or not, this man deserves the world." By the time Izuku had returned to the cafe, still winded, with a bruise on his elbow and a scrape down his forearm, the video was spreading like wildfire. When he stepped inside, Shinsu's phone buzzed incessantly. He looked up from where Hataru was coloring and blinked at Izuku. "You okay?" Shinso asked, eyeing his clothes. "What happened?" Izuku tried to wave it off. "Just a thing. A kid almost got hit." "You what?" Shinso was on his feet immediately. "Are you hurt?" "No. No, I'm fine." "Really?" Izuku flushed, brushing dirt off his sleeves. He just got away from his mom for a second. I couldn't just watch. Shinso stared at him for a beat, then let out a long sigh. Of course you couldn't. From the staircase, Hataru peeked over the railing, his big violet eyes wide with curiosity and something like awe. Izuku met his gaze and offered a small wave. Hey, everything's okay? I just helped someone. Hataru tilted his head. Are you a hero? Izuku blinked. No, he said softly. I'm just me. By the next morning, just me had become something else entirely. The video had reached over 300,000 views by dawn. News stations picked it up, calling him the hero barista and the cafe guardian. Articles cropped up about his past kindnesses, his cafe's peaceful mission, and his non-discrimination rule. Someone even found a photo of him crouched beside Hataru during the protest, and that too began to circulate. Izuku was mortified. When he checked his phone and saw the notifications flooding in, he nearly dropped it into the sink. What is? Shinso snorted from the couch, already sipping coffee. You went viral, dummy. Congrats. You're an internet hero now. Izuku dragged a hand down his face. I didn't do anything special. I just saw a kid in danger. What else was I supposed to do? Exactly, Shinso said, eyes soft. That's the point. From the table, Hataru spoke up between spoonfuls of cereal. They're right. You are a hero. Izuku turned to him, stunned. Hataru. Hataru looked back with a tiny smile. You saved me too. That first night. Izuku's chest tightened. Shinso stood up and walked over, clapping him gently on the shoulder. Like I said, you're not just you. You're you, Midoriya Izuku. And that apparently means something to a lot of people. Outside the cafe, someone had left a bouquet of flowers at the door with a note. Thank you for being the kind of person we need in this world. Izuku stared at the note for a long time. Then, with a deep breath, he unlocked the door. The Greenlit cafe hadn't seen this kind of buzz since the first League of Villains visit, only this time, it wasn't a quiet hum of gossip or hushed whispers about who might be seated at table 6. This was the internet buzzing with excitement, filled with praise, reposts, clips, edits, think pieces, and viral hashtags all centered around one remarkable event. Green-haired angel saves child in traffic. The clip was brief, just under 40 seconds, but impactful. It captured Izuku, his apron fluttering as he sprinted across the street, rescuing a wandering toddler from the path of an oncoming DLVI truck. He moved with swift precision, gently rolling onto the pavement with the child safely in his arms. No special abilities, just quick reflexes, instinct, and a deep concern for someone else's safety. And people admired him for it. By the following morning, the video had garnered over 3 million views. By lunchtime, that number had nearly doubled. By dinner, someone had transformed it into a trending sound on social media platforms. Comments poured in celebrating his compassion, his instincts, and the warm smile he wore when he returned the child to their frantic parent. At the cafe, however, Izuku remained blissfully unaware of the online frenzy. Until Shinso showed him. You're trending on 6 platforms, Shinso muttered as he leaned over the cafe counter, phone outstretched. 7 if you count that cooking site where people say you look like a character from a Studio Ghibli film. Izuku stared at the screen with wide eyes, his cheeks instantly flushing. What cooking site? I don't know. I clicked away when someone compared you to a soft cinnamon roll with trauma, Shinso said dryly. That's so specific, Izuku murmured, burying his face in his hands. Shinso chuckled, his eyes softening. You okay with all this attention? Izuku peeked through his fingers. I guess? I didn't think it would blow up like this. It's you, Shinso replied simply, resting his chin on his palm. You're genuine. And you've been trying to build something real here. People feel that. Izuku looked around the cafe at the tables filled with quiet chatter between strangers, at the odd pairing of a retired pro-hero and an ex-vigilante swapping stories over muffins, at Hataru curled up in the corner with a coloring book and Espresso the cat snoozing against his side. The atmosphere was cozy, peaceful, but not quiet. Not anymore. What Izuku didn't know, at least not yet, was that across the city, the Hero Commission headquarters was in turmoil. A dozen monitors displayed the same footage on loop, muted but subtitled. Screens scrolled endlessly with online comments. Trending hashtags included hashtag Greenlit Guardian, hashtag Izuku midoriya, hashtag Cafe Peace, hashtag Hero Without Quirk, hashtag Protect the Greenlit Cafe. This complicates things. One commissioner spat, pacing the room. No kidding, another replied. We were days from posting the fabricated footage, making him look like he was coordinating with known criminals. This video blows that entire strategy apart. And now? What are we supposed to do? This man is basically a symbol of peace, and he doesn't even have a quirk. They turned to the lead strategist, an older woman with sharp eyes and a clenched jaw. We pivot. It's not over, she said coldly. The tide always turns. People are fickle. But if we post now, everyone will know it's fake. His image is too clean. She was quiet for a moment. Then we tarnish it another way. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Izuku was in the middle of his own counterattack, one he'd unknowingly fired just that morning. The video was simple. He titled it, "A Day in the Greenlit Cafe." The footage wasn't staged or dramatic. It showed the cafe through an honest lens recorded on a small camera Mina helped him set up. It was her idea in the first place. It featured snippets of coffee being poured, muffins served, cats stretching in the sunlight, and conversations between the most unlikely of people. A civilian police officer laughed with a known reformed villain over lemon tarts. A pro-hero thanked a vigilante for a tip that saved a child's life. A young woman with a troubled past found solace in making tea with Izuku behind the counter. And Izuku himself? Just smiling. Just listening. Being. He added a voiceover at the end. No matter who you are, hero, villain, vigilante, civilian, you're welcome here. This isn't a place to fight. This is a place to heal. The video ended with a still frame. Izuku, holding a cup of tea out to the camera, smiling gently. And once that went viral, well, the commission knew they'd lost the first battle. Izuku, you should see the comments. Mina squealed the next afternoon, practically bouncing on her toes as she held out her phone. You've got fan art now. Izuku blinked. Wait, what? Oh yeah. There's one where you're surrounded by villains and they're all drinking tea. And another where you're the cafe version of All Might. I think I'm going to cry. Please don't cry. I won't, but I could. Look. As Mina scrolled, Jer leaned across the bar and raised a brow. You realize the commission's going to hate this, right? Yeah, Shinso added. They were already upset before. This is going to push them over the edge. I know, Izuku said softly, wiping down a table. But I don't care. He looked up, meeting their eyes one by one. They can try to paint me however they want, but I'm not going to change. This place means something. And if people can see that, maybe they'll start believing we can be better. All of us. It was silent for a moment. DMN, Jairu muttered. That was powerful. Shinsu's eyes narrowed. Please never say that again. Too late, Mina giggled. That night, Izuku sat on the floor of his apartment with Hataru in his lap and Shinso leaning against the wall nearby. The lights were low. The cats were asleep. The world outside still buzzed with energy, but inside these walls, it was quiet. Hataru reached up and tapped Izuku's chest gently. You helped people again, he said softly. Izuku looked down at him in surprise. You saw the video? Hataru nodded. You were kind. Even to people others think are bad. Izuku swallowed the lump forming in his throat. Well, he said gently, sometimes people make mistakes. Sometimes they're scared. Sometimes they just need someone to treat them like a person again. Hataru was quiet for a moment. Then he whispered, I want to be like that. Izuku hugged him close. You already are. In a sleek government office far from the cozy glow of the Greenlit Cafe, the commission reviewed their notes and final drafts. He outmaneuvered us, one man growled. No, the strategist replied, dark eyes fixed on a glowing screen. He just bought himself some time. Should we delay the video? We do nothing. For now. The public is on his side, but that's emotion. We wait until that emotion fades. Then we strike. We make him question himself. She tapped the screen, where Izuku's face was frozen mid-smile. They all break eventually. But even as shadows moved behind the scenes, the cafe's lights stayed warm. Izuku's heart stayed strong. The media swirled. Fans adored. Critics grumbled. And for now, for this moment, peace lingered. The commission would return. But so would hope. The day had started off calm and sweet, as most Thursdays tended to be at the Greenlit cafe. Izuku Midoriya, now used to the rhythm of daily life in his haven of peace, had woken up to the soft golden glow of the sun streaming through his window. After breakfast and checking in on Hataru, who had been staying with him for nearly 2 weeks now, Izuku realized with a mild jolt of panic that the pantry was low on flour, butter, and sugar. Essential items for the pastries customers loved so much. With a light laugh, he grabbed his hoodie, scribbled a cute note for the front door, closed for now. Out grocery shopping. Carrot, and headed out with 2 reusable bags, humming softly to himself. It wasn't until the walk back, with his bags full and mind already spinning with ideas for a new apple cinnamon scone, that everything changed. From the narrow space between 2 cracked concrete buildings, a small figure bolted out of an alleyway and slammed into him with enough force to make him stumble a step back. Instinctively, Izuku dropped the grocery bags and wrapped his arms around the small body that had crashed into him. "What? Hey, are you okay?" His eyes widened as he looked down. It was a little girl no older than 6. Her hair was a soft blend of silver and pale blue, and her eyes sparkled like crimson glass. Bandages were tightly wound around her arms and legs, and her body trembled in his embrace like a leaf in the wind. Her little fists clutched desperately at his hoodie. "Help me," she whimpered, her voice barely above a whisper. That was all he needed. Without hesitation, Izuku scooped her up gently but firmly, holding her close to his chest as he scanned the area. Down the alley, he caught a glimpse of movement, a tall figure, shrouded in shadows, wearing a bird-like mask. A chill crept up Izuku's spine. He turned on his heel and broke into a brisk walk, then a jog, heading back toward the cafe with the little girl tucked securely against him. His mind raced, heart pounding in his chest as he glanced back, once no sign of the masked figure. As soon as he reached the cafe, Izuku pulled the door closed, flicked the lock, and tugged the blinds down. He carried the girl upstairs and gently set her down on the couch in his living room before rushing back to grab the grocery bags from outside and locking up again. The apartment above the Greenlit cafe was small but cozy. The girl sat curled up on one end of the couch, knees to her chest, her eyes wide and wary. Izuku crouched in front of her, placing a small first aid kit on the coffee table. "Hey," he said softly, offering her a gentle smile. "You're safe here. I promise. My name's Izuku. I run the cafe downstairs. I'm not going to hurt you, okay?" She didn't respond, but her eyes remained locked on his, studying him silently. "You're really brave," he continued, his voice low and steady. "Running away like that. That must have been really scary." The girl shifted slightly, her bandages crinkling as she moved. Her fingers trembled on the fabric of her dress. Izuku slowly opened the first aid kit. "Can I take a look at your arms? Just to make sure they're okay?" After a long pause, she gave the tiniest nod. With careful, practiced hands, Izuku unwrapped the stained bandages. The skin underneath was bruised and red, with angry welts and marks that made his stomach twist. Whoever had done this to her had done it often. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "This might sting a little." He worked in silence, gently cleaning the wounds, applying antiseptic, and wrapping her arms with clean bandages. The girl didn't flinch once, but he noticed her blinking rapidly, as if holding back tears. "All done," he said quietly. "You're all patched up." Thank you," she whispered. Izuku's heart clenched. He gave her a soft smile. "Do you want some water? Maybe tea? Or hot chocolate?" "Hot chocolate," she mumbled. "You got it." By the time Izuku returned from the kitchen with a small mug of hot chocolate topped with whipped cream and sprinkles, the girl was hugging her knees again. She peeked up when he walked in and offered a tiny, cautious smile when he handed her the mug. He sat across from her on the coffee table. I don't want to push you, he said gently, but can you tell me your name? She hesitated for a long moment before murmuring, Eri. That's a really beautiful name, Izuku said warmly. Eri stared into her hot chocolate and mumbled, I didn't mean to cause trouble. You didn't. His voice was firm but still soft. Whatever happened, it wasn't your fault. A few minutes later, the door to the apartment creaked open. Hataru stepped out of his room, rubbing sleep from his eyes and yawning. Aizawa? He blinked, then looked over to see Eri on the couch. Oh hey buddy, Izuku said, standing up. Come here a sec. Hataru padded over, eyeing Eri curiously. She shrank slightly under his gaze. This is Eri, Izuku said. She's staying with us for a little while. Eri clutched the mug tighter. Hataru stood in front of her for a few long seconds, then said shyly, That hi. Eri blinked, looking surprised. That hi, she replied. Hataru sat on the edge of the couch, still staring. After a moment, he tilted his head and asked, Are you okay? Eri looked down at her bandages. That I think so. That's good, Hataru said. Izuku makes really good food. And he doesn't yell. Okay, she said again, softer this time. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly. That's nice. Izuku watched them from the kitchen, something warm blooming in his chest. Later that evening, once Eri had been given a bath and changed into one of Hataru's oversized t-shirts, she and Hataru sat on the floor, drawing quietly with colored pencils while Izuku stood in the kitchen, phone in hand. He dialed the local police station. When the officer picked up, he explained the situation in detail, how he found a small, injured child who had begged him for help, how she seemed to be running from someone dangerous, and how she was currently safe and cared for. I understand, the officer replied, tone serious. We'll need to take a statement and start a missing persons report. Can we meet with you tomorrow morning? Yes, Izuku said immediately. That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Midoriya. We'll handle this carefully. Thank you for helping that girl. Izuku looked over to where Eri had finally leaned against Hataru, their quiet drawing session having shifted into a peaceful lull. Of course, he said softly. She deserves to feel safe. As he hung up, he glanced out the window, eyes narrowing slightly. He didn't know who that masked man was, but he had a terrible feeling this wasn't over. But for now, Eri was safe. And he'd make sure it stayed that way. No matter what. The rain had finally let up. Golden light filtered through the cafe windows as Izuku paced near the entrance, watching the clock tick past noon. The sign still hung on the door. Closed for now. Out grocery shopping. Only now, it wasn't about groceries anymore. Upstairs, footsteps shuffled. Eri was awake again. She hadn't said much since she'd arrived, clinging to Izuku that first night like a lifeline, speaking only in small whispers. She still hadn't told him her name, but the look in her eyes when she had said, "Help me," was enough for him to make a decision. There had been too many wounds, too much silence, too much fear packed into such a small body. He exhaled deeply. Today, he'd made a call. The right call, he hoped. "Hataru," he said softly, looking over to the boy at the counter, "can you keep Eri company for a bit longer?" Hataru, still small, but already so much braver than when he first arrived, gave a slow nod. "She didn't eat her toast," he muttered, glancing toward the hallway. "She might be nervous," Izuku offered. "Think you can help her feel safe?" "I'll try," Hataru replied. He stood and made his way upstairs with his usual careful steps. The light tapping of his feet was comforting. Izuku ran a hand through his curls, reflecting on how much had happened in such a short time. Eri, though he didn't know her name yet, had collapsed into his arms during a grocery run, bruised and bandaged, pleading for help. When he looked down at her, there was no hesitation. The world could wait. Groceries forgotten, he carried her straight back to the cafe, setting everything aside to focus on treating her wounds. She had flinched at his touch, startled by loud noises, and even the sound of running water made her anxious. But Izuku had moved slowly, gently, and carefully. He spoke to her in whispers, explaining each step he took, waiting for her to nod before lifting each bandage. After her bath, she had fallen asleep, curled up in one of his oversized sweaters with a warm towel wrapped around her shoulders. He stayed up the whole night nearby, ensuring she felt safe. Now, as the clock neared 12:30, the bell above the door rang. Izuku quickly turned. Two police officers stood at the threshold, one tall and firm-jawed, the other younger with a more relaxed expression. "Midoriya Izuku?" the older officer asked. "Yes." "Come in," Izuku said, holding the door open and quickly flipping the sign to closed. "Thank you for coming." "She's upstairs." The officers entered. "We understand you found a young girl, approximately 6 years old, in distress?" "Yes." "She was running through an alley near 9th Street, Izuku explained. "She looked terrified, with bruises both old and new and bandages. She didn't say her name at first, just asked me to help." The younger officer took notes. "Have you spoken with her since?" "She hasn't told me much. Barely speaks. But my other guest, Hataru, has been helping me communicate with her. He's close to her age." The older man nodded. "Would you be all right with us meeting her?" Izuku hesitated. "She's scared. She might panic." "We'll be gentle," the younger officer assured him kindly. Izuku led them upstairs slowly, knocking on the door before opening it. "Eri? There's someone here who wants to make sure you're safe." Inside, Hataru was sitting beside her on the couch. She was curled up under a blanket, wide-eyed but not trembling this time. "It's okay," Hataru said softly. "They just want to help." Eri's red eyes flicked between the officers, then settled on Izuku. She gave the tiniest nod. The officers stepped forward, crouching to her level. "Hi there," said the younger one. "My name's Officer Mura. This is Officer Takabe. What's your name?" A small pause. Then quietly, "Eri." Izuku blinked, surprised she had spoken her name. "That's a pretty name," Mura said gently. "Do you know your last name?" Eri shook her head. "That's all right. Do you know where you live?" She looked down, silence filling the room. Mura offered a small smile. "It's okay. You're not in trouble. We're going to do our best to find out what happened." The officers spent the next 20 minutes asking careful, non-threatening questions. Most of Eri's answers were nods or quiet single words. From what they gathered, she didn't remember her parents, had been living in a bad place, and escaped when she got the chance. There were signs of long-term trauma. When they stepped back downstairs, Takabe's expression was serious. "She's been through a lot. She's definitely been harmed. Possibly experimented on, if those scars are any indication. We'll run her information through the missing persons registry and see if anything matches." "She's safe here for now, right?" Izuku asked, his voice firm despite the lump in his throat. "For now," Mura nodded. "We don't have any immediate foster homes available with trauma training. If you're still willing to take responsibility, she can stay with you temporarily. We'll run background checks and file the paperwork." "Of course," Izuku replied without hesitation. The officers left not long after, promising to return in a few days with updates. Izuku watched them go, a tightness still lingering in his chest. Back upstairs, Eri had fallen asleep again, nestled against Hataru. Izuku smiled faintly. "You're good with her?" Hataru blinked up. "She reminds me of me when I got here." "That's why you're the best person to help her," Izuku said, ruffling his hair gently. They let her sleep for another hour before Izuku made lunch, small sandwiches and sliced fruit. Eri didn't say much, but she ate quietly, glancing now and then toward the window. Later, while washing dishes, Izuku heard her speak again. "Nice." He turned slowly. "Me?" She nodded. "Thank you." Izuku smiled. That night, the cafe's upper floor was filled with the low hum of quiet companionship. Izuku sat on the couch with a steaming mug of tea balanced between his palms, watching as Hataru gently shaded in the latest page of his sketchbook. Eri sat beside him, knees drawn up to her chest, the hem of one of Izuku's sweaters nearly swallowing her whole. Her bandages were fresh, her skin warm from the bath, and her red eyes followed every motion Hataru made, silently studying, still tense but more curious than afraid. They hadn't turned on the TV. It felt too loud, too big. The quiet seemed to soothe her more. Izuku had been journaling updates in a battered notebook, something he'd started doing when Hataru first came to the cafe. It helped him track little changes, moments of trust, subtle shifts in behavior that hinted at healing. It helped him remember things that mattered. And right now, it mattered that Eri had eaten dinner without freezing up. That she'd spoken twice today. That she hadn't bolted when Hataru offered her a marker to doodle with. He was about to say something, just something simple, something kind, when a soft knock at the cafe's side door interrupted the moment. Hataru's head snapped up. Eri stiffened immediately, eyes wide and terrified. She edged closer to Hataru, burying her face into his sleeve. "It's okay," Izuku said gently, already moving toward the stairs. "I think I know who it is." At the door downstairs, he peeked out and relaxed with a small, relieved smile. There, looking slightly road-worn but calm as ever, stood Hitoshi Shinso. Hoodie half-zipped, duffel bag over his shoulder, and a familiar tired look in his eyes. "Izuku," he greeted, voice low but fond. Before he could get another word out, Izuku surged forward and wrapped his arms tightly around him. Caught off guard, Shinso blinked once before slowly returning the hug. "Whoa, okay," he murmured, a soft smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "Miss me that much?" Izuku quickly stepped back, flustered and beet red. Sorry. Yeah. I guess I did." Shinsu's smirk softened. "I missed you too." They headed back upstairs, and Izuku quietly motioned for him to stay near the door. Eri was still nervous around new people. At the couch, Hataru looked up and gave a faint smile. Eri, meanwhile, immediately ducked her head and clung to Hataru's arm. Her tiny fingers twisted in his sleeve. "It's okay," Hataru whispered to her. "That's the guy Mr. Izuku likes." Eri tilted her head, eyes still fixed on the floor. Hataru leaned down, cupped his hand to her ear, and whispered something. Izuku couldn't hear what it was, but a second later, Eri's brows lifted and her lips parted in a tiny "oh" as she made a quiet realization. She hesitated, her hands tightening for a moment in Hataru's sleeve. Then, very slowly, she peeked her head around Hataru's shoulder just enough for her eyes to meet Hitoshi's from across the room. "Are you Mr. Izuku's boyfriend?" she asked, voice so soft it barely made it across the room. Izuku nearly dropped his tea. Shinso choked on his breath. Izuku was already scrambling. "Eri, he's not, I mean he's just. We're friends." Shinso added quickly, cheeks faintly flushed. "Good friends." Eri blinked at the flustered reactions, her head still half hidden behind Hataru's shoulder. Then she gave a tiny, shy smile, barely there, but unmistakably amused. "I like him," she murmured. Izuku stared. "You mean Shinso?" She shook her head. "No. You." And then she burrowed back behind Hataru again. Izuku could feel his heart doing flips in his chest. He wasn't sure if he wanted to melt into the floor or hug her. Maybe both. Shinso stepped closer and gave Izuku a sideways glance. "So, not your boyfriend yet, huh?" Izuku groaned into his hands. "Shinso, please." Hataru just shrugged, watching the chaos unfold around him like he'd already grown used to it. And maybe he had. Eri peeked out again a minute later. This time, she didn't flinch when Shinso knelt down to her level. "Hi," he said gently. "You can call me Shinso." She tilted her head. Do you like cats?" "I love them." A small pause. "Wait, you can stay." And for the first time, something like laughter filled the apartment, not loud, but light and real. Healing in its own small, stubborn way. The Greenlit cafe had a calm, cozy hum to it that morning. Sunlight filtered through the wide front windows, casting warm amber light over the tables and the few early patrons nursing their coffees. Izuku moved through the shop with his usual gentle energy, taking orders and chatting lightly with the regulars. His cold had passed, though a slight scratchiness still lingered in his throat. The cheerful atmosphere in the cafe helped distract him from it. Business was steady, not overwhelming, but comfortably busy, and his shoulders finally felt lighter than they had in days. It wasn't long before the bell above the door chimed again. Izuku glanced up from the counter, and a soft smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. There stood Shinso Hitoshi, looking as composed and unreadable as ever, hands in his jacket pockets and eyes scanning the shop. His gaze landed on Izuku, and for a fleeting second his expression relaxed. "Hey," Shinso said, stepping in. "Hey, welcome back," Izuku greeted, already reaching for a clean cup. "The usual?" Shinso gave a small nod and slid into the corner booth he seemed to have claimed as his own. Izuku quickly prepared the drink black coffee, just the way Shinso liked it, and brought it over himself. "Thanks," Shinso muttered as Izuku set it down. Izuku lingered for a moment, wiping his hands on his apron absently. "You've been coming by more often lately," he said casually, not quite looking directly at Shinso. "Yeah, well, it's quiet here," Shinso replied. "And the coffee's good." Izuku chuckled under his breath. "I'll take that as a compliment." Shinso sipped from the cup, watching Izuku out of the corner of his eye. "You're looking better today." "Oh yeah," Izuku nodded, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. "Thanks again for what you did. I don't think I ever really said it properly." Shinso shrugged. "It wasn't a big deal. You looked like you were gonna drop any second." "I'm glad you were there," Izuku said, quieter this time. The moment stretched between them. Izuku's fingers fidgeted slightly at his side, and he shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Then Shinso cleared his throat. "Hey, what are you doing after this?" Izuku blinked. "After? Oh, nothing really. Just closing up like usual, I guess." "Why?" Shinso looked into his coffee. "I was thinking, maybe we could hang out. You know, not here." Izuku's breath caught slightly. He blinked again, then tried to smile like it was no big deal, even though a light flush crept up his cheeks. "Like hang out, hang out?" Shinso gave him a deadpan look. "Yes, midoriya. Hang out, hang out." Izuku laughed nervously, his blush deepening. "Okay, yeah, that sounds nice. I'd like that." A flicker of a smile appeared on Shinsu's lips before he took another sip of his coffee, trying to hide it. Izuku excused himself, his cheeks still a bit pink, and returned behind the counter to assist the next customer. Even as he worked, he kept glancing toward the corner booth, where Shinso sat with his coffee and a book, looking perfectly content. For the rest of the day, Izuku felt a little warmer, a little lighter. It was 6 p.m. The Greenlit cafe had just closed for the night, and the quiet hum of the machines winding down filled the space. Izuku wiped his hands on a clean towel and peered out through the glass door, spotting the familiar figure of Shinso waiting just outside. With a small breath to steady himself, he still wasn't used to this. Izuku unlocked the door and stepped out, letting it close gently behind him. "Hey," he said, offering a smile. "Hey," Shinso replied, a little softer than usual. "You ready?" Izuku nodded quickly. "Yeah. Sorry for the wait. I had to clean the espresso machine." He rubbed the back of his neck. Where did you want to go?" Shinso shrugged. "I'm just tagging along today." That earned a light laugh from Izuku. "Okay, maybe the park? It's still nice out." The walk there was quiet at first, awkward in the way only two people unsure of what this meant could manage. Izuku finally spoke up. "So, this is kind of new for me." Shinso glanced over. "Walking?" Izuku snorted. "No, UJRK. Hanging out. Like outside of the cafe. With a friend." Shinso raised an eyebrow, amused. "You've never hung out with anyone before?" Izuku scratched his cheek, a little pink in the face. "Not really. I mean, I had Kaken when we were kids, but that was less hanging out and more him yelling while I followed him around." "Sounds healthy," Shinso said dryly. Izuku laughed. "Yeah, I guess I've been on my own for a while. So this is kind of nice." "It is," Shinso agreed, then after a pause, added quietly, "I'm glad you asked." They reached the park just as the sky turned dusky lavender, casting long shadows over the empty field. The place was mostly deserted, just a few people finishing evening jogs. Izuku sat on the grass and Shinso joined him. "So what now? Just sit here and talk about our feelings?" Shinso teased. "Maybe," Izuku grinned. Splat. A wad of mud hit Izuku square in the shoulder. He stared at it, blinked, and turned slowly toward Shinso. "Did you?" Shinso was already looking at the sky. Strange weather. Izuku narrowed his eyes, scooped a wet clump of mud, and lobbed it back. It hit Shinso's jacket. Shinso smirked. "Oh, we're doing this now. You started it." The mud war was on. They chased each other around trees, threw terrible aimless globs, laughed loudly, and dodged like it was training all over again. It wasn't long before they were a mess, mud in their hair, on their clothes, all over their arms. In the middle of a laugh, Izuku tripped on a root. Shinso reached out quickly, grabbing his wrist to steady him. "You good?" "Yeah," Izuku breathed, smiling. "Thanks." They stood close for a second longer than necessary, breathing hard, cheeks pink. Well, what do we have here?" Both turned to see Bakugo standing on the sidewalk, flanked by Mina, Kaminari, and Kirishima. Covered in mud and smiling like idiots, Bakugo snorted. "Shinso, you taking Deku out on a date or something?" Izuku's face went scarlet. What? We were just playing around." Mina gasped dramatically. "Wait, are you two, like, together?" "No," both boys said in unison, "way too fast." Kaminari laughed. "Man, that was synchronized." Shinso, ever calm, just raised an eyebrow. "Even if it were a date, that's none of your business." Izuku nearly choked. "It's not. I mean, it's not a date." Kirishima clapped him on the back, leaving more mud in his hair. "Relax, dude. We're just messing." "Mostly," Mina whispered. Eventually, the group moved on, chuckling and teasing, leaving Izuku and Shinso in a puddle of second-hand embarrassment. "I swear they're worse than villains sometimes," Izuku muttered. Shinso smirked. "You're cute when you panic." Izuku's brain short-circuited for a moment. "I am, you shut up." "Smooth." They laughed, walking slowly back toward the cafe with drying mud on their skin and something warmer, gentler settling between them. Friendship, sure. But maybe something more. Eventually. For now, it was enough, both for the insomniac and the broccoli. It rained that morning. A light, misty kind of rain that blurred the windows and painted the city in a muted palette of grays. The Greenlit cafe was warm in contrast, lit by soft amber lamps and the low hum of jazz playing over the speakers. A day for reading, maybe? Or long conversations over steaming mugs. Espresso was curled up on a cushion by the counter, his dark tail twitching lazily in sleep. Muffin had claimed the window seat, paws pressed against the glass, eyes tracking droplets as they slid down. Chai, ever nosy, had burrowed halfway into the clean laundry basket in the back room, poking her head out only when she heard the kettle boil. Izuku moved quietly as he worked, drying mugs, humming under his breath, refilling the pastry display even though foot traffic had been light all day. Bakugo had left for training camp just the day before, and things had felt a little, not bad. Just off. Like something important was missing, and the silence had only grown louder in its absence. The bell above the door jingled. "Yo," Shinso called, already shaking water from his umbrella. "You always open up this early when it's raining?" Izuku blinked, surprised but relieved. "Didn't expect anyone today." "Coffee?" "Obviously," Shinso said, sliding into his usual seat. Izuku moved behind the counter, setting the kettle to reboil. "Chai might demand attention first," he warned. Right on cue, the little tabby trotted out from the back, letting out a chirp and leaping up onto the counter near Shinso with zero hesitation. "She's got great timing," Shinso murmured, giving her a scratch behind the ears. Espresso perked up and stretched, lazily making his way toward the sound of company. Muffin stayed in the window, content to people watch. The kettle whistled, and Izuku poured the drinks. Black coffee for Shinso, ginger honey tea for himself. They sipped in silence for a bit, just watching the rain and listening to Chai's content purring. "Things feel weird today," Shinso said eventually, voice low. Izuku glanced at him. "Weird how?" Shinso didn't answer immediately. He leaned back, staring at the mug in his hands. "There's been a lot of villain movement lately," he said finally. "Stuff the public doesn't always hear about. Patrols have doubled, heroes are tense, and..." He looked up at Izuku, his expression unreadable. "You know Bakugo left for camp yesterday, right?" Izuku nodded slowly. Yeah, he stopped by before. Heading out. Shinso hesitated. He's gone. Izuku froze. What? Shinso's voice was quiet, steady. He was kidnapped. The League of Villains intercepted the training camp. It just hit the Hero Network. They're keeping it quiet for now, but it's real. He's missing. There was silence. A thick, heavy stillness wrapped around Izuku like a net. His hands were still damp from drying a mug. He hadn't even realized he'd picked it up again. Now it slipped from his fingers. The porcelain shattered against the floor. Espresso darted away at the sound. Chai crouched low, startled. Even Muffin jumped from the windowsill. Izuku, Shinso started, standing halfway. But Izuku was already kneeling, slowly picking up the shards with trembling fingers. He was just here, Izuku said quietly. He was loud and grumpy and complaining about the food at camp. I told him I'd make him muffins when he got back. Shinso came over, crouched beside him, brushing his hand aside and helping collect the shards. You didn't do anything wrong, he said gently. This isn't on you. I know, Izuku said, but his voice sounded distant, as if he wasn't quite present. They tossed the broken pieces into the trash. Izuku wiped his hands clean. Chai returned to him slowly, rubbing against his leg. He didn't pick her up, just rested a hand on her back. You said they're keeping it quiet, he said after a long pause. Why? They don't want the public panicking, Shinso replied. The commission's involved now. They're trying to contain the narrative. Izuku stared at the rain ascending the windows. It suddenly felt colder in here. You think they'll get him back? He asked. Shinso didn't answer immediately. When he did, it was honest. I think they'll try. Izuku closed his eyes. The cafe felt too quiet now. The warm lights, the gentle music, the sleepy cats, it all felt like a layer of peace desperately trying to hold back a wave that hadn't crashed yet. I should have said more, Izuku whispered. The last time he was here. Shinso sighed and leaned back against the counter. You still might get the chance. Espresso jumped back up onto the counter and curled beside the kettle. Chai nestled into Izuku's lap. Muffin finally wandered over, meowing softly. I'll stay a bit, Shinso offered. You shouldn't be alone right now. Izuku nodded slowly. Thanks. He looked out the window again. The rain hadn't let up. If anything, it seemed heavier now. Like the sky knew something too. The cafe stayed closed the next day. Izuku left the sign flipped to closed and didn't bother unlocking the door. Still, he went through the motions, brewing coffee, feeding the cats, wiping the counters. It was routine. Familiar. It gave his hands something to do while his mind replayed Shinsu's words over and over again. He's gone. The phrase had taken root in his brain like a splinter. Not dead. Just gone. Missing. Taken. And yet it echoed like grief. Shinso had left around sunset the day before. He didn't say much, just that he'd keep Izuku posted. That he'd check in soon. The kind of words you say when there's nothing helpful left to say. Now, the cafe was quiet again. Too quiet. Chai curled up in Izuku's lap as he sat on the couch near the bookshelf, a mug of tea cradled in his hands. Muffin was back in her favorite window spot, keeping watch. Espresso, usually the most aloof, stayed close today. He seemed to understand something was wrong. Izuku stared into his tea until the sun began to dip. Then finally he moved. He stood, stretched, and crossed to the front of the cafe to lock the door, only to notice something strange. There was a bag sitting on one of the back tables. He frowned. He hadn't noticed it yesterday. It wasn't any of the regulars. It was plain dark brown canvas, a little weathered. Looked like it had been there a while. Izuku walked over cautiously and checked it. There was no name tag, no wallet. Just a small hardcover notebook inside, its cover blank and unmarked. He flipped it open. Every page was filled with notes. Dense handwriting in dark ink, written in a neat, careful script. But none of it made sense. Cafe monitored daily, increased frequency. Host is still unaware. Potential connections between League sympathizers and routine visitors. Must confirm. Target displays unusual resilience to social manipulation. Further observation required. Izuku's stomach dropped. What was this? He turned another page. Diagrams. Surveillance sketches. A layout of the cafe from different angles. Notes on him. His habits. What time he opened. What he served. How he interacted. He closed the book quickly, his fingers trembling. Someone had been watching him. Not just visiting. Watching. Studying. Espresso jumped up onto the table, sensing his unease. Muffin's tail flicked. Chai meowed softly from the counter. Izuku stared down at the bag, his thoughts racing. Why this? Was it connected to Bakugo's kidnapping? Was it unrelated? The timing felt too close. Too suspicious. He considered calling Shinso but stopped himself. What if the cafe was bugged? What if they were still watching? He placed the notebook back in the bag and zipped it closed. Carefully, he carried it behind the counter and tucked it away in a drawer. Somewhere safe. Somewhere he could think. His heart pounded in his chest. For the first time, the Greenlit cafe didn't feel like a sanctuary. It felt like a stage. And someone had been watching his every move from the shadows. Later that night, the rain returned. A steady, whispering patter against the windows. Izuku sat at the counter, surrounded by his cats, staring at nothing in particular. That notebook changed things. Someone knew who he was. Not just Izuku Midoriya the barista. But more. And now, they knew where to find him. He reached for his phone, hesitated, then texted Shinso a single sentence. Something's wrong. We need to talk. He didn't hit send yet. Instead, he looked up at the ceiling, eyes drifting toward the high shelf above the back window where something faintly glimmered in the dim light. A feather. Long red. Delicate. Perfectly still. He hadn't seen it there before now. He hadn't noticed it fall. He stared at it in silence. And somewhere in his chest, something shifted. The feather remained still. Izuku hadn't touched it. He just stared quiet and still as if breathing too hard might scare it away. But it stayed, perfectly balanced on the wooden shelf above the window. Long and red, it shimmered faintly in the light, almost ethereal. He didn't remember seeing it there. Yesterday or the day before. He would have remembered. His first instinct was to remove it. His second was to leave it exactly where it was. In the end, he did neither. Instead, Izuku walked back to the counter, picked up his phone, and finally hit send. Something's wrong. We need to talk. Shinso responded faster than expected. Typing. Be there in 10. 10 minutes later. The bell above the door jangled softly as Shinso stepped into the closed cafe. He looked like he hadn't slept, just like Izuku. His hoodie was zipped halfway up, his dark hair messier than usual. Rain misted across his shoulders and sleeves. You okay? Shinso asked without preamble. Izuku hesitated, then nodded. Mostly. Good, Shinso muttered, brushing water from his bangs. Because I'm not. What the hell's going on? He followed Izuku to the back room, where Izuku pulled the drawer open and retrieved a plain brown bag. Wordlessly, he placed it on the counter and unzipped it. The notebook slid out like something alive. Shinso blinked. Where did you get this? Someone left it here, Izuku said. I found it late last night. It's full of surveillance notes. About the cafe. About me. Shinsu's face tightened as he flipped open the notebook, skimming a few pages. His eyes darkened. This is commission-level documentation. The phrasing. The tags. It's not villain stuff. Izuku looked up sharply. You think it's them? I don't know, Shinso said slowly. But this isn't casual. Whoever wrote this knows what they're doing. This is intel. Cold, precise, maybe weeks or months in the making. He flipped another page, his expression twisting. Subject appears socially grounded, despite trauma indicators. Great. Izuku exhaled, rubbing at his eyes. So I am being watched. More than that, Shinso said, closing the book. You're being studied. There was a beat of silence between them. Then Izuku said, there's something else. Shinso raised an eyebrow. Izuku nodded toward the back window. There's a feather. Up there. On the shelf. It wasn't there yesterday. Shinso walked over and examined it without touching it. Hawks, he murmured. Izuku's eyes widened. What? That's his feather, Shinso said. He uses them to monitor things. Places. People. He can hear through them, see through some of them. Depends on how many he's got in play. Izuku's mouth went dry. So he's listening? Maybe not right now, Shinso said carefully. But he's been here. Or at least watching. Why? Izuku asked. Why would the commission or Hawks be interested in me? I'm just a barista. Shinso looked at him. You're not just anything, midoriya. You've created something here. A space where villains and civilians coexist without conflict. That's unheard of. That makes waves. Izuku swallowed. So they think I'm a threat. Or an opportunity, Shinso countered. It depends on how they spin it. But I'll tell you this, if Hawks left that feather here, it means you're under his radar. Directly. And the notebook? Izuku asked. Shinso picked it up again, thumbing through it. Could be Hawks. Could be someone else on the inside. But the fact that they left it? That feels like a message. Izuku sat down, running a hand through his hair. He was exhausted not just physically, but emotionally and mentally. For a moment he'd thought he was safe. That the cafe's peace was real. But now, it felt like a fragile illusion. Shinsu's voice was quieter when he spoke again. Hey, I'm not going to let them do anything to you. I promise. Izuku looked up. His chest ached at the way Shinso said it, simple, certain. Thanks, he murmured. The cats, sensing the quiet tension, gathered close. Muffin pressed against Izuku's leg. Espresso curled around Shinsu's foot. Chai leapt into the counter seat next to them, her eyes narrowed, tail swishing like a metronome. Izuku exhaled slowly and stood. Can you stay for a while? Shinso nodded. Yeah. I'll keep an eye out. Later that night, Shinso had fallen asleep on the couch, one hand resting on Chai's back. Izuku stood by the window, watching the city blur behind streaks of rain. The feather still sat on the shelf behind him. He didn't touch it. He just whispered into the room, voice low and unsure, that if you're listening. Why me? Silence. And then, in the faintest breath of movement, the feather trembled just once before going still again. High above Mizudafu, perched on the edge of a half-lit radio tower, Hawks sat with his wings furled tight against his back, one leg dangling over the side. He looked like a shadow from a distance, a blur of gold and red against the night sky. But his eyes? Unblinking. Down below, on the corner of a quiet street that pulsed with soft light, sat the Greenlit cafe. Small, warm, still glowing even after hours. Through the large window, Hawks could see the shape of a boy cleaning the counter, sleeves rolled up, green curls ruffled. Izuku midoriya. You're a hard one to pin down, kid, Hawks murmured to no one, the wind brushing through his feathers. A small feather hovered beside him like a drone, keeping its place midair as if waiting for instructions. He hadn't pulled it back yet. Not just yet. He'd been watching for days now, no, weeks, if he was being honest. The commission had sent the order like they always did, monitor potential subversive activity. Subject, Izuku midoriya. Quirkless. Civilian. Suspicious foot traffic from known villain affiliates. Location, Greenlit cafe. But something about the file had felt too detailed, too personal, and too cold. Hawks prided himself on knowing people. He could read a room with just a glance, spot tells and shifts in tone like they were signs from the sky. And this kid? Midoriya? He wasn't setting off alarms. He wasn't plotting in the shadows or smuggling weapons or feeding intel to the League. No, he was drying mugs, offering free muffins to overworked nurses, and scratching behind the ears of 3 spoiled cats like his life depended on it. Muffin. He knew their names now. He knew that Midoriya opened shop at 6:30 sharp, even when it rained. He knew that Shinso dropped by often, quiet but grounded, like a wary wolf watching over the place. He knew that Dabi came at night, sat in the corner like a ghost, and left before the sun even thought of rising. But he also knew this: no one raised their voice in that cafe. No one lied, or fought, or schemed. It was a peace Hawks hadn't seen in years. And the commission didn't like that. They didn't understand it, and anything they didn't understand they feared. So they sent him. He dropped the feather in midoriya space. Just one. Passive, untraceable. He didn't activate it, didn't listen, not really. Just wanted to know if anything felt off. But now he wasn't sure who the threat was supposed to be anymore. He leaned back slightly, catching the breeze as it swept through the high-rise. Lights glittered in every window, like stars behind glass. His voice was quiet as he muttered, "He reminds me of someone. Not All Might. Not even himself. Just someone honest. Someone tired of fighting but unwilling to give up on people. And that kind of person? They didn't show up often. And when they did, the system tried to break them." He pulled the small brown notebook from inside his jacket. The commission's field notes. Technically confidential. But he'd left it in Midoriya's cafe on purpose. Call it a test. A warning. Or maybe a chance. He wasn't supposed to feel guilty. Wasn't supposed to care. But as he flipped to the last page, where the words read, "Subject appears emotionally resilient, but isolation may be exploited," something in Hawk's jaw tightened. He didn't like that word. Exploited. He'd lived under it too long to forget how sharp it cut. With a soft sigh, he closed the notebook and let the breeze take it from his fingers. It vanished into the wind like ash. He was supposed to keep his hands clean. But if things kept going this way, he might have to make a choice, and soon. His calm crackled in his ear. He tapped it. "Boss. Report." Still monitoring, he replied, voice light. "No escalation. Cafe seems peaceful." The pause. "You sound uncertain." Hawk smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Just soaking in the atmosphere." "Keep it brief," the voice ordered. "The longer this goes on, the more unstable it becomes. Remember your role." The line went dead. He stared down at the warm light in the cafe below. Midoriya had turned off the front sign, but he was still inside. Talking to Shinso, maybe. The cats were probably curled in their corners. And above it all, the feathers still rested on the shelf. Waiting. Watching. Maybe it was time to stop hiding behind glass. Maybe it was time to meet the boy. Properly. Hawks stood slowly, letting his wings unfurl with a stretch that shook off the chill of hesitation. "All right, Midoriya," he murmured, smiling now faint, tired. "Let's see what kind of hero you really are." And with a silent flick of air, he vanished into the night. The rain had started falling by the time Izuku finished locking up the cafe. It came down in slow, heavy drops that tapped rhythmically on the glass windows, soaking the sidewalk outside. The street lamps flickered to life, casting long shadows that shimmered in puddles. Inside, the cafe was quiet now. Shinso stood behind the counter, towel in hand, drying a mug with slow, thoughtful movements. "You're really going?" he said. Izuku nodded. His jacket was already zipped up, his hood up. "I have to." "You don't have to," Shinso replied, voice low. "You want to. And that's the difference." Izuku didn't answer right away. He looked around his cafe, the warm lights, the sleeping cats, the chairs neatly pushed in. He wasn't a hero. But he couldn't sit back. Not when his friend was out there. Not when the city was bleeding. "I won't get in their way," he murmured, more to himself than to Shinso. "But I can help. Even just a little. Even if it's just one person." Shinso met his gaze, quiet understanding in his expression. "Be careful," he said. "Don't die. I just got used to having coffee here." Izuku smiled faintly, pulled up his hood, and slipped out the door. The ride on the train was a blur of shadows and flickering lights. Camino Ward loomed in the distance, the glow of the incident visible even from here. As the train neared the city limits, it jolted to a halt. The conductor's voice crackled over the speaker, panicked and shaking. "Emergency stop. All passengers evacuate immediately. This area is under evacuation. Heroes are on the scene." Izuku didn't wait for the rest. He slipped out the back, hopping down to the gravel and sprinting through the empty streets. The sky was choked with smoke and cloud. Sirens wailed from blocks away. He could hear the distant thunder of explosions, the occasional roar of quirks clashing. When he reached the edge of Camino, everything was chaos. A building to his right crumbled inward, dust erupting like a wave. Civilians screamed as they fled from the collapsing structure, some clutching children, others dragging injured friends. A group of small-time villains, emboldened by the confusion, had cornered a few stragglers in an alley. Izuku moved without hesitation. He sprinted down the street and cut into the alley's side, staying close to the shadows. His heart pounded not with fear, but focus. 3 of them. One with spines growing from his arms, another with a long tongue flicking in and out, and the last one massive, more muscle than brain was kicking over trash bins, looking for more to scare. They hadn't noticed him yet. Izuku picked up a discarded pipe, gripped it tight, then stepped into the open. Hey! The spined villain turned. Huh! Izuku moved fast. He ducked under the first swipe, drove the pipe into the villain's ribs with a loud crack, then rolled to the side as the tongue-lashed thug tried to snare his leg. Using the momentum, he swung the pipe upward into the second villain's jaw. The impact sent him sprawling, dazed. The third one big guy charged. Izuku sidestepped, narrowly avoiding being grabbed, then jammed the end of the pipe into the back of the guy's knee. The brute dropped, howling, and Izuku finished it with a roundhouse kick to the temple. All 3 were down. The civilians stared in disbelief. One of them, a girl no older than 10, whispered, "Are you a hero?" Izuku offered a hand to her mother, breathless but steady. "No," he said. "Just someone who runs a cafe." He stayed low after that, weaving through alleyways, avoiding major battle zones. He helped where he could. An old man trapped under debris, he lifted the beam enough for someone else to pull him free. A hero with a broken arm, Izuku helped stabilize it with some torn fabric and moved him behind cover. A dog, abandoned and barking, he coaxed it with muffin crumbs from his coat pocket. He never once used a quirk. But he never stopped moving. All might. Fighting a formidable opponent, the one the news would later call All for One. Their battle cracked the sky, shook the city, and brought the world to a standstill. Izuku dropped to one knee, shielding himself from the quaking air as shock waves blew through the buildings. He couldn't do anything here. But he couldn't look away either. Not as All Might, in a battered and breaking body, pushed himself beyond his limit. Not as flames and ruin engulfed the skyline. Not as hope itself flickered on the edge of collapse. And then with one last, devastating blow, All Might won. Izuku couldn't breathe. Smoke rose from the battlefield. The monster was gone. The symbol of peace stood, trembling, steam pouring from his gaunt frame. And then, with the nation watching, he turned toward the camera, lifted one trembling arm, and pointed straight ahead. "You're next." Izuku's breath caught. His knees gave out and he sat back on the rooftop, eyes wide. That wasn't a threat. That was a promise. A passing of the torch. To anyone listening. To everyone listening. And somehow, it felt like it had been meant for him. By the time Izuku made it back to the cafe, the sun was starting to rise. His clothes were heavy with rain and sweat, his hands scraped and bruised. The open sign was still off. But the lights were on inside. Through the window, he saw Shinso asleep at the counter, chai curled beside him. Muffin lay on the windowsill, tail twitching. Espresso blinked lazily from his perch on a stool. Izuku unlocked the door and stepped inside. Shinso stirred, eyes cracking open. "You're alive." Izuku dropped his bag beside the counter and gave him a tired smile. "Barely. Any broken bones?" "Nope. Just a bruised soul." Shinso sat up fully, rubbing his eyes. "All Might." Izuku nodded slowly, voice barely a whisper. "He's done." They were both quiet for a long time. Then Shinso tossed him a warm cloth. "Go clean up. You smell like fire and anxiety." Izuku laughed, soft, raw, real. It was just the beginning. The door jingled softly as Hitoshi Shinso stepped into the cafe, brushing wind from his jacket. It was early afternoon, just after the light lunch rush, and the Greenlit cafe had returned to its usual rhythm: soft chatter, the occasional clink of dishes, and the comforting aroma of warm pastries and fresh coffee. Izuku looked up from behind the counter, a tray of newly baked muffins in hand. His face lit up the moment he saw Shinso. "Toshi, I didn't know you were coming by today." But something in Shinsu's sheepish expression gave Izuku pause. The usually cool, collected teen stood with one hand rubbing the back of his neck, eyes flickering around the cafe. "Everything okay?" Izuku asked gently, placing the tray down. Shinso sighed and walked up to the counter, lowering his voice. "I got into some trouble at you." Izuku blinked, worry immediately overtaking his cheerful demeanor. "Trouble? What happened? Did someone say something? Was it a teacher? Did Aizawa get mad?" Izuku, Shinso cut in with a small chuckle, reaching out to squeeze his wrist in a grounding motion. "Calm down." Izuku's brows furrowed. "What happened?" "It's just, I've been leaving campus more than I'm technically allowed to. Between helping you and coming by to check on things, the higher-ups decided I need to scale it back. I'm not going to be able to come here as often." The words landed like a punch to the gut. Izuku's mouth opened, then closed. "Oh," he said softly, shoulders deflating. "I didn't mean to cause any problems. I didn't know they were monitoring you that closely." "It's not on you," Shinso said again, firmer this time. "They've just been cracking down on campus security after Camino. I'm lucky I'm not on full lockdown." Izuku offered a tight smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Still, I'll miss seeing you around here." A beat passed between them. Shinso looked away quickly, cheeks tinged faintly pink. "Anyway," he muttered, "how's Eri?" The mood shifted like a breeze blowing out a candle. Izuku sighed, raking a hand through his curls. "She's still struggling. She won't talk to anyone she doesn't already know. I tried having a therapist meet her, but it didn't go well. She cried the whole time and didn't say a word." "That's rough," Shinso murmured. "What about Hitaru? Does he help?" "He's been amazing. Protective like an older brother. But even he can't coax her out around new people. Still she's talking to him. That's something." Izuku's expression softened. "Maybe you could try? Just sit with her, let her see you're not a threat. No pressures. Bond a little." "You want me to babysit?" Izuku laughed. "I'm asking for emotional support for a traumatized child. Babysitting is just a bonus." Shinso sighed, feigning exasperation, but a small smile tugged at his lips. "Fine. I'll give it a shot." The distant hum of the cafe below was a quiet comfort, muffled through the floorboards of the Greenlit cafe's upstairs apartment. Eri sat curled into one corner of the plush couch, a fuzzy throw blanket wrapped around her small frame like a cocoon. Her bright red eyes peeked cautiously over the edge as she watched the boy across from her. No, not a boy. A teen. Someone new. Someone unfamiliar. Hitoshi Shinso sat on the floor with his legs crossed, a soft puzzle mat spread out between them. His usual lazy expression was replaced by something more focused, gently calm, like the silence he carried didn't mean disinterest, but quiet patience. "Okay," he said, voice low and smooth like warm velvet, "you don't have to say anything. We'll just play." Eri didn't respond, but she also didn't run away. That was progress. Shinso picked up a puzzle box from the side table and turned it toward her. It had kittens tumbling out of a basket in bright, watercolor pastels. He pointed at it. "Do you like cats?" She blinked once, still tense. Slowly, she nodded. "Same," Shinso said with a small smile. "Izuku has 3. They like to steal warm spots on the couch." A flicker of curiosity sparked in her eyes. He caught it but didn't press. Instead, he shook out the puzzle pieces and began sorting through the corners. "Want to help?" he offered, nudging a handful closer to her side of the mat. Eri stared at them. Her hands, still wrapped in the edge of the blanket, didn't move for a moment. Then, slowly, like a squirrel approaching food, she let one hand peek out. Pale, thin fingers reached for a puzzle piece. She didn't say anything but she began to help. "A corner piece here. A kitten ear there." They worked in silence for a while, the only sound being the occasional clink of cardboard and the muffled laughter from downstairs. Shinso glanced up once, catching Eri staring. "You're really good at puzzles," he said lightly. Eri startled, her cheeks flushing faintly as she lowered her gaze. "That's not a bad thing," he added quickly. "Just means you're smart." Still no answer, but her fingers moved more confidently now. Minutes passed, and Shinso let the quiet stretch, filling it only with small commentary. I think that one goes in the top left. Oh wait, I found a tail. Man, these kittens are chaotic. Eventually, Eri's voice broke the stillness, barely audible. Why are you here? Shinsu's hands paused as he looked up. I came to visit Mr. Izuku, he said honestly. And he asked me to spend time with you. Eri's brow furrowed slightly. Why? He gave a half shrug. He said it might help. That maybe I could make you feel safe. Another long silence followed. Are you a hero? Shinso blinked, then smiled faintly. Not yet. I'm still training. Eri's eyes flicked up. Like Mr. Izuku? Shinsu's smile widened. Exactly like Mr. Izuku. The kitten puzzle was now halfway complete. Shinso noticed Eri sitting a little less rigidly, even inching closer to the edge of the couch. Do you like it here? He asked quietly. She nodded. Izuku's really good at making people feel safe, he added. Eri's small voice wavered. I don't like people. That's okay, he said, not missing a beat. A lot of people aren't worth liking. That surprised a quiet giggle out of her, a breathy, accidental sound she immediately tried to hide behind the blanket. Shinso grinned at the sight. You smiled, he teased gently. Eri peeked at him. I didn't. You almost did. The moment teetered between them, gentle and unsure. Eri glanced at the puzzle, then back at Shinso. Can I ask something? Sure. How do you smile? The question made Shinso freeze. He looked at her, not just at her words, but at what they meant. The genuine, unfiltered confusion in her voice was like someone asking how to breathe underwater. His voice softened even further. Why do you want to know? Eri played with the edge of the blanket. Because. I don't want Mr. Izuku to worry. The answer took him by surprise. You want to smile? So he won't worry about you? She nodded. Shinso exhaled slowly. Eri, smiling isn't something you have to force. You don't need to pretend for Izuku. But I don't want him to be sad, she whispered. His heart ached at the sincerity in her voice. Listen, he said gently. Izuku isn't sad when you're quiet or scared. He just wants you to be okay, no matter how long it takes. You don't have to smile for him, you just have to be you. Eri blinked slowly. But I want to. A silence settled between them again. Then, with infinite patience, Shinso lifted his hand to his mouth and stretched it into an exaggerated grin. It looked absolutely ridiculous, more like a puppet than a real smile. Eri blinked, then actually laughed. Shinso grinned properly this time. There you go, he said. That's a smile. Eri covered her mouth, red-faced. That counts, he added. Smiling doesn't have to be big. Just a little happy feeling. Like a flicker in your chest. Like when Mr. Izuku makes pancakes? Exactly. Eri nodded slowly. Okay. She was sitting upright now, blanket in her lap, tiny legs dangling off the edge of the couch. She looked down at the puzzle and placed another piece carefully, then looked up at him. You're funny. Shinso feigned offense. Excuse me, I am a very serious person. Eri giggled again. Nice, she said after a moment. Shinso softened. Thanks. You're pretty nice too, you know. They worked on the puzzle until it was nearly done. The cafe noise downstairs had quieted slightly, maybe the rush was dying down. Just as they were fitting in the last few pieces, Eri glanced over at him, curious. Do you like Mr. Izuku? Shinso blinked, startled. What? She tilted her head, completely innocent. Do you like him? A lot. He stared at her, momentarily speechless. Why do you ask? Because you look at him the way he looks at you, she said matter-of-factly. Shinso swallowed. I think I do, he admitted softly, almost surprised by the words as they left his mouth. Eri nodded as if that answer made sense. Good, she said. He smiles when you're around. Shinso glanced away, a faint blush brushing his cheeks. They finished the puzzle in silence, this time not an awkward one but warm and comfortable. Downstairs, the cafe was quieting. Hataru had wiped down the last few tables, and Izuku was behind the counter, reorganizing the pastry display. He glanced at the clock. "They've been up there for a while," he murmured aloud. "Think they're okay?" Hataru asked, balancing on his tiptoes to grab a broom. Izuku smiled. "I think they're doing better than okay." The morning sun filtered through the sheer curtains of the Greenlit cafe's upstairs apartment, casting a warm, golden hue over the small living space. Izuku midoriya stirred first, blinking the sleep from his eyes as he slowly shifted to glance beside him. Hataru was curled against his side, one small hand clutching the edge of Izuku's hoodie. His soft breaths were steady, his brow relaxed, no signs of nightmares, just the peace of a child finally given rest. Izuku smiled gently, his heart swelling with a warmth he hadn't quite expected to feel this deeply. He lay there for a moment longer, allowing the quiet to settle into his bones before slowly easing himself from the futon. The clock read 7:14 a.m. He padded softly into the cafe below, flipped the sign to closed, and locked the doors. Today, the Greenlit cafe wouldn't open. Some things were more important. By mid-morning, Hataru had eaten a light breakfast of miso soup and rice, his appetite still cautious but not as reluctant as the day before. Izuku gently brushed the boy's messy brown hair and bundled him up in a soft hoodie before they set off for the police station. The journey was quiet. Hataru clung to Izuku's sleeve the entire walk. At the Mizudafu police station, the officer on duty, Inspector Yamamoto, recognized Izuku immediately. "You're the one who brought the boy in yesterday. Midoriya-sen, right?" Izuku nodded. "Yes. I just wanted to check in and see if you found anything out." Yamamoto gestured for them to sit. "We did, actually. We were able to pull some data from birth records and previous medical entries. The boy's name is Hataru Yukimura. He's 5 years old. No siblings. His parents left no contact details and quietly resigned their parental rights about a week ago." Izuku stiffened. "What? Why would they?" Yamamoto looked uncomfortable. "We can't say for sure. But his quirk was registered not long before the abandonment papers were signed." "Hemokinesis." Izuku blinked. "Hemokinesis?" The officer nodded. "Manipulation of blood. Internal, external, ambient. He can move it, solidify it, control temperature. Extremely rare. Not necessarily dangerous on its own, but you know how society can be. We've seen a pattern with these sorts of quirks." Izuku was silent for a long moment, his jaw tight. "So they gave him up because they thought his quirk was villainous." Yamamoto lowered his gaze. "We can't confirm that. But it's likely." Hataru sat still beside him, legs swinging. His eyes didn't meet anyone's, but his small fingers had curled into fists. Izuku placed a hand on the boy's head. "What happens now?" The officer rubbed the back of his neck. "Normally he'd be put into the foster system while we tried to locate family, but, well, considering you've already taken him in and he responded well to you, we can approve temporary guardianship if you're willing. You'd need to fill out some forms and we'll do a check-in in a few weeks." Izuku didn't hesitate. "Yes, I'll do it." As they exited the police station, Izuku grinned and turned to Hataru. "How do you feel about going to the park?" Hataru paused to think, then nodded. Back inside, Shinso stood frozen beside Izuku as the envelope trembled in his hands. Hataru watched them from the couch, hugging his fox, sensing something had changed in the air. "What is it?" he asked softly. Izuku crouched to meet his eyes. "It's something we're going to fix. Together." He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Shinso put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. "You're not alone in this." Izuku turned the envelope over, fingers tightening. "Then let's open it." It had been a week since Shinso returned to the UA dorms. The cafe had slowly fallen back into a predictable rhythm, despite the chaos of the last few weeks. Izuku midoriya found himself waking up before the sun, brushing a sleepy Hataru's hair while balancing Eri on one hip and preparing muffins while yawning into the batter. On the outside, everything seemed normal. Too normal. The kind of normal that wrapped itself around your lungs and made you forget how to breathe until something knocked the air right out of you. Like what had happened the night before. Now, with Hataru curled up on the left side of the bed and Eri snuggled up on the right, both worn out from the day, Izuku sat upright, his back propped against the headboard. A children's storybook lay open on his lap, long forgotten. The faint sound of the city outside whispered through the window, the moonlight casting gentle shadows across the walls. But Izuku wasn't focused on any of that. His mind was 1,000 miles away back in the darkened alley, in that suffocating moment where politeness was a trap and instincts screamed louder than logic. Izuku exhaled through his nose, trying to calm the racing thoughts that had haunted him all day. He looked down. Eri was curled into Hataru's side, her little hand clutching the front of his shirt. Her breath was soft and even, a sign of safety. Hataru had thrown one leg over her like a protective older brother. Izuku smiled faintly. He got up, tiptoeing across the room, and pulled a blanket higher over them. That man he had to be overhaul. Everything about the way he spoke had screamed danger, even if his words were gentle. There was a sickness behind that mask, an obsession. And now Izuku knew for certain, Eri wasn't just a runaway. She was hunted. And Izuku refused to hand her over to anyone, especially someone like him. He stood by the window, looking down at the quiet street outside, fingers tightening on the windowsill. The police wouldn't be enough. They had helped when Eri first showed up, yes, but this felt bigger, more dangerous. If he made a report now, it could escalate. Overhaul might find out. He might try to take her again. Izuku's eyes narrowed. "No way," he whispered. He turned from the window and grabbed his phone. His thumb hovered over the contact list for a moment before scrolling past Shinso and tapping the number for an old underground contact, someone who used to visit the cafe occasionally before disappearing. If anyone could help him look into this quietly, it was them. But that would come tomorrow. Tonight his kids needed him. And he needed them. He returned to the bed, carefully laying down beside them. Eri shifted in her sleep and buried her face into his chest, murmuring something too soft to understand. Izuku smiled through the worry, kissing the top of her head. "I've got you," he whispered. And he meant it. The apartment above the Greenlit cafe was still, blanketed in the kind of quiet that only came deep into the night. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a faint silver glow across the hardwood floor. A soft, rhythmic hum of the city drifted through the windows, but it barely registered in Izuku's mind. He sat on the edge of the bed in his room, the door cracked open so he could hear if either Eri or Hataru stirred. They were both asleep, curled into their respective beds, safe, peaceful. Izuku's hands rested on his knees as he exhaled slowly. He had just read them a story, something light-hearted and silly. Hataru liked the strange little side characters, and Eri had shyly smiled at a part where the stuffed rabbit fell into a cake. That had been enough to make his whole day. But now, as he laced up his shoes in the quiet, the warmth of that moment was overshadowed by the memory from the night before. His jaw clenched slightly. He couldn't stop thinking about the man in the alley, the man with the bird-like mask. He stood quietly, slipped his green hoodie over his curls, and tiptoed out of the room. On his way to the stairs, he paused in the hallway. Eri's door was slightly ajar. He had left it that way in case she needed to call out to him. She didn't like closed doors. He peeked in. She was bundled beneath a pastel blanket, little arms curled protectively around the stuffed bunny Hataru had given her 3 nights ago. She still flinched in her sleep sometimes, but she hadn't screamed tonight. Hataru, in the next room, was spread out like a starfish in his nest of blankets, snoring softly. Izuku smiled, bittersweet. He descended the stairs slowly, letting each creak of the wood remind him of what he was walking away from, what he was protecting. At the bottom, he scribbled a note on a sticky pad from behind the counter. And left it in plain sight, out running errands. Back before morning. He took one last look around the cafe, his cafe, their safe place, and locked the door behind him. The streets were quiet. The glow of neon signs shimmered in puddles left behind by earlier rain. The air was crisp, cool enough to bite gently at his cheeks. He shoved his hands into the pockets of his hoodie and kept his head down. Not because he was afraid, but because he was focused. He knew where he needed to go. The entrance to the underground bar was wedged behind a shuttered pawn shop on a dead-end side street 2 blocks from the river. The kind of place you wouldn't notice unless you were already looking for it. He found the cracked brick wall with the peeling poster of an old musical act. Behind it, a nondescript metal door sat crooked in its frame, a single light bulb buzzing overhead. There was no keypad, no fancy deck, just a knock. 3 times, then once. Then a pause. Then twice more. The door clicked open after a moment, pulled from the inside by a man whose face was covered in shadow. No words were exchanged. Izuku nodded once and stepped through. Immediately, the atmosphere changed. Inside, the bar was all moody lighting and thick velvet shadows. The air smelled of tobacco, old wood, and secrecy. Deep purple lighting glowed faintly behind liquor bottles lined up like soldiers on shelves. Low music floated through hidden speakers, half jazz, half something else. This place didn't exist to the average citizen. Not on any map, not in any registry. It was a neutral zone, same as his cafe but with a much different flavor. Here, the air tasted like danger. Vigilantes, off-duty heroes, retired mercenaries, information brokers, and villains all shared the space in tense harmony. There were no fights here. That was part of the deal. You didn't get a second chance if you broke it. Izuku moved through the crowd quietly, unnoticed. No one paid him much mind. His hoodie shadowed most of his face, and in this place, discretion was currency. He slid onto a stool at the end of the bar, near the corner where the light didn't quite reach. She was already there. Kazuho Hanayama. Her hair was a fading shade of pink, tied back in a loose, uneven ponytail. Her frame was wiry, tough, built on years of throwing herself into fights no one else would. She wore a beaten bomber jacket, a half-empty glass of something dark in front of her. She didn't turn toward him, but her eyes flicked to his reflection in the bar mirror. "You're late," she murmured, voice cool and laced with dry amusement. "I'm exactly on time," Izuku replied, sliding into the stool beside her. She mused, sipping from her glass. "Still polite. That'll get you in trouble around here." He let a small breath of laughter escape, but his eyes stayed serious. "I need information." She finally turned to face him fully, one brow arching. "On. Overhaul." That made her pause. Her expression didn't change much, but he saw it in her fingers, the way they tightened slightly around her glass. "You have a death wish," she muttered. "Or someone to protect." Izuku didn't answer. He didn't need to. Base location. Number of guards. Experiments. Movement schedules. "I want everything," he said quietly. Kazuho leaned back, studying him with a slow blink. "That kind of intel isn't floating around for free, you know." "I know. It'll cost you." He met her eyes. "Name it." She tilted her head. "I want a favor. Could be tomorrow, could be 5 years from now. But when I call it in, you don't hesitate. You do it, no questions." Izuku didn't flinch. "Done." There was a long moment of silence between them. The test. Then slowly she grinned. "You really are All Might's kid, huh?" He blinked. "I'm not. Not biologically," she said, waving a hand. "But that look in your eye? That stubborn, self-sacrificing madness? That's legacy." Izuku didn't respond. Kazuho finished her drink, set the glass down, and signaled the bartender. "Get the kid an orange juice. He's working." The bartender, a burly man with gleaming metal knuckles, gave a grunt and complied. A glass slid across the bar to Izuku's hand. He took a sip. A touch of pulp. Kazuho turned back to him. "Come back in 3 nights. Same time. I'll have what you need. Maybe more, depending on how many strings I pull." Izuku gave a small nod, grateful. Before he turned to leave, she added, "You sure you're ready to know what I'll tell you?" He paused in the archway of the bar, then looked back at her. "I don't have a choice." She tilted her glass in his direction. "Then you better be ready to burn for it." The streets outside were quieter now. Even the neon seemed to have dimmed in his absence. Izuku walked slower on the way back, his hood still up. His hands were in his pockets, his steps soft. A warm wind stirred through the alleyways. He thought of Hataru's sleepy yawn when he tucked him in. Of Eri clutching that bunny, hiding her face against the pillow. They didn't deserve any of this. But they had him now. And he would see it through no matter what. As the door of the cafe clicked shut behind him and the lock slid into place, he whispered to himself in the quiet of the shop. No one gets to take my family. Not while I'm here. In a tall, pristine building nestled in the government sector of Mizudafu, the Hero Public Safety Commission's headquarters buzzed with quiet tension. The boardroom on the top floor, usually a place of calculated decisions and regulation drafting, now felt more like a war room. The long, polished oak table reflected the grim expressions of those seated around it. A large digital screen displayed images, surveillance stills, news clips, and one particularly damning shot. Izuku midoriya outside his cafe, surrounded by reporters and protesters holding signs defending him and his business. He has public support, one commissioner said sharply, rapping his pen against the table. We underestimated how quickly this boy could gain a foothold in society, even after being discarded by the hero system. He's dangerous, another chimed in. The cafe isn't just a meeting ground, it's a symbol. Heroes, villains, civilians, vigilantes. All drinking coffee under the same roof. It's anarchy dressed up in cozy furniture and a cinnamon-scented facade. Someone from logistics scrolled through the online analytics. Engagement tripled after that day in the life video he posted. Even international viewers are commenting. His influence is spreading. Do we tear it down? Someone asked. Find a pretense, zoning violations, health codes, illegal gatherings, something. We can start slow, chip away at his image. Another voice, calmer and older, spoke up. Madam President leaned forward, clasping her hands. If we do that and the public catches on, we lose control of the narrative. He's not some underground threat anymore. He has Japan wrapped around his finger with a smile and an apron. If we act too overtly, we risk chaos. Protests. Division. He's become a symbol of peace and, more damningly, of coexistence. For now, we wait, monitor, observe, look for weakness. A quiet, unsettling agreement settled over the room. The wheels of bureaucracy turned slowly, but with deliberate force. The cafe would remain standing for now. But no empire lasted forever, especially one built on hope. As the meeting ended, a certain pair of golden eyes bore into the back of Madam President's head. We're just getting started. Meanwhile, back in a much smaller, livelier place filled with the scent of fresh cinnamon, steamed milk, and purring cats, Izuku midoriya stood at his modest kitchen island in his cafe apartment, slicing carrots with expert efficiency. The sun filtered in through the curtains, casting a soft morning glow across the polished countertops. It was the cafe's day off Thursday, and for once, he allowed himself to relax a little. Well, as relaxed as Izuku could be. He was multitasking as always. A video call was open on his phone, propped up against the napkin holder. On screen was a very familiar, bedhead Shinso Hitoshi, lounging in his dorm hoodie with a sleepy look on his face and a mug of coffee in hand. You know, Shinso said dryly, sipping dramatically, this coffee is so bad, I think my taste buds just filed a complaint. Izuku snorted, nearly dropping the knife. I keep telling you stop letting Kaminari make it. Kaminari doesn't make coffee, Shinso deadpanned. He summons an eldritch horror in a mug and calls it a morning ritual. Izuku laughed. You should have asked Zero. He's weirdly good at latte art. Next time. If I survive, Shinso said. Then, after a pause, you're looking good. Izuku's hands slowed slightly, ears burning, and he glanced at the screen. Thanks. You too. I miss you around here. There was a beat of silence. Then Shinso smiled, soft and crooked. I miss you too. It's too quiet without you complaining about how many dishes you had to wash. Izuku rolled his eyes fondly and turned back to his task, grinning. I never complained that much. You wrote a speech about it once, Ida style. That was one time. Before Shinso could retort, small footsteps approached. Eri, her white hair braided back loosely, peeked her head in with sleepy eyes, holding her plush rabbit. Hataru followed behind her, yawning and rubbing his eyes, still in his favorite hoodie. Both children blinked at the screen and then at Izuku, who immediately softened. Hey you two, he said warmly. Come say hi. Eri gave a little wave, stepping closer, while Hataru leaned into Izuku's side silently. Shinso smiled at them through the screen. "Hey kiddos. You keeping Mr. Izuku out of trouble?" Hataru nodded solemnly. "He didn't set anything on fire this week." "Progress," Shinso said with mock gravity. "You've earned a sticker." Eri giggled and whispered something into Hataru's ear. Whatever it was made him snort softly and nudge her. Izuku smiled at the two with fondness, his chest warm. "Alright you two. Let's eat first and then we can do crafts in the living room. Sound good?" Both nodded enthusiastically and scurried to the table. Shinso watched them for a moment before turning his attention back to Izuku. His tone shifted slightly more sincere. "You're really doing great, Izuku. I hope you know that." Izuku blinked, then looked away, his ears turning pink. I'm trying. That's all." They ended the call soon after with promises to talk again later. The day continued with the smell of glue, glitter, and colored markers filling the apartment. Izuku sat on the floor with Hataru and Eri, helping them cut construction paper into strange animal shapes and glue on googly eyes. Eri was focused, her tongue sticking out slightly in concentration as she tried to make a cat. Hataru was making what he claimed was a dragon, but it looked more like a lizard with too many legs. Later that afternoon, the three of them ventured out to the park. It was quiet today, just a few other families, and Izuku felt his shoulders relax as he watched the kids laugh and run around. Eri ran to pick dandelions, while Hataru practiced skipping stones at the park fountain. Izuku sat on a nearby bench, sipping a smoothie and watching them with quiet joy. Then, all at once, he felt two small tugs at his shirt. He looked down to find Eri and Hataru standing beside him, blinking up at him with tired eyes. "What's wrong?" he asked gently. Eri yawned. "Can we go home now?" Hataru nodded in agreement. Izuku blinked, then smiled warmly. "Yeah, of course. Let's go home." They walked back slowly, hand in hand, the late afternoon sun casting long golden shadows over the sidewalk. The word echoed in Izuku's chest like a prayer. He didn't know what would come next between the commission, overhaul, or whatever else fate had planned, but for now, he had this. He had them. And that was enough. The city never truly slept. Not beneath its glittering skyline or even under the street lamps that buzzed with tired electricity. And especially not beneath its surface, in the dim-lit alleys and winding concrete arteries where things were traded in whispers, not currency. At 2:56 in the morning, Izuku Midoriya moved like a shadow through the quiet backstreets of Mizudafu, his red sneakers silent against the damp asphalt. He was dressed in muted gray and green again, a hood up over his hair, a scarf snug around the lower half of his face. He hadn't told anyone he was leaving, not even Shinso. Not Eri, not Hataru. It was safer that way. When he reached the hidden entrance, a narrow stairwell tucked behind a graffiti-covered dumpster, he gave a soft knock on the rusted steel door at the bottom. No keypad, no retinal scan, no dramatic locks. Just a knock code. 323. A long pause. Then 2. A slit in the door opened. Someone grunted. Then it clicked open, heavy and loud. The underground bar was just as it had been before, thick with cigarette smoke, low lighting, and the low hum of music somewhere between sultry jazz and elevator noise. It wasn't bustling tonight. A few tired vigilantes, a known ex-villain quietly nursing a drink, and at the far end of the counter, pink-haired Kazuho Hanayama Popstep, once upon a time sat with a tablet in her hands and her signature smug smirk on her face. She didn't look up. "You're late by 3 minutes." Izuku pulled the scarf down and slid onto the bar stool beside her. "You weren't exactly clear on punctuality." She mused, not looking at him. "I'm usually not. Makes people try harder." Izuku glanced around. No one was paying them attention. The bartender offered him an orange juice with a bored look. Hanayama finally locked her tablet and turned toward him, eyes narrowing in scrutiny. "I have what you asked for. All of it," she said simply. "In exchange for the favor I'll call in later." "Agreed." "Agreed," Izuku nodded. "Good." She slid a thumb drive across the bar. "The Hasaikai base is underground. Their official warehouse on paper is used for medicinal imports, But the structure below that what overhaul uses is concrete reinforced and quirk shielded. Not enough to block strong quirks, but enough to dampen interference. She tapped her fingers against the wood. There are 5 outer guards, 2 patrols outside the underground entrance, usually swapped every 6 hours. 22 men inside, maybe more, all armed. Most are Yakuza. The lowest level hallways are lined with steel reinforcements, but the cameras are minimal. Only at entrances. Not in hallways. Not in rooms. Izuku's eyes sharpened. Why? They're hiding something or someone. Probably multiple someones, Hanayama said flatly. They don't want records. Not even for their own men. His mind spun. Quirks. Some of the men have minor ones. None strong. Overhaul doesn't allow them near the primary lab or the subjects, which are likely children. Based on the shipment logs and what I could decode from intercepted chatter, they've been experimenting with trigger compounds. Modifying quirks. Erasing them even. Izuku gripped the glass of orange juice tighter. And Eri? She's the primary. The only child who got away. Hanayama studied him. I don't know what your connection is to her, but she's lucky. If Overhaul finds out where she is. He won't, Izuku said quietly, his voice firm. You sure? Hanayama tilted her head, eyes half-lidded. Because he's looking. Actively. Izuku stared down at the bar for a long moment, the quiet weight of her words settling heavily on his shoulders. When he finally looked back up, his expression was unreadable. Thank you. Hanayama offered a little shrug. Your favor is still pending. He gave a slight smile. I know. I'll pay it when the time comes. She waved a hand. Get out of here, green bean. Go save the world. By the time Izuku stepped back into the apartment above the Greenlit cafe, it was nearly 3:45 a.m. The streets had been mercifully quiet. Hataru and Eri were asleep in the loft, curled up like tiny kittens beneath their blankets, and the cafe itself had been locked up tight. He moved with muscle memory, dropping his bag, setting the orange juice down on the counter, and pulling the hood off as he padded quietly to his room. His laptop was already open and humming when he sat down. The thumb drive slid in. The screen lit up with floor plans. Surveillance screenshots. Scanned blueprints of the warehouse. Izuku clicked through them one by one, murmuring softly to himself as he skimmed. Outer entrance. One camera. Angles blind on the right. Could crawl under the loading dock. Hallway sensor here. Dampening barrier here. He pulled up the network logs. Their camera feed wasn't encrypted past a basic firewall. Sloppy. Izuku cracked through it with relative ease, muttering lines of code, fingers moving fast. The live footage flickered on. He stared at the dim exterior gate of the base. One guard. Smoking. Another off to the side. No interior feeds. Nothing inside, he whispered. Only at entrances. They're hiding something. Another tab. Another document. Shipments. Labeled as medicine, but the weight was off. Too much variance. Liquid transfers. Large enough to contain. Bodies? Izuku's jaw clenched. He scribbled notes onto a spare receipt pad. Weak points. Guard shifts. Routes in and out. All of it. By 5:30 a.m., he had a full map drawn out and 3 possible breach routes. He sat back in the chair, rubbing his eyes. One more step. Save the intel. Lock it in his secure drive. Double encrypt it. Set a hidden trigger in case of intrusion. Izuku stood and looked toward the sleeping apartment across the hall. The light was low, quiet. He could just barely hear Hataru's soft snoring and Eri's faint breathing. They were safe. For now. He looked back at the screen. No one is going to hurt my family, he whispered to the empty room. And he meant it. Chapter end. The morning sun had barely warmed the sidewalk outside the Greenlit cafe when the bell above the door gave a soft jingle. Izuku was behind the counter, humming to himself quietly as he wiped a stack of mugs, one hand already reaching for the register, assuming it was a regular or someone dropping in for their usual. But when he glanced up, his breath caught awkwardly in his throat. Tashinori Yagi All Might, or what remained of the image, stood just inside the door, looking thinner than Izuku remembered, wrapped in his scarf and long coat, as if he were trying not to take up space. His hair was tied back loosely, his eyes tired but searching. He looked like a stranger, but not entirely. They'd only spoken once before in this cafe, polite, brief, and easily forgotten in the bustle of the morning rush. But now, in the quiet lull of the early day, the silence felt louder between them. "Good morning," Toshinori said after a pause. His voice was softer than Izuku remembered, as if each word was carefully chosen. Izuku blinked and quickly cleared his throat. "Good morning." "Welcome back." He gestured toward the open seats near the window. "Sit anywhere you'd like. I'll be right with you." The older man gave a faint nod and shuffled toward the corner booth. Izuku busied himself behind the counter for a moment longer than necessary, partially to give himself a second to breathe, partially because he wasn't sure what to say. It wasn't like All Might stopped by cafes every day. And certainly not twice. When he finally approached the table, Izuku held a menu in one hand and a fresh pot of tea in the other. "It's still early, so the pastries are warming up, but I've got fresh green tea if you want." Toshinori looked up, slightly surprised. "That sounds nice." "Thank you." Izuku poured the tea and set the menu down, standing for a second with a practiced but unsure smile. "Do you want a moment to look it over? Or—" "I'll just take the tea for now," Toshinori said. Then after a pause, he added, "I actually came to talk." That made Izuku pause. He lowered the pot slowly back onto the tray, fingers tightening slightly around the handle. "About?" "I know we haven't spoken much," Toshinori said, folding his hands around the warm cup, not quite meeting Izuku's eyes. "But I came here to apologize. Care to sit down?" Izuku hesitated. This wasn't exactly how he expected his morning to go. Still, something in Toshinori's tone, soft, not condescending, made him nod. "Yeah. I've got a few minutes before the next rush." He slid into the seat across from him, setting the tray aside. There was a moment of awkward silence. Not heavy, just the kind where both sides were unsure of how personal they were allowed to be. "I shouldn't have said that on the roof," Toshinori said suddenly. Izuku blinked. Just as he was about to respond, Toshinori interrupted. "You don't have to say anything. I know you don't forgive me, and an apology is nowhere near enough," Toshinori continued, glancing around the space. "But I would like to make it up to you." He sipped the tea slowly. Just as he was about to speak again, Izuku spoke. "Thanks." Izuku looked down for a moment, unsure how he was supposed to feel. "I already forgave you. If it weren't for that, I would have never opened this place or met the people I did." Toshinori looked awestruck at his kindness. "However, let me help you out at least a little bit." "I know. I'll wash the dishes." In animated fashion, All Might was already at the counter, wearing an apron and rubber gloves. Toshinori noticed that Izuku wasn't saying anything, so he looked up from the sink, only to find Izuku holding in his laughter. "I'm sorry, it's just that," Izuku said in a fit of giggles. "You look like a housewife." Toshinori nodded slowly, folding his hands together. "Yes, young Izuku. For it is the duty of the retired symbol of peace to tackle any enemies, including dishes." Izuku burst out laughing. Any sign of awkwardness was gone, replaced by a light-hearted atmosphere. Izuku wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, still grinning as he leaned back against the counter. "You're really committed, huh?" Toshinori gave a sagely nod as he rinsed a coffee mug with great ceremony, steam fogging the edges of his glasses. One must not underestimate the power of cleanliness. Villains can't stand a man with dish soap. Izuku snorted and shook his head. "Okay. But you're on thin ice if you start reorganizing my skis." "I make no promises," Toshinori quipped, placing a plate into the drying rack with the kind of reverence usually reserved for sword sheathing in old samurai films. The two of them fell into a surprisingly easy rhythm. Toshinori washed, Izuku dried. It wasn't the sort of thing anyone would expect to see the former symbol of peace working shoulder to shoulder with a quiet, stubborn cafe owner, but it felt, right, somehow, comfortable. Like something missed but never known. Between suds and dish towels, conversation drifted naturally. "So," Toshinori began cautiously, not looking up from the pan he was scrubbing. The kids upstairs. Yours. Izuku glanced over, caught off guard. No. I mean not legally. They're just kids I couldn't turn away. He paused, folding a towel over his arm. One of them, Eri, was in really bad shape when I found her. The other, Satru, was abandoned because of his quirk. Blood manipulation, right? Yeah. Hemokinesis, Izuku confirmed, his voice softening. He's the sweetest kid, but people took one look at his quirk and made assumptions. Tashinori nodded slowly. People fear what they don't understand. There was a silence then. A thoughtful one. The sound of running water filled the space between their words. You've taken a lot on your shoulders, Izuku, Tashinori said, handing him another mug. More than most adults twice your age would be willing to. It's not just a cafe, is it? It's a home. Izuku's hands paused for a beat as he dried the cup. I didn't plan for it to be, but I guess it just became one. He smiled down at the cup, thoughtful. They needed someone. And I needed something to hold on to. Something to believe in again. Tashinori gave a faint smile, placing the last dish into the rack with a clink. You know, you remind me of a younger me. I'm pretty sure I'm less loud. That's not hard to beat, Tashinori admitted with a laugh. The two shared a look. Familiar. Comfortable. Almost fatherly. Do you miss it? Izuku asked after a while, wiping the counter with slow, idle strokes. Being him. The question hung in the air like the scent of fresh coffee, warm, bittersweet. Tashinori took a moment before responding. He reached up, tugged gently at his scarf, and gave a tired smile. Sometimes. But not for the reasons people think. I don't miss the spotlight. Or the speeches. I miss having something clear to fight for. A purpose. He looked around the cafe, the light wood counters, the scent of cinnamon and steamed milk, the muffled giggle of a child upstairs. But places like this remind me that there are still good reasons to keep going. Even if I'm not the one saving people anymore. Izuku's voice was quiet. You are. Differently. They didn't need to say anything else. The silence between them had changed again, now not awkward, not even thoughtful. It was full. Like a well-worn book closing on the last page of a chapter. The bell above the door jingled again, and a customer entered, a salaryman, grumbling into his phone and holding a to-go cup from another chain in his hand. Izuku straightened, dusting his apron. Duty calls. Tashinori grinned. Then I'll get out of your way. As they moved toward the door together, Izuku nudged the older man lightly with his elbow. You're welcome to stop by again. No pressure or anything. But the kids would probably like to meet a retired dish warrior. I'll pencil it into my schedule, Tashinori said with mock seriousness, then patted Izuku gently on the shoulder. Take care of yourself, young man. And let others take care of you sometimes, too. With that, he stepped out into the morning light, coat flapping behind him, vanishing into the bustling street with the same quiet grace he'd entered with. Izuku watched him go, then let out a soft breath and turned back toward the counter. Behind him, the register beeped softly. The next customer was already waiting. But for a moment, just one small, private moment, Izuku smiled to himself, the kind of smile that lingered in the corners of his eyes. Maybe, he thought, he was finally starting to make peace with the past. He had locked the cafe as usual. Lights off, cats fed, and the kids tucked in with a story about heroes and magical creatures. The closed sign was flipped and fluttering slightly in the warm night breeze. He hadn't expected to be out for long, just some eggs, milk, flour, and butter. Simple necessities. The streets were quiet at this hour. A car passed occasionally, and the distant bark of a dog echoed in the night. Izuku kept his head low, humming softly as he walked past a row of dim alleyways, a green grocery bag in hand. Then someone bumped into him. I'm so sorry, Izuku exclaimed automatically, stepping back a bit. I wasn't looking where I. No need to apologize. The voice was calm, too calm. Smooth and deliberate, it sent a strange chill up Izuku's spine despite the warm summer air. He looked up and saw a figure cloaked in deep brown. The man's face was obscured by shadows, but more notably, he wore a plague doctor mask. Sleek and sharp, the glass lenses gleamed under the streetlight. Something primal in Izuku's gut twisted. Oh, it's okay. I should really get going, it's really late, Izuku said with a sheepish chuckle, trying to step around him. But the man shifted, casually blocking his path. Actually, I was wondering if you might help me, he said smoothly. You see, I've been looking for my daughter. Izuku blinked. Daughter? Yes. She went missing recently. Very sad. The man tilted his head slowly, deliberately. I've been asking around. Some say she might have been seen in this area. He pulled something from his pocket, a paper. A missing person flyer. Izuku felt the color drain from his face. It was Eri. Same blue-silver hair. Same red eyes. Bandages visible on her arms even in the picture. Her expression was haunting, hollow. Below the image, bold letters read, missing name, Eri. Age, last seen with a white-haired man. Izuku barely caught himself. His heart was hammering in his chest. He looked up, meeting the man's gaze, or at least, the glassy approximation of it. I'm really sorry, sir. I haven't seen her. Is that so? The man murmured, folding the paper slowly and slipping it back into his coat. Shame. She's quite the special child. Izuku's hands clenched tightly around his bag. I hope you find her, he said softly, carefully. Excuse me. This time, he didn't wait for the man to step aside. He walked around him quickly and didn't stop until the cafe was in sight.